Well, g'day curd nerds. Hopefully all this is working and the lip sync is correct. You'll have to let me know if my lips are in sync. If not, I'll have to restart the camera. But yeah, because I noticed last week it was a little bit ordinary. But anyway, we'll see how that goes. Today is how to make French cheeses. And this is a playlist of all of the French cheeses that I've ever made. So the stream should go for about 12 hours. I will be here for most of the time. However, for the first hour or two, I won't be present in the chat. I'll be joining again about 9 p.m. my time. So sit back and enjoy what I've got in store for you today. It should be... the lips are not in sync for me. Oh, okay. Let's just... My goodness, there's a delay. All right. So there looks like there's a massive delay. Lips and words out of sync. All right, does that work? No, that doesn't work better either. Oh, goodness, it's all happening. Anyway, I'm going to have to figure it out later, but until then, 100% much better. Oh, okay. It works. Good. Refresh. That's the ticket, right. Yeah, for some reason, when it goes from intro to the main camera, it doesn't seem to work. Anyway, like I said, I won't be present for the first couple of hours, so please enjoy the show. I will pop in at 9 o'clock and we'll do a little bit of a Q&A and we'll go from there. And yeah, so sit back and enjoy all of the French cheeses that I've ever made. Well, bonjour, mon ami, or as we say here in Australia, g'day curd nerds. Today you're watching the How to Make French Cheeses live stream. During the stream you'll see many amazing French cheeses that I've made over the course of my cheese making journey. Thank you so much for watching today. As always, if you want to support the show, don't forget that you can hit the join button down below or sign up on Patreon. Every little bit helps keep the channel going and growing. Well, enjoy the rest of the stream. So g'day curd nerds and welcome to a cheese making video. This one is Boursin. Now you may remember back when I did my Cheese a Day challenge, I actually ate some Boursin and it was imported from France. Now I thought I'd give it a go and make some myself. So let me show you how to make this very tasty little cheese. So the ingredients for this cheese is 2 litres or 2 quarts of whole cow's milk. I use pasteurised and unhomogenised. 1 cup of creme fraiche, which is 250 millilitres, 3 peeled garlic cloves, 1/3 of a cup or 80 millilitres of lemon juice, 1/4 teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of liquid rennet, that's single strength, diluted in 1/4 cup of cool non-chlorinated water, 1/2 cup of whipping cream, 1 teaspoon of salt, 1 tablespoon of garlic puree, 2 tablespoons of dried parsley and 3 tablespoons of dried chives. So add in the creme fraiche into the milk, which is essentially a cultured cream. So give that a whisk. I should use a whisk, I think. There we go. So whisk that in. Now this takes a little bit of time. It took me about 2 or 3 minutes to whisk the cream into the milk. So we're going to add in the 3 garlic cloves. These have been peeled, a little bit chopped off the end so I could peel them properly. And we let them stay in there whilst we turn on the heat and heat the milk up. So I'm directly heating this up. There's no double boil or anything. So we heat the milk to 45 degrees Celsius or 113 Fahrenheit. So once it reaches temperature, just check that. Yep, that's close enough. That's spot on, actually. Pretty good. Now we're going to turn off the heat and we're going to remove the 3 garlic cloves. Make sure you get them all. There we go, just plonk them into the cup and I'm going to give them to my chooks. Chooks is a technical Australian word for chickens. Now we're going to add the lemon juice in to the milk and it will curdle slightly, ever so slightly. This is a fairly low temperature at the moment, so it won't split the milk in half into curds and whey. It'll just curdle it just a slight amount. Now we're going to add the rennet to do the proper job of turning it into curds and whey. So we stir it for no more than 1 minute and we pop the lid on. So we're going to cover that and allow it to set for 30 minutes at the target temperature of 45 Celsius, 113 Fahrenheit. So meanwhile, get your other ingredients. You get your garlic, parsley, salt and chives. Get them all laid out, ready to go. So we can take the cover off. I've moved this over the sink area and I'm just scooping the curds into a colander lined with butter muslin. Now I found that if I used normal loose weave cheesecloth that it would have gone straight through. It's fairly delicate stuff. So just ladle that in and then just pour the rest in. There we go. Now we're going to tie that into a ball shape and I'm just gently squeezing to get a little bit more of the whey out. And I'll just leave that there. So I'm going to let that sit there for 2 hours and drain. So after the 2 hours, I'm just waiting for that to finish off. I've got my whipping cream there. So I'll measure that out and we're going to whip that to form soft peaks. So there's my half a cup of whipping cream. So just using the hand mixer there to get it to stiff peaks, basically. Now I thought that if I whipped it any longer it may turn into butter, so I kind of left it there. So I'm going to take the curds and add that to the whipped cream. So the curds are fairly well drained. They formed a ball of curds which look fairly crumbly, which is okay, that's fine. So just got those all out of the tight weave butter muslin. Now just with the spatula there, we're just stirring that through, mix that well so that the cream and the curds are combined. So adding in the salt and then mix that through as well. And that's salt to taste, so I just had a bit of a taste to make sure it wasn't undersalted or oversalted. So we're adding in the garlic puree now. Now you can find this in jars in most supermarkets, or you can just crush the garlic yourself.
So give that a good stir through the cheese. And then add your dried parsley. Now, using these dried ingredients actually helps to absorb some of the moisture and firm up the cheese later on. Now, if you used fresh ingredients, which you can, I'm just adding the chives there, you would have to make sure that the curd was drained probably for another hour longer to get more moisture out of it, and possibly whip the cream a little bit stiffer. So mix all those ingredients all the way through your cheese. And at this stage, you can taste it if you want. I tasted it off camera. Now we're going to spoon the cheese into baking paper lined molds. And I've just got some steel, I think they're potato croquette molds. I'm not too sure. I found them in the cupboard somewhere. And the reason we line them with baking paper is not only does it help get them out of the molds easily, but it does absorb some of the moisture and firms up the cheese. So I've got baking paper on the plate underneath, and I've got a little round of baking paper that I pop on top. Also, the molds are lined, as you can see there, with the baking paper. So just fill those both up. Press down where you need to get any air pockets out. And just level it off and pop the paper on top. Go, pat that down. Now refrigerate that for 2 hours at 4 degrees Celsius or 39 Fahrenheit. So 2 hours later, just using a knife to get the paper off. I found it worked a little bit easier. Just peel it off gently. And where you need to use the knife to get the paper off, then you can do so. Okay, and then gently tap, and your cheese comes out, and then you've got to find where you started the paper. And we take it off once I find it out. I thought, well, I'll check out the other cheese first before I take the paper off. There we go, gentle tap. Okay, so where do we find the start of the paper? I'm using the knife to find the start, and that made it a lot easier, and just unwrap it. And I couldn't find the start of that one. There we go, found it. Okay, looking lovely. So there's the finished cheese, looking quite nice, firm, standing up by itself, so I'm quite happy with that.
So now that we've made it and we've got it out in our form, my initial thoughts are it's a little bit too moist. I should have drained the cheese part of it a little bit more and maybe whipped the cream a little bit firmer. But it looks great, and it certainly smells fantastic. I've got a bagel here, so let's put a little bit of boursin on the bagel. Herb and garlic, smells fantastic. The good thing is it's holding its form mostly, so certainly not having issues with that. The texture is fairly the same as the boursin that I bought. Let's try this, shall we? Oh, that is beautiful. Finger licking good. I think I've died and gone to heaven. That cheese is absolutely remarkable. Lots of garlic and taste of chives, a little bit of parsley, and certainly salted just to the right level. So, highly recommend giving boursin a go. Try it out. So simple, it's criminal. You could even make the creme fraiche yourself if you so desired. I chose to buy some because I really didn't have the time to make it and put this all together. Anyway, really simple cheese to make. Give it a go. Borson. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. If you like this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. If you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe to the channel so you get more interesting cheese making videos like this one. Don't forget to hit that little notification bell so you get notified when they come out. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream.
Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're making charus. So charus was originally made in France, as many good cheeses are. It's a white mould lactic set cheese, and it only takes 14 days for this little fuzzy coating to appear all over the cheese. It won't go soft in the centre like Camembert does, because it's not really set with rennet like Camembert is. This is meant to be eaten quite quickly and quite fresh. To store it, you would put it into a micro-perforated wrap, and it'll probably only last another couple of weeks after this. It wouldn't go too much further than that, because the white mould would start to create something called skin slip, where the white mould will start to slip off and it'll be just runny under the surface. But like I said, because it's lactic set, as in the curds were set using lactic acid created by starter cultures only and only a tiny bit of rennet, it doesn't go gooey in the middle. Anyway, let me show you how I made charus.
So start off by sanitising your equipment. I'm just fluffing up the bag there to get rid of the cream. Mix it into the milk. The ingredients for charus is 4 litres or 1 gallon of cow's milk that's been pasteurised and unhomogenised, 1/8 of a teaspoon of aromatic mesophilic culture. I used Mad Millie fresh culture. 1/32 of a teaspoon of Penicillium candidum. 1/32 of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum 15. 1/4 of a teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. And 2 drops of single strength liquid rennet. I'm using IMCU 200, diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, and you'll need some non-iodized salt. So heat your milk to 25 degrees Celsius or 77 Fahrenheit. I'm using a precision cooker and a water bath there to heat my milk. Then we're going to add the aromatic mesophilic culture. I just got a single use sachet there, which inoculates 4 litres of milk. Then add the moulds. Firstly, Penicillium candidum. Just sprinkle that over the surface of the milk. And then the Geotrichum candidum. And do the same. So I'm just using level teaspoons there. Don't use heaped ones. Pop the lid on and we're going to allow it to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, stir in the starter culture and the moulds. And then we're going to add the calcium chloride. So there's no ripening time for this cheese. Now we're going to add the rennet. Let's pour the rennet solution in and give it a stir. And stir for no more than 1 minute. So pop the lid back on, and we're going to allow the curds to set for 12 hours. Remembering the tiny amount of rennet that we put in there, it takes a long time to coagulate the milk. Now you can see that there's about 1 centimetre or ½ an inch of whey on the surface of the curds, and that's perfect. And you'll see the curds have pulled away from the sides of the pot as well. So remove the heat. So I'm just turning off my precision cooker there and unplugging it, getting it out the way. So place 4 small baskets on a mat on a large board. More about the baskets later on. So ladle off the excess whey. Now you can't use it for ricotta because it's too acidic, so I'm just pouring it down the sink there. Once you've got rid of most of that whey, then we're going to take slices of the curd using a skimmer and transfer it to each basket evenly. Now you can see the whey is running fairly clear there, so we're doing a pretty good job. And transfer all the curds until they're used up. Don't be tempted to add any more baskets. 4 is enough, trust me. So keep topping it up until you've used all of the curds. So this may take about 1 hour, and it did for me. I just set a timer every 15 minutes. I came back and I topped up the baskets with more curds. Now I've sped this footage up and you can see it draining quite well. So once all the curds have used up, then allow it to drain overnight. Don't forget to put an umbrella on top. So remove each cheese and flip them over and put them back into their baskets. This will create an even surface on the bit that's a bit rough. So drain for 24 hours so the cheese firms up and can hold its shape when it's out of the basket. So cover them up again. So 24 hours later, you can see they've shrunk even more. So flip each cheese over again and then put them back in their baskets. And now we're going to salt the cheese. So salt the top with 1/4 teaspoon of non-iodized salt. Allow 1 hour in between this and the next salting so that the salt can be absorbed into the cheese. There we go, pop the brolly back on and come back in an hour. So an hour later, we've got a little brine on top, so we're just going to flip the cheeses over, put them back in their baskets again. And now we're going to sprinkle 1/4 teaspoon of salt on the other side of the cheese. And once again, we're going to allow another hour for the salt to be absorbed. You don't need to salt the sides, top and bottom is sufficient. Pop the brolly back on again. So after that hour, it's now time to put them into a ripening box. I did this mainly because I wanted to use the kitchen sink area, so I wanted to be able to get them out of the way, out of the sink area. So clean off your mat, dry it off with some paper towel, And now we're going to put each cheese that has been salted into the ripening box on the mat. Now just make sure that they are spaced apart, they're not touching each other. Now I'm going to put the umbrella back on top. I did move it later on over to the kitchen side, but allow these cheeses to drain overnight. So the next day, I'm just going to pour off any of the whey. There we go. There's a fair bit that has accumulated there. Just going to turn the cheeses over again, so flip them over on the mat, allowing enough space so they're not touching each other. And then put them back into the ripening box again. I'm just banging a little bit because there was some whey collected on the mat. There we go, back into the ripening box. So now we're going to cover with the lid and we're going to ripen at 10 to 13 Celsius or 50 to 55 Fahrenheit for 2 weeks. We're going to turn daily and remove any whey that accumulates in the bottom of the box. So 1 week later, you should have mold growth over most of the cheese. Just going to take it out of its box there. There was a little bit of whey on the bottom of the box. I tipped that out before. And just flip them over. So by turning them daily, you ensure that the mold doesn't stick to the mat when you turn them over. So daily turning is essential. So as you can see there, even after 1 day, the mold has stopped growing on the bottom. That's why you turn them over.
Well, that was fairly easy-ish. Probably more of an intermediate cheese than a beginner's cheese. I certainly wouldn't start off with this because you really got to know when the curds are ready to be scooped into the baskets. So I have a stock of these online. They're the small, soft cheese basket, as that's what I've called them anyway. And they're about 8 centimetres high, 8 centimetres across the top, and about 7 to 7.5 down the bottom. So they are stackable. I do have a swag of them here, which means a lot in Australia. So they are great little baskets. For this recipe, you'll need 4 of these baskets to get successful charus. At a pinch, you could use camembert baskets, but they're a bit wide. They're more like, I think they're about 10 centimetres across, so a little bit wider than these. And you won't get these nice little tall, sort of narrowy sorts of cheese like charus is. I'll take the rest out of the ripening box and then we'll have a taste test. So, just so you can see here. So there's the rest of them. One of them has started just at the back here. The skin has just come away a little bit. I must have flicked it with my finger or something. But they're very delicate little things. They've got a nice mold coverage all over, which is really good. They got some crinkles starting to go on, or some little brain-like patterns because of the geo that I put in there. So that's starting to happen. This one's a little bit wonky because that's how it came out of the basket. But they're all looking pretty good. I'll leave the rest of them on the mat and I'll put it back in the box. But I won't ripen these any further because that'll be criminal and they'll start to get skin slip. But let's try them. Let's have a smell first. Smells a little bit like honey, the outside. They're firm to touch. They're not mushy or gooey on the inside. There's a really good mold coverage. A little bit less on the bottom. I only turned this a day ago. It takes a little while for the mold to grow back over again. But yeah, great looking little cheese. Very presentable, that's for sure. And I do like the little brain-like squiggly lines that are starting to happen with the geo. So that's very impressive. Anyway, let's cut into it. All you need is a sharp knife. With this sort of cheese, we just cut a wedge into it.
hopefully it comes out. There we go. Look at that. So it kind of looks like a cream cheese on the inside. And essentially, if you look at the recipe, it kind of is. It's like cream cheese that's been put into a basket. But yeah, a very interesting looking texture. The white mold on the outside hasn't created any runniness at all. These are 2 weeks old. But the paste is soft. So, interested in what it tastes like, are you? Oh, goodness me. Let's have a look. Let's have a taste. So like I said, it smells a little bit like honey, which is fabulous. I like good honey. The creaminess and the slight tartness, just slight. Little bit of mushroomy sort of flavours coming in from the Penicillium candidum and the Geo on the outside. That hasn't really moved too much into the inside of the cheese. Really nice. Very good cheese. Very spreadable too. This is quite soft. So you could spread some of this on toast or little crackers. This is lovely. Perfectly salted too, if I do say so myself. You can see the inside there. It's the same texture all the way through. So I'll cut off just a little bit more, probably because it's very tasty. Oh, so good. And you can see the inside there. The paste doesn't discolour from the edge to the centre. It's the same all the way through, and great. And the skin's not slipping, so yeah, absolutely perfect. Well done, Gav. You'll be able to make this, no problems at all. Great little cheese. Now, you could make this is typically a cow's milk cheese. You could make it with goat's milk. It'll have a little tarty flavour like goat's milk cheeses tend to do. But as a milk, a cow's milk cheese, this is subtle, creamy, some great little mushroomy sort of flavours on the edge. But overall, it's like something, it's like nothing I've had before in the cheese world. So I can't even compare it to, say, the Bloomy Goat Blue, which is a lactic set goat's cheese that I made. That had ash as well. But yeah, that flavour was totally different because of the goat's milk. This is a great little mould ripened cheese, so perfect for a platter. You'd have to be pretty quick though, because I dare say, like I said, they're only going to last about another 2 weeks. Not because I'm going to eat them all quickly, but because, like I said, they will ripen to a point where they'll start to go gooey under the rind of the cheese. Anyway, that's how you make charus. So thanks for watching. Now, like I said, don't forget, we've got lots of these baskets over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. It's the small, soft cheese basket, perfect for charus and other small lactic set cheeses. Lots of holes, good drainage, and I didn't have too many problems with them, as you saw in the video. And if you liked the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and tell me what you would use your charus for if you made it. How would you cook with it? How would you eat it? Let me know in the comments below. That would be absolutely fantastic. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. This is a bit of a community announcement. I recently signed up for Cameo, and for those who don't know, Cameo is a service where you can, for a small fee, ask me to do things like shout outs for birthdays, for Father's Day, Mother's Day, Christmas, bar mitzvahs, you name it, Also, I've lately given a couple of pep talks. I've also even done a sleep story. Somebody says they watch my videos to fall asleep, so I did a little, not a lullaby, but a little story to help them go to sleep. So these shout outs are in the form of a video message. There are also chat options if you want to ask me a question and you don't want to wait until Ask the Cheese Man. And it's a burning question, then you can pay a small, very small fee for a chat and I'll give you an answer, obviously. So yeah, any words of encouragement that you would like me to impart on either yourself or one of your loved ones, I'd love to help out. The link for my Cameo page is in the description below. Like I said, only a quick one, a short community service, and hopefully, and like some people have already done, have taken up the service. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. G'day Curd Nerds, today we're making a bloomy goat sherv blue. It's a twist on the traditional sherv and kind of a little bit like Valence. So this is, I got part of the recipe from one book, part of the recipe for another book. So I'm going to call it my, my bloomy goat blue. There you go, there for want of another word. So we'll see how it turns out. It has the addition of aromatic mesophilic, it has Penicillium candidum, it has Geotrichum candidum, and it also has Penicillium roqueforti. So quite a combination of molds, and we'll see what happens to the cheese. Anyway, so let's get on with the video. So the ingredients are 4 litres of goat's milk, 1/4 teaspoon of aromatic mesophilic culture, 1/8 teaspoon of Penicillium candidum, 1/64 teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum, and 1/64 teaspoon of Penicillium roqueforti. Also, you'll need 1/4 teaspoon of calcium chloride, 1/4 teaspoon of liquid rennet, maybe a little bit more depending on the IMCU of your rennet. French ash, you'll need some French cheese ash, and some non-iodized fine salt. So we're going to bring the milk up to 22 degrees Celsius, which is 72 Fahrenheit. So this is a fairly low temperature for cheese making. I think there we go, there's our blue mold culture. So I'm using a Mad Millie sachet there. That's actually got a combination of aromatic and the Penicillium roqueforti. So I'm just sprinkling that all over the top there. I opened up the packet as well just to make sure I got all the bits out. Now that only has 1/8 teaspoon of aromatic mixed with a small amount of blue mold. So what I had to do was add an additional sachet of aromatic mesophilic, which is another 1/8 teaspoon. So I had my 1/4 teaspoon of aromatic mesophilic. So for the other molds, I just used the straight mold powder, and you'll see that in a second. Just getting the last of that aromatic out. So the next mold is the Penicillium candidum. So this is 1/4 teaspoon. And then the last but not least, the Geotrichum candidum, which is 1/64 of a teaspoon. There we go, there it is, geotrichum. So this actually adds a, this helps prepare the surface for the for the Penicillium candidum, as well as the addition of the ash, as we'll see later on. Okay, so we let that rehydrate for 5 minutes. So after the 5 minutes has elapsed, we're going to give it a good stir, mix all those moulds and starter cultures into the goat's milk. So give it a good stir for about a minute or so, trying to stir mainly top to bottom. So after we've given it a good stir, we add the next ingredient in. So make sure the milk's moving when we add the other liquid ingredients. So we're going to add the calcium chloride now, and this will help with the curd set. So just give that a good stir as well for about a minute, making sure that's mixed thoroughly through the milk. And then the final ingredient, which is the rennet. So we're just going to add in the diluted rennet there. That's been diluted in a quarter of a cup of non-chlorinated water. If you use chlorinated tap water, you will find it inhibits the renneting action. So the temperature has cracked up just a little bit there, 1 degree, 1.5 degrees higher than it should be, but that's okay. This next step is very easy. Very low maintenance at this stage. So give the rennet a good stir, no more than 1 minute, because it'll start coagulating otherwise and you'll start splitting up the milk. So we're going to let that rest now off the heat at room temperature for 18 to 24 hours. So that's at 22 to 72 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's 22 Celsius. So after a day, mine took 24 hours. So you can see little pools of whey on the top. I did a clean break. It was fairly sloppy, but I really couldn't wait much longer. You'll see at the end of the video some tips on where I think I went wrong. Anyway, so we're going to take slivers or slices of the curd and place them into our two 7 centimetre camembert moulds, which is 3 inches, I think. Now you can see I thought at this stage I was heading for disaster. A fair bit of the curd was quite runny. You can see that leaking out of the bottom of the moulds. It's not a good look. Now the good thing was there was some solid curd underneath that little top layer, but I did lose a fair bit down the sink, as you can see there. Reason for this is I didn't use enough rennet. I should have checked how much IMCU. So I'm only using 200 IMCU rennet. The recipe, or one of the recipes that I cobbled together for this, used 300 IMCU or 280 IMCU, so it needed to be a little bit stronger. So instead of the quarter of a teaspoon, I should have added 3/8, so that's another 1/8 of a teaspoon more. Now what you do here is you keep going. Keep calm and make cheese, as I'm title of my cheese making book. So yeah, I just let that shrink down a little bit, and then we just put some more on top. So the curd was fairly tight and a lot stronger near the bottom, so it didn't leak out and run everywhere. So as it shrunk down, about every 30 minutes I did this, and put a few more slices on top to help it shrink down. So goat's milk it's very, well, I won't say difficult to work with, but if I had added a bit more rennet, it probably wouldn't have been so difficult. So this is another 30 minutes later, and you can see it shrunk down a bit, so adding a couple more slices on top. You keep doing this until you have no more curds left in the bottom. So another 30 minutes later, shrunk down a bit more, add some more slices on top. I didn't want to speed this part up for you curd nerds, because I really wanted to just see how long it actually takes to make this cheese. Didn't want to skip any bits. So this was over the course of about, I would say about 6 hours. Okay, so I got it all in there, and once the molds were filled, don't add any extra molds, and then we're going to leave it to drain overnight. So this is the next day, and you can see it's shrunk down a fair bit. It's become slightly firm on top, still quite runny. Well, not runny. It's not as firm as it should be. So we're just going to clean off the cheese board there that I'm using, just with hot tap water. Just getting all that excess cheese off, because we're going to use this now to flip the molds over every couple of hours, just to start with. So just making sure the area is clean again. That was a clean sponge. It wasn't from the last night's dishes or anything like that. So I'm just going to place the board down there. Now I ummed and ahed, or hemmed and hawed, or whatever you want to call it. Couldn't quite work out how I was going to flip these little babies over. So first of all, I thought, well, I'll be clever and grab them by the top, and I'm flipping. I thought, no, they're too delicate, so that just won't work. Then I thought, I'll grab the board and I'll flip it over, and I thought, normally I have two boards the same, but Kim was using the other board for something at the time, so I couldn't use it. Anyway, so what I decided to do was just take those off, put the bamboo mat on, and just slap them on top. Just lift it up a bit so there wasn't too much pressure. And then for this next one, just flip it over. So you do this every 12 hours for the next 4 to 5 days. Mine took about 4 days to drain enough. They're probably about half the size, as you can see there. This is 4 days later. So now we're going to salt the cheese. So we're going to use a teaspoon on the top and bottom. So that's 2 teaspoons of fine salt over the entire surface. So I just did top and bottom and then rubbed it with my hands for the rest. So that's 1 teaspoon on the top of that one, and then another teaspoon on top of the second one. And I give it a bit of a rub. They're still fairly moist at this time, and they do absorb the salt very readily. So we're just going to flip them over now. Very delicate, so just be careful. Not like that. Yes, I wasn't. Slippery little suckers. Remind me of escargot. Anyway, so then we put another teaspoon on the bottom, which is now the top, if that makes sense. And then on the second one. So that's 2 teaspoons of fine salt all over the cheese, so the top, and then out of shot I actually rubbed the sides as well with the salt that was left on my hands. And that seemed to be enough, no problems at all. So you let those sit for 10 minutes just for the salt to absorb. So once the 10 minutes is over, I just transferred them to the draining mat that I'm going to use in the cheese box now. Notice in a small ramekin I've just added another teaspoon of fine salt, and then I've got this French ash, which is a vegetable ash, and I'm using 1.5 tablespoons of the French ash, putting that into the ramekin with the 1 teaspoon of salt that I put in there. Plop that in, so that's a level tablespoon, and then I've got a 1/2 tablespoon on this ring here somewhere. Just gonna find it. There we go. So 1/2 tablespoon, and we put that into the ramekin as well. Now, ash is very messy stuff, as you can see. Now, don't forget to seal it straight away in case you knock it over. and all the ash goes flying everywhere. So I've just sealed the top of that again. So I'm using gloves. So give that a bit of a stir. So I'm stirring the ash and the salt together. Very important for the next step. And try not to spill it on your cheese at this stage. Anyway, that's what it looks like. It's just looks like activated charcoal. Okay, so I've got a tea ball here, which you normally put tea leaves in. But scoop some of the ash into the tea ball, and then let it close. And then we're going to use that to sprinkle ash all over the top of the cheese. Now what the ash does, it actually lowers the pH of the surface of the cheese. Ash is an alkaline, so it's alkaline in nature, so it lowers the overall acidity of the cheese. Now this is good because the Geotrichum candidum and the Penicillium candidum need a less acidic surface to grow on properly. So that's why we're using ash, and a little bit of salt just helps with the flavour and preserving and that sort of stuff. So once you've done the top, you can just simply pat down the ash, just gently. You can see it puffing up there. Anyway, so just gently pat it. Now I thought this was a bit of a disaster, but it seemed to work out in the end. You get black ash all over you. Anyway, so we pick it up and hold it as best we can. You can see how moist these cheeses still are. And this is after 4.5 days of draining. Anyway, the ash kind of took some of the moisture out of it. So just give that a bit of a pat and then roll it over somehow, and then sprinkle some more ash and salt mixture onto the cheese. Now the ash doesn't add any flavour or anything like that. It just, as I said, it lowers the pH of the surface of the cheese. Okay, this is a pretty good coating. Don't worry about if you've got too many gaps there. Just sprinkle a bit more ash. Oops, I run out. And dip some more in there. There we go. A bit more over the surface. Whatever you do, don't squeeze the cheese ball, because all the ash will go flying everywhere. Anyway, so I seem to have done the top and the sides, or the circumference, and I've got stuff, so I'll give it a quick wash. Anyway, so do the bottom, which is now the top of this one. Now you won't need much, you won't need any more ash than I prescribed in the recipe there, but so just sprinkle so there's an even layer over the top. Give it a pat. There we go, beautiful. That one's done, finally. So just swing them around, and then we're going to do exactly the same thing with the other one. So just give it a pat down once it's done, then give it another sprinkle. I'm sure there's an easier way, but this is the easiest way I could figure it out. There were no instructions in any of the recipes that I had. They just said sprinkle with ash. So I think this is quite ingenious. The little tea ball seems to work all right. You wouldn't do too many at once. If you had a whole plate or tray of these, I don't quite know how you'd do it. Anyway, the ash is fairly inexpensive and you don't use very much anyway. Anyway, there we are. I'm patting it down and it's fluffing up everywhere. Better wash my hands again. All right, so then we place, once they're fully covered in ash, try and separate them as much as you can. And we're going to place them in the ripening box and mature at 10 degrees Celsius or 50 Fahrenheit at 90% relative humidity. And we're going to turn the cheeses every 2 days. So we don't put the lid on tightly, just have it loose. Anyway, so this was day 5 of the cheese making process. At day 9, you can see a little bit of bloom there, just on the sides. It's just starting to get there and it's starting to dry out. Make sure that you check how much moisture is in the ripening box. So this is at day 11, so wipe out any moisture that collects down the bottom. So this is day 11 after flipping every 2 days. You can see one's nearly totally covered, and then at day 15 you can see they're totally covered with the white bloom from both the Geotrichum and the Penicillium candidum. So that's just the simple procedure of flipping them over. So as I mentioned before, try and keep them apart as much as you can. So day 21, they're ready. This is what it looks like. So here's one of my little beauties. And they're ready to eat. So I don't want them maturing as long as normal camembert or brie. This is perfect.
Right, so as you can see, very mouldy, and you can see the ash coming through just there, and same on this side. But let me just touch it. I've got ash on my fingers already. Doesn't take much, but you can see just by patting it down you can see the ash. Anyway, so let's cut it open. I would expect it to be a little bit gooey or creamy on the outside, which it is, and that's perfect. So let's get down a little bit lower and have a look at that.
So as you can see, there's a little bit of oozing on the sides, and that's great.
So let's see how it tastes. I've got some crackers here, and we're going to cut into the cheese and see how it goes. Oh, it cuts very nice. It's very smooth paste. A little bit oozy around the outside, but that's okay. Now these are just normal water crackers. There's no flavouring on them whatsoever. Oh, that is absolutely delicious. So you've got the flavour of the sherbet. So you've got the goat's cheese, a little bit of sharpness there. You can taste a little hint of the blue cheese, the Penicillium Roqueforti that's gone into it, and you can taste the silky smoothness of the outer rind. I tell you what, it's a flavour sensation. You can't taste the ash. So contrary to popular belief, you can't taste the ash. You don't need to cut it off. And where it's gone oozy, it's a little bit saltier than the inside part of the cheese. Oh, this is exceptional. I could win a contest with this. This is so nice. And the great thing is, I made it myself. How good's that? Oh, I'm gonna have a bit more. Oh. Oh, look at that. That is absolutely delicious. That is an amazing cheese. So good. I could eat this whole thing if you let me, but I'm not gonna. Oh, this is so good. So smooth, creamy paste, a little bit of sharpness, but the two different molds, so there's no blue development in the cheese. You won't get that after. So this is the 21st day of this cheese's life. So 21 days old, and this is exactly when I would cut it. I wouldn't let it develop anymore because you'll get too much ooziness in the rind itself, in between the rind and the surface of the cheese. But this is perfect. This is what I was after. I was after a bloomy goat's cheese with a little bit of blue cheese flavour and the sharpness of the sherbet. So, and it certainly has done that, and it's come out in spades, so that's fantastic. It really is a delightful cheese. What would I do differently? I think that during the draining, let's go back to the start. I would have added probably another 1/8 of a teaspoon of rennet. So I added 1/4 of a teaspoon of rennet. I would do that. That way it wouldn't all run
the softer part of the curd when I was putting it into the moulds, it wouldn't run. Like you saw, I thought it was going to be a disaster at that stage, but I persevered. Make sure you let them sit for at least 5 days in the camembert moulds. Otherwise, they'll go flat when you take them out. They have to drain excessively. There's a lot of moisture in this cheese because of the way we let it set, and we didn't cut it or anything like that. So do that. And I think the saltiness is right, so I got the salt right. So it was a teaspoon top and bottom, and I just rubbed that all over the cheese before I added the ash. And another thing with ash, it's messy stuff. So I found that little tea bag ball that I had, that worked really well on distributing the ash all over the cheese consistently and getting a proper layer. So I think that worked very well as well. And I was so impressed with the mold growth. What I did with the box was, instead of putting the lid on properly, all I did in the cheese cave, and this is what I'm going to do now for all bloomy cheeses, put the lid like that. Okay, so that prevents any of the moisture from dripping on the top. If there's any condensation, it was humid enough. This cheese was certainly moist enough, so I didn't have to worry about it too much. So I just kept the lid on it like that. I didn't seal it like I normally would. Would have been too humid. Just like that, and the mold grew perfectly, so there was no issue whatsoever. So that's how I managed the ripening box. Anyway, if you want to make this cheese, pop over to littlegreenworkshops.com.au and you can see all the supplies there. I even got a whole bunch of French ash in, just in case anybody wanted to make this one. Also, don't forget that you can subscribe to the channel and be notified of all these cheesy videos that I make. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we will see you next time.
Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers, and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive, and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States, and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print-on-demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print-on-demand services. So, because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream.
G'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be making chèvre. Well, as you can see, I'm all set up. I've sanitised my gear. I'm ready to pour my milk in, and I'm ready to get going. So let's get on with it, shall we? So I've got my Caprolac milk. This is the goat's milk that I found that was just pasteurised, and it wasn't ultra pasteurised. So I've got 4 litres of milk here. So the ingredients are 4 litres or 4 quarts of goat's milk, 1/4 teaspoon of mesophilic culture, 2 drops of calcium chloride, 2 drops of liquid rennet, and 1% of salt by weight of the final cheese.
Basically, we bring the milk up to temperature and we add the starter culture. We add just a tiniest little bit of rennet, and I'm going to add a tiny little bit of calcium chloride as well, just to help it set, just in case the pasteurisation was a little bit higher in temperature than it should have been. But anyway, we'll see how that goes. and hopefully in about 24 hours time it should set. So just to get that out the way. Don't know what happened there. Alright, so I'll bring it up to temperature now. Clip on my trusty thermometer. So we're looking for 25 degrees Celsius. Currently it's at 12, so this will take some time. So it needs to come up to 25 degrees Celsius. The Thermopan is just showing 25 there, which is spot on, which is fantastic. I've turned the heat off. I directly heated this milk. There's no issue doing that with such low temperatures, so I don't have to worry about it too much. Now the sides of the pot are just warm, so we don't have to go overboard there, and the clip-on thermometer on the side just says 25 as well. The 25 degrees Celsius is 77 Fahrenheit for those who are wondering. Okay, so I'm going to put my starter culture. I'm using the Mad Millie Mesophilic here. You can use MO30 or MA11 for chèvre. Now it says use, the recipe I'm using is out of the, I haven't modified it at all, this is out of the 200 Easy Homemade Cheese Recipes by Deborah Amrain Boys. Sorry Deborah if I mispronounced your name. Second edition. Great little book. It's got a lot of great recipes in it, including some cooking recipes. So now it says use 1/4 teaspoon of mesophilic culture, which means in this case 2 sachets. Let's get the things open here. That one's no good. That one's gone off. The reason I can tell it's gone off is because all of the culture has stuck to the inside of the packet. And that's a good sign that it's no good. And same has happened for this one. Alright, so back again. I got some good starter cultures this time. These ones are dry, they're not stuck to the inside of the packet, so you know they're okay. So they're free flowing and they're in date. The other ones were in date as well, but obviously no good. So that's a 1/8 teaspoon. And here's another one. And let's have a look at this one. Yep, that one's okay as well. So that's another 1/8 teaspoon. So that's a full 1/4 teaspoon of mesophilic starter culture. So I'm just gonna just slowly take my spoon out there. Should have done that beforehand, and I should have taken that out beforehand. Put the lid on and we'll let that rehydrate for 5 minutes. Where's Siri? Where are you, Siri? Bit disorganised today. Set timer for 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes and counting.
Thanks, Siri. So there we go, the 5 minutes is up, so let's get rid of that. I don't know what that is. Something not quite right. Righto, so we'll give that a stir just to rehydrate it now. And somehow there's a bit of fluff that's got in there. I don't want that in my cheese. See beauty of cheese making outside on the patio. Right, there we go. Give it a stir. Just check the temperature again. It's 24.9, that'll do. Okay, so it's ready for the next stage. Just stir that in. No ripening period. Well, there's one big ripening period for this cheese, and that's the 24 hours. So just basically stirring. Just
Get all that culture mix through. Alright, simple as that. Now for the tricky part. So I'm going to take a teaspoon of water, tablespoon of water, and before I do that I'll just unscrew the dripper part of my rennet. Before I do that I'll do my calcium chloride first. So I'm going to take a tablespoon of water and I'm going to put 2 drops of calcium chloride, and I'm going to pop my teaspoon of water into my milk. Give that a quick stir. Lovely day for cheese making. It's a balmy 17 degrees Celsius here. Got all the lights on outside because it's so dark. Right, so now we do the same with the rennet. Now in the recipe in the book I'm using, it says 1 drop of rennet. Now that her book refers to a IMCU of 280 to 300. Now my rennet is only 200, so I'll have to compensate, so I'll add an extra drop. 1, 2. Oop. Knew that was going to happen. There we go. As you can see, not a lot of rennet for 4 litres of milk. What will happen is that the milk will curdle mainly because of the starter culture reacting on the lactose within the cheese. Within the milk. The rennet will just give that a little bit of a kick along. That's all that will do. And leaving it for 24 hours at such a low temperature. I'll keep that inside in the kitchen, in a draft-free area, so I'm just going to put it right at the back of the stove. The stove won't be on or anything. The kitchen's usually between 18 and 20 degrees Celsius, room temperature anyway. We don't have any heating on in the house, so it'll stay that warm overnight. Right, that's enough for the stirring, that's it. So it'll just stay out of the draft-free area. That's it. We'll come back tomorrow in 24 hours and see what's happened to our cheese. Hopefully it's firmed up, and then I'll be able to put it into a draining bag, and we'll proceed on with the next step. See you then. So as you can see here, I'm just using a skimmer to ladle the curds into a butter muslin lined cheesecloth. Now the butter muslin was sanitised in boiling water for 5 minutes, and just scoop it out. You can see the whey is very clear, and you can see that the curds are so white compared to cow's milk. The reason that is that goat's milk doesn't have any beta carotene in it, so that's why it stays nice and white. So what we're doing here is just folding up opposite corners, and we're going to tie them into a knot so we can hang them like a bag. So there we go, so we can drip. Now we're not going to hold that there with our hand for hours on end. We've got something craftier. So I've got an old broom handle, so we're going to hang that and we'll allow that to drain for 6 to 7 hours to get the right consistency. Make sure you pop a pot underneath.
Okay, now we've been draining the chèvre for chèvre. We've been draining the goat cheese for nearly 7 hours now. So I'm just going to untie the knots that I put in it, and we're going to weigh it. because this is a necessary step, because we've got to figure out how much salt to add. We're going to add 1% salt by weight of cheese. Now, even though this looks like table salt, it's not. It's actually cheese salt that I've put in there. Now, Chev or chèvre, it depends on what I'm going to say it. It looks lovely and white and creamy. In fact, it looks absolutely delicious. I'll just tip it out into the bowl. First of all, I'll zero the scales. There we go. So I'll be able to make all sorts of things with this. Logs and dips and mix things in with it. There we go, that's all, got it all out. So that's 1.5 kilograms from 4 litres of milk. So 1% of 1.5 kilogram, 1,500. So 1% of that is 15 grams, I think. Just do some basic maths. Just to make sure I'm right. Minus 1%. It's 15 grams. Okay, so I need 15 grams of salt. There we go. Which looks about like a tablespoon and a half. So I'll just get that out of the way. So I'll just sprinkle that over the top. It looks like a lot, but it's not. So I'll now mix that through. Now this will also firm up in the fridge a fair bit, because this is still at room temperature. And once it firms up in the fridge, this is when I'll be able to make logs out of it and all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to leave this overnight with some plastic wrap over the top, or a tea towel over the top, and do some fancy things with it tomorrow. And that salt's all stirred through. I'm going to have a taste. Oh, that is to die for. Tangy, it's just a hint of salt. Smooth though, I tell you. Oh, something, timer's going off left, right and centre. God knows what that timer was for. Hope it wasn't anything important. There we go. There's our chèvre. Beautiful. You can see there. Just taste that again. Absolutely delightful. Okay. Like I said, I'll let that firm up overnight, and we'll do something with that tomorrow when I get home from work. Very exciting stuff. Lovely, easy cheese to make, this one. Anyway, there we go. Yeah!
So overnight in the fridge, it did firm up a little bit, so what we did was toasted some sourdough bread and you can see it spreads really easily. It's a lot firmer than what it was yesterday after I put the salt in it. It was quite runny, and it has firmed up. So it does look amazing, and let me tell you, it tastes equally amazing. It has the tang of a goat's a proper goat's cheese. Well, it is a proper goat's cheese, I suppose, but homemade. Slightly salty, but it doesn't have a bite, and it is so smooth. There's no graininess in the texture. It is just one simply amazing goat's cheese. I highly recommend that you make this version of a chèvre, or chèvre, or however you want to say it. It's just one amazing cheese. Don't forget that you can subscribe to the channel to get more cheesy videos like this one, and that you can buy all your cheese making gear and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today, a big announcement. I have finally just put the finishing touches on my beginner's cheese making course, and it's called the Curd Nerd Academy for beginners. So it's part of the Little Green Workshops brand / business, and Kim and I are going to be making many more courses besides this cheese one, of course, but the cheese one is the first one. So the great thing is there are 8 modules. So the Curd Nerd Academy course was built for aspiring curd nerds, and to make it a lot easier to understand the steps necessary to become a cheesemaker at home. So the good thing about the course is that it being online, you can work at your own pace. There are step-by-step instructions. We have sections on equipment, ingredients, essential skills, and then we go into making 9 different cheeses on the courses, from soft cheeses to pasta filata, and then finally some cooked curd cheeses. However, you do learn about all the different types of cheeses and the basic elements of cheese making throughout the course as well. Obviously, I highly recommend it because I made it. So if you are struggling to understand how cheese making works and you would like to get a head start on everybody else, then pop over to my cheese making academy, or Curd Nerd Academy, over at courses.littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I will put the link to the course in the description below, so go and check that out. I think it's fairly priced, and you'll get a lot of benefit out of it. There are also some bonus items, including a full copy of my ebook, Keep Calm and Make Cheese, the Beginner's Guide to Cheese Making Home, and a discount coupon for anything that you want to buy in the store at Little Green Workshops. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. I hope you pop over and have a look anyway at the curriculum for the course, the Curd Nerd Academy Beginners course. All right, once again, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. I'm going to be doing a series of cheese making videos this month that I'm going to be calling the Cheese a Day Challenge. So during the month of February, I'm going to be eating a cheese a day. Well, not the whole cheese, but some of the cheese, just so that I can share with you some of the wonderful cheeses that I've found just in the supermarket, and do a taste test and see what they taste like. Okay, the first cheese that we're doing this month is one that I found in the kitchen fridge, and it's a Jindy cheese. Jindy is the company, which is in Gippsland region of Victoria, in the town of Jindavik, of all places. Probably the name, that's why the name Jindy cheese came around. I'll just read what it says in the back. Says Gindy Triple Cream Brie is a full flavoured cheese with a butter-like texture that melts in your mouth. Beneath the white mould bloom lies a glorious golden interior. Crafted locally in Gippsland, Victoria, from full cream milk. So the ingredients in this cheese are pasteurised milk. And it says it contains a minimum of 14% cream, salt, starter cultures, and non-animal rennet. Okay, so it says the fat content, if I look at the total fat, it says 39 grams per 100 grams. So that's 39% fat. Okay, so that's Gindy Triple Cream Brie. So let's crack it open and have a look what's inside. Nice big sticker. I can see that the gold foil that is around the cheese is basically a perforated cheese wrap. So get in there. Goodness me, the sticker's incredible. Glad I don't want to reuse it. Okay. So yes, fairly firm. I've had it out of the fridge for about half an hour. But yeah, definitely it's micro perforated cheese wrap with silver aluminium on it. Let's get rid of that. And we've got what looks like a nice little cheese, full bloom cover. Like I said, it's fairly firm. So let's just cut it in half. That's really firm. So the paste is, well, it's quite yellow around the edges. It may have been in the fridge a little bit too long maybe, but it certainly isn't. Oh, you can press it and you get a bulge. So anyway, let's try it. It looks very rich. Now I'm going to try this cheese, well, raw, no crackers or anything like that. I want to get the full taste of the cheese. First, what's it smell like? Earthy, mushroomy tones. You can smell the creaminess as well. It's very flexible, it's not breaking. Very, very creamy. You can see the amount of extra cream they put into this. Very moreish. Let me just put that around in my palate for a little bit. Very nice. It's got, tastes a little bit like truffles as well. A little hint of that. More mushroomy flavours I can taste in the palate now. You can taste that richness as well, which is really good. Very, very nice. I've never been able to make a triple cream that is as creamy as this. So the paste is very stable. So I think they might have used a stabilised paste method, and you can achieve that in two ways. And I'm yet to experiment with it myself. And that is either use a thermophilic starter culture to make the paste firmer, or to wash the curds halfway through the process to lower the overall acidity of the cheese. So that stops the cheese from becoming runny just around the outside, just under the layer of mould. So I think that's what they must have done, or they aged it at a very, very low temperature. But very creamy. It is firm, but I think that because the age of the cheese, I had it in the fridge for about a month. Yeah, very nice, very delicious. I'd buy that again. I'd like it fresher, actually, as in just finished its 4-week to 6 week aging. I'd like to see what that tastes like then. But yeah, some nice flavours there. Quite nice. Great palate feel. It'd go nice with, say, a nice white wine. A dry white wine would bring out the flavours probably even more. Anyway, so that was Gindi Triple Cream Brie, I think. No, Gindi let me. Yes, it is. Gindi Triple Cream Brie. Sorry, I had to look at the packet again. But yeah, delightful little cheese. Very nice. Highly recommend it. It was about $6 for this wheel, $6 Australian. So not on the cheap side, but you don't really want cheap cheese. So yeah, very nice. I'd highly recommend going out if you are in Australia and you can get your hands on the Gindi Triple Cream Brie. Very nice. Anyway, I hope you liked this video. There will be many more to come. I'm hoping to make 28 or 29 all up. So watch out for tomorrow's episode, and that is going to be Roquefort. I've got some authentic Roquefort to try, so hoping to catch you tomorrow on the cheese a, what do I call it? Cheese a day? The Cheese a Day Challenge. Okay, all right, well, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds, and we will see you next time. So g'day Curd Nerds, welcome to day 2 of the Cheese a Day Challenge. Today I'm going to be tasting a very generic sort of cheese. This is from our local supermarket, Woolworths here in Australia, and it's just labelled as Camembert. It doesn't say where it was made, who it was made by. It's 125 grams of cheese. I think it costs something like $3 tops. So I think it's one of those cheeses that if you've never had a Camembert before and don't know where to start, then this is a good place to start, because we'll see what it tastes like. So it's in silver foil, which is unusual for white mould cheeses. Normally it's a micro perforated wrap. It's got a nice mushroomy smell, which is good. A slight hint of ammonia, but not much. And cutting into the cheese, ooh, it's got a nice oozy paste. This has been brought up to room temperature. Always eat your cheeses at room temperature. And with white mould cheeses, always eat the rind as well. It just adds to the flavour of the cheese. So as far as smell goes, it smells mushroomy. That's about it at the moment. So let me just try it without the cracker. Very light on the salt, creamy. It coats the mouth, nice creamy mouthfeel. Buttery is another word I'd use for it. Quite nice. Very, very mild. No strong flavours there whatsoever. Yeah, buttery, mushroomy, and certainly it's got a certain sweetness as well to it. So this cheese would be perfect for somebody who has never tried a white mould cheese. Absolutely delightful. Great for baking as well. You could use this cheese to bake. So make a baked Camembert, cut the top off, put something in the inside, with all that gooiness, and bake the cheese as well. That would work really, really well. But yeah, as a nice mild white mould cheese, yeah, it'll go okay on the cheese platter. A little bit too mild for me compared to the Camembert style cheeses that I make myself. But it's a commercial, standard, generic, no-name Camembert. Origins unknown. Somewhere in Australia, I would think. Does it say it was... Oh, made in Australia. Yeah, there we go. Not much else as far as information goes. Yeah, all right, yeah. So ingredients: pasteurised cow's milk, salt, calcium chloride, cultures, and non-animal rennet, with a fat content of 28.3%. So very light on the fat, but yeah, certainly a nice creamy, buttery sort of cheese for novice cheese tasters, I would think. Anyway, that was day 2 of the Cheese a Day challenge. So please join me tomorrow for a Meredith Dairy Sherv with dill. I'm very excited about that. I really like Meredith Dairy's cheeses. So hopefully this one will be equally as nice. But as I said, today was the generic no name version of Camembert, in name only, I think. But anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. And if you want to check out a good Camembert recipe that you can make yourself, go and check out the info card or the end screen. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Welcome to day 2 of the Cheese a Day challenge. Now, today's cheese is Roquefort. And this Roquefort is made by a French company, well, it's made in France. Roquefort is a sheep's milk blue cheese. And this one weighs 100 grams, which is, what's that, 3.5 ounces. So I'll just read this blurb off the back, if I can read it. Is it in English? Oh, yes, it is. It says, a soft blue vein cheese made from unpasteurized sheep's milk. Ingredients, unpasteurized sheep's milk, salt, cultures, and animal rennet. Oh, and Penicillium roqueforti. Hence where the name comes from. Okay, that's about all it says, and the fat content is 31.7%. So quite should be quite rich and creamy. So let's crack into this cheese. Very excited. This is my first Roquefort. Let's have a look. How do I open this? Get away, flies. Oh, smells hard to describe. Well, certainly the mould in it is not blue, it's actually green. So let me just get it out of this packet. Like that, I assume. There we go. And upon inspection, there's only, even though it's got lots of holes in it, it's only got a little bit of mould in it. The aroma is... it smells creamy. It smells a little bit like earthy, a little bit of aroma of slightly ammonia, which is okay for this sort of cheese. It's got a very strong smell, so let's go with that, shall we? So let's try some of this magical sheep's milk cheese, shall we? This is one of the very few unpasteurised cheeses that can be imported into Australia, and don't ask me why, it just is. Okay, let's try a little bit. I'm putting it on a cracker for the full experience. With all my crow mates, if you can hear them. All right. First thing that hits me is salt, a lot of salt, creaminess, and that classical blue taste. Really rich, really, really nice. It differs so much from cow's milk cheeses that I've eaten before. This sheep's milk version of blue is just outstanding. Really, really nice. Oh, and that blue bite, the penicillium Roquefort bite at the end is just absolutely delightful. Lingers in the mouth, really good. Anyway, try some more. Really, really good. Bloody flies. That is one of the best blue cheeses I think I've ever tasted. And you would hope so, seeing it's supposed to be the king of blue cheeses. So, really, really nice. Great flavour, very consistent throughout. But it is quite a salty cheese. So, for those who don't like a lot of salt in their cheese, may not like Roquefort. Anyway, now this cheese cost, this little 100 gram piece cost me $7.50 Australian. So a little bit on the expensive side for a piece of cheese that weight. But seeing it's imported and seeing it's authentic Roquefort, then I'll let that slide. So yeah, definitely a very lovely piece of cheese, especially seeing it's authentic Roquefort. Anyway, so very cool. Thank you for watching, as always. That was Roquefort, and if these damn flies go away, it'll be fantastic. It's going to be a hot one today, about 37 degrees Celsius, that is. So all of you guys and girls suffering in the US and the UK, I feel sorry for you. It's lovely weather, and Kim's actually in the swimming pool as we speak, right next to me here. I'm not going to show you, but she's just there. So tomorrow, the cheese will be Shore River Buffalo Mozzarella, and it will be my first buffalo mozzarella that I've ever tasted. Anyway, I hope you can join me tomorrow. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Welcome to day 6 of the Cheese a Day challenge. Today, hopefully it's a special treat. This is King Island Dairy's Cape Wickham Double Brie. I'll just read from the box. It says creamy, full flavoured brie, crafted from King Island milk. Indeed it is. It has a fat content of 31.6%. It's a little bit of a spiel on the back. Let me just read that to you. It says, King Island is located at the western entrance to Bass Strait, a wild stretch of ocean between Tasmania and the Australian mainland. According to local legend, straw mattresses containing dried grass seeds were swept ashore from French and English shipwrecks in the 1800s and germinated in the rich soils of the island, creating lush, pure pastures. As a result, the cows on King Island Dairy are reputed to produce the sweetest milk in the land. It is with this milk that the talented King Island Dairy cheesemakers produce their award-winning handcrafted cheese. Anyway, so it's in a little wooden box. Very nice. Let's just crack it open. Oh, easier said than done. Oh, and then it's in some micro-perforated wrap. You could use, if you're going to bake this cheese, you could rip off the labels like this. There we go. And you could bake the cheese in the little wooden box. I don't think that would be an issue whatsoever. Anyway, that's what the little wooden box is for. Oh, it's got no sticky tape or anything, so somebody's practiced wrapping. All right. So I've never seen blue micro-perforated paper before, but unusual. Oops, there we go. Let's have a smell. Oh, a little bit of ammonia. Could be just how I've stored it in the fridge, but you know, it's nearly gone. So, yeah, a little bit of ammonia smell, which is typical for white mould cheeses. when the Penicillium candidum grows on the outside of the cheese, it releases ammonia as a gas, which is just part of the cheese making process. So yeah, so a little bit of ammonia smell there up front. It's calmed down. It now smells mushroomy. So once that initial woof of ammonia goes, it's just because it was wrapped up in this, that's all. That'll go away. The cheese is not off by any stretch of the imagination. But there are little flecks of blue that are, yeah, it's from the wrap. I don't like that. All right, that's gone. So I've had to pick those off. Get off. Right. So without further ado, let's crack open. This has been sitting at room temperature for about 30 minutes. So maybe it'll be oozy, maybe it won't be. Not too bad. There's a wedge there. It's springy. It looks smooth. Yeah, that ammonia smell's totally gone. So now it's a mushroomy flavour or smell. But let's have a taste. A little bit more salty than the cheese on day two, the generic camembert. Certainly the paste is creamy all the way throughout. Very nice, very well made cheese. Lovely mushroomy, buttery, creamy textures. Fresh, umami flavour, yeah. They're the sorts of flavours, and yes, it's coated the whole mouth, which is good. Doesn't dissolve in your mouth. But yeah, this is really, really nice. A great cheese. Let me just taste some more of that rind. That's good. A lot stronger than the generic camembert too. More flavours. Lovely cheese. Nice, robust brie, double brie. So it's got a bit of cream in it, a little bit more higher fat content than a lot of camembert style or brie style cheeses. Very nice after flavour. I still taste a little bit, but more the mushrooms and the creaminess than anything else. So that's a very nice cheese, as I kind of expected. So well done to King Island Dairy for producing a very nice double cream brie. Is that what they call it? Yeah, a double brie they've called it. So yeah, very good. So if you can get your hands on one of these, then it definitely will be worth the money. I don't think it was cheap. I think it was something like $8 or something for, how many grams have we got here? 200 grams. So yeah, very nice cheese. This would go very well on a cheese platter. And as a baked cheese, ooh, nice flavour, nice flavour. If you cut the top off and maybe say put some cranberries on top or something like that to add a little bit more flavour, even though it really does stand by itself quite well. So tomorrow's cheese is going to be Ashgrove cheese, smoked cheddar, smoked Tasmanian cheddar. So I'm looking forward to that. I do like a nice smoked cheese. And Ashgrove cheeses are quite well known in Australia. They do make some nice cheese. But today was the King Island Dairy Double Brie, so very nice. If you can find it in your supermarket, then do yourself a favour and go and buy this one. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerd. If you want to make your own double brie, I've made it myself before. It was a little bit like this, probably not so much, not so creamy, that's for sure. But you can check out the video in the info card on how to make it. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, bonjour, mon ami.
or as we say here in Australia, g'day curd nerds. Today you're watching the How to Make French Cheeses live stream. During the stream you'll see many amazing French cheeses that I've made over the course of my cheese making journey. Thank you so much for watching today. As always, if you want to support the show, don't forget that you can hit the join button down below or sign up on Patreon. Every little bit helps keep the channel going and growing. Well, enjoy the rest of the stream. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're going to be making petite chili brie. So this is a modification of my fake camembert or stabilised paste washed curd cheese, which is kind of what a lot of commercial cheesemakers make their camemberts like. It's the same sort of process. You would have seen in the fake camembert video that the cheeses turned out absolutely fantastic. They were a little bit salty, so I've eased back on the brining time for these ones, and I've added in chili flakes into the curds, and I've also added the water that I rehydrated the chili flakes with into the milk to start with. Now, it's going to turn out, well, I hope it's going to turn out into a delightful little cheese. We won't know that until the taste test video, which will be in about 4 to 6 weeks. We'll see how that goes. I've just got to test the little buggers for firmness. If it starts to get a little bit squishy in the middle, then I'll know that it's ready to eat. Anyway, they're all wrapped up, ready to go into the kitchen fridge for their maturation time at 4 degrees Celsius or 39 Fahrenheit. So let's see how I made petite chili brie. So as always, don't forget to sanitize your equipment. I'm boiling the stainless steel utensils there that I'm using today. And for the plastic molds, I have washed them in hot soapy water and I have sprayed them all with vinegar and letting them dry off. Now the milk I'm using today is Inglenook Dairy's full cream unhomogenized milk. It's a lovely milk, great for cheese making. So the ingredients for this cheese is 4 litres or 4 quarts of whole cow's milk, 1/32 of a teaspoon of Floridanica or Sacco MO36R aromatic mesophilic, 1/32 of a teaspoon of thermophilic culture, you can use any, it's no big deal, 1/32 of a teaspoon of Penicillium candidum, 1/64 of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum, 1/4 of a teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 of a cup of non-chlorinated water, 10 drops or 0.5 millilitres of single strength rennet diluted in 1/4 of a cup of non-chlorinated water, an 18% brine solution, and 1 tablespoon of chili flakes of your choice in 1 cup of non-chlorinated water. So give your milk a stir and start heating it to 35 degrees Celsius or 95 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm just heating it initially on the stove top, then I'll transfer it over to my sink where I've got the sous vide heated up the water, and that will maintain it during the cheese making process. Now there's a little bit too much water in there, so I'm just taking some out so the pot doesn't float, and then just putting the plug back in again. So just giving that a quick stir, checking the temperature. And it's a little bit on the low side, so I'm going to pop the lid on it and move on to the next part of the chili brie process. So over on the stove top, I've got my 1 tablespoon of chili, and I add those flakes and the 1 cup of water to a small saucepan. So we're simply going to rehydrate or sanitize those chili flakes. So we're going to bring that to the boil, and then we're going to simmer that for 10 minutes, and that should impart some colour and flavour into the water, as well as get rid of any yeasts or moulds that could have been on the chilies by the boiling. So just turn that off and then strain into a bowl and retain both the water and the chili flakes. So let that water cool off. We're going to use it in the process in a minute. Get the last of all those chili flakes out. I want them in my chili brie. Okay, so the water should, the milk should be up to the correct temperature now. And it's fairly close, 34, 1 degree off. That'll heat up. Probably need to turn the sous vide up probably a degree above the target temperature I want of the milk. But first of all, we're going to add the Flora Danica. Just sprinkle that over the top of the milk. Then we're going to add the thermophilic starter culture. And then we're going to add the 2 moulds, the Penicillium candidum and the Geotrichum candidum. Now allow that to rehydrate for 5 minutes. And then stir in the cultures and moulds into the milk. So once they're stirred in, add the chili water to the milk and give that a good stir. The milk will change colour slightly, but that's no big deal at all. Pop the lid on, and we're going to allow the milk to ripen for 3 hours. So start making this cheese early in the morning. So just giving that a quick stir to incorporate the cream back into the milk. Just check the temperature, and yep, it's nearly spot on, which is great. You can see I've got the sous vide set at 36 degrees, so it's above. Now we just check the pH. It should be between 6.2 and 6. So just checking it there. And it's not quite low enough, so it's at 6.4 according to the test strip. So I'm going to leave it for another 20 minutes before I test it again. Let those starter cultures acidify the milk a little bit better. This is how we ensure a stabilised paste. So just giving that a stir again. We're going to check the pH of the milk again. Using the test strip, and it's changed colour, so it's about 6.2, which is perfect. So I'm going to proceed on with the process. So just check the temperature. Make sure it's ready to go. Yep, 35 or pretty close. There we go, perfect. So just turn that down a little bit so it doesn't creep up. So we're going to add the calcium chloride to the milk now. This ensures you get a firm curd set when you're using pasteurised milk. So give that a good stir. And now we're going to add the rennet to the milk. So just give that a stir, but no more than 1 minute. Now I'm not doing the flocculation method for this cheese because I've made this recipe before and I know that it's an accurate timing. So allow the milk to set for 45 minutes. And then once 45 minutes has elapsed, we are going to check for a clean break. I just put the knife in, turn it sideways, and if it splits cleanly, which it does, that's perfect. So I'm going to cut the curds into 1.25 centimetre or half-inch cubes, just doing the horizontals with the curd harp there, and using the curd knife to do the vertical cuts. Try to cut the curds as evenly as you can, this will help in the long run. Pop the lid on, and we're going to let those heal for 5 minutes. So you can see the curds have sunk a little bit there, which is a good sign. So what we're going to do now is stir the curds every 10 minutes for 3 repetitions. We're only stirring for about a minute. We don't want to expel too much whey. So this is the first time. Don't want to expel too much whey because we want this to be a fairly soft cheese. So 10 minutes later, this is the second time. You can see more whey has been expelled. Notice I'm keeping it at the target temperature of 35 Celsius during the whole process. And then this is the third time, or thrice. There we go, just a gentle stir to prevent it from matting together. So I'm going to allow the curds to settle now for 10 minutes. And meanwhile, heat up 1.5 litres or 1.5 quarts of water to the same temperature, 35 Celsius or 95 Fahrenheit. Now we're going to use a ladle and a sieve. We're going to remove 1.5 litres or 1.5 quarts of whey. Just using a measuring jug to gauge that. And then just replace that whey with the water that you've heated up. Just before you do that though, give it a gentle stir because this stops it from matting as you pour the water in. So give that a stir now. And stir for about 30 seconds, just to stop things from matting together. The temperature's about right, it'll stay warm as I keep the sous vide in there. So cover that and rest for 10 minutes. And then stir for another 30 seconds. And then cover that back up again. Now cover and let that rest for 30 minutes. Now that should have all sunk to the bottom. So we're going to dip out the whey to the level of the curds this time. Remove it from the heat. I've just unplugged it and all the water's drained out. And I've turned the sous vide off and just remove that from the workspace. So to prevent the curds from matting, give them a quick stir. So still a bit of whey in there, but that's okay. Now I'm going to add the chili flakes into the curds. So I'm going to mill them in with the curds. So add them in and mix the chilies well. Now I found that a tablespoon of chili flakes was just right for this cheese. I don't think you want any more, unless you want it really hot, of course. But then you can just use hotter chili flakes. So good stir through. And now we're ready to put the curds into the molds. Now initially I used 4 10 centimetre or 4-inch molds. But I may have overstirred the curds because they had shrunk quite a bit. And I found that I didn't have as much curds as I thought I did. But we can fix that later on. So we're going to let these drain now for 1 hour. So after an hour, we're just going to flip the cheese 3 times in 5 hours. So they're fairly firm because of this process. Just take them out of the mould and flip them over. It's the easiest way to do it. That way you'll get a smooth surface on the bottom of the cheese as well as the top. So flipping them over, a thought came to mind, looking how small they were after that 1 hour of draining. And I came to a decision point about now. So mine were too small, so what I chose to do was combine 2 to make 1. So I took it out of the basket and popped the 2 rough surfaces together. There we go. And then I gave them a bit of a press. Had a look at the height and I thought, yeah, that's okay. After the draining, they should be fairly good. So just press them firmly to combine the 2 layers together. And as it drains, they will knit together anyway. That's what curds do. So just firmly on top. Just placing a mat over the top, keep any beasties off during draining. So that was the second, that's the second flipping. So the layers stuck together successfully, so that was a good sign. So I just turned them over. And they're looking about the right height that I was after. Perfect. So this is the final flipping. So I've been flipping for 5 hours, draining and flipping for 5 hours. And the cheese is the perfect height that I wanted for these chili bries. Okay, so after that 5 hours has elapsed, we're going to remove the cheese from the moulds. And instead of using my normal brining bucket, I find these smaller cheeses don't brine very well in the brining bucket. I'm just going to use my maturation box and pour the brine. This is a fresh batch that I made earlier in the day. And you can check out my brining video here. So I poured that in, and I'm going to place the 2 chili bries into the brine. Now there's not enough brine in there, and luckily I had some in a bottle, so I'll top that up. We're going to brine it for 2 to 3 hours depending on how salty you want them. So now that they're floating, that's a good sign. Sprinkle a layer of salt on the top surface and turn after an hour of brining time, and then repeat the salting. And then let it go for 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours. This just ensures that maximum salt is absorbed during that time. So I chose 2 hours of brining time. I think the initial recipe was like 6 hours and they were just way too salty. Alrighty, so once the brining time has elapsed, then remove the cheeses from the brine and place them on a mat. Just move those out of the way. I'm just going to save this brine because we can use it for our next cheese. So it has got a few chili flakes in it, so I'm just using a sieve to filter those out. And then I'll store that in my cheese fridge at 13 degrees Celsius. So just give the ripening box a bit of a wipe out after I used it with the brine with some paper towel. And now we're going to pop the chili bries back into the ripening box. Allow those to air dry uncovered for 24 hours, and I turned them about every 6 hours. Just pop a little umbrella on top of that, keep any flies or dust or what have you off of the cheese. 24 hours seemed to be enough, so these were touch dry. There we go. Nice umbrella. So cover and ripen in a cheese fridge at 11 Celsius or 52 Fahrenheit at 90% humidity until they're coated with the white mould. So I turned them every 2 days and have so religiously during the cheese making process. Don't worry too much about those holes. You can see that the mould grows over. It takes about 14 to 21 days for a full mould covering. And there they are. Just a little bit of a flip. Now we make sure we flip them or turn them, those every 2 days, to stop them from sticking on the mat. If you neglect them, the mould grows through the mat and you are going to tear the rind of the cheese. Okay, looking lovely. I think that's a fair coating. I think I left it for about another 2 days before I started to wrap the cheese. So once they're fully coated and you're happy with the surface of the cheeses, we're going to wrap each cheese in micro perforated cheese wrap, which you can get readily available from most good cheese making suppliers. Now here's my attempt at wrapping the first one. Yep, I'm not very good at this. Bit of a dog's breakfast, really. Oh, the agony. I'm also terrible at wrapping gifts, as you can probably figure out here. I promise I'll do the next one much better. Anyway, once you've got it wrapped, then fasten it with a single piece of tape. Put that one aside and then wrap the next one. So I figured out how to do it. You take opposite corners. There we go, look at that. And then just tuck the sides in, fold it over and do the same. Half the time it took to do the first one. There we go. Stick a bit of tape on and squish the sides in. Nice, all done. Couldn't have done it better myself. Ta-da! Okay, so what we're going to do now is ripen it further now that they're wrapped. I've just cleaned out my ripening box, popped the 2 wrapped chili brie in there, and now we're going to ripen them at 4 degrees Celsius or 39 Fahrenheit in your kitchen fridge for 4 to 6 weeks until they're soft to press in the middle. Anyway, back to Gav.
So as you can see, the process was not very different from the fake camembert. I wanted to make this stabilised paste cheese again because I really enjoyed the flavour, and I jumped at the chance because Kim, my lovely wife, told me she really enjoyed a chili brie that's made by, I think it's Unicorn brand here in Australia. A lovely little cheese, and I could tell by the structure of it that it was a stabilised paste style cheese. So I set out to make it, and hopefully we'll soon know in the taste test whether I've achieved that. I do believe that it looks pretty good, certainly from the photos and just studying the cheese with the white mould all over it before I wrapped it. I don't think it'll have too many problems with aging. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. As always, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. If you haven't already subscribed, please do so and ring that little bell, and you'll get notified of other cheesy content that I produce. Well, if you want to buy the kit to make this, you could either buy the specialty cheese kit, which is on the website, or the camembert kit. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds, welcome to another cheese video. This one's a taste test for my chili brie, and here it is. So my chili brie was made in, oh, the writing's rubbed off. It was a while ago, about 4, 6, maybe 8 weeks ago. But yeah, it is little micro perforated cheese wrap, and it was based on a cheese that we found in the supermarket. It was based on this cheese here, which is unicorn chili brie, and you can see that there. So this has very similar stuff inside that mine does. So it's got milk, cream, salt, starter cultures, non-animal rennet, and chili, which is exactly what I put into my cheese. So let me open this up and we'll have a look and see how good the white mold growth was. And yeah, I think my wrapping is actually on par with their wrapping, so that's a good thing. So I'm not such a disaster at wrapping things as I thought I was. Anyway, let's cut this open. I used one sticky tape, I think. There we go. Oh, I can see underneath. I think we've got a lovely white mold coating. Goodness me, look at that. So that's spot on. Oh, I can smell it now. Oh, look at that. That is just phenomenal. Oh, it smells earthy, mushroomy. Just kind of what you want. Now this has come up to room temperature. If you press it, it's a little bit firm, which is okay. That's the style. Remember, this was based on the how do I say it again? It's based on the stabilised paste washed curd white mold cheese recipe that is in Giannis Caldwell's Mastering Artisan Cheese Making book. So it's adapted from that. It's not exactly the same. Fairly close though. All right, so the mold growth is fantastic. There's no mushiness, or sorry, soggy bits. The mold, there's no blue mold, it's just all white, which is fantastic. So without further ado, let's cut into this bad boy. Oh no, we don't cut it in half, do we? That's what we do. We do cut a wedge. Oh, that's nice. Cut a wedge there. And look at that. That's magnificent. Yeah, a little bit squishy when you press it. So it's got chili all the way through it. And yeah, the white mold has made it a little bit firm. You can see it's aged quite well because the around the outside, there's a little bit of rind action going on. It's a little bit darker on the outside than it is on the inside. So this is a typical example of a stabilised paste white mold cheese. A few holes and stuff in it where it didn't press, but don't press them anyway. They're pressed under their own weight. But let's cut a sliver. Yeah, that is starting to get a little bit gooey there. Now it's been sitting here at room temperature for about 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours. So let's try it. We'll try it without cracker first. So cracker-lacking, and then we'll try it with a cracker. So here we go. Lots of chili through it, which is fantastic. My goodness. The salt, perfect. I think I only salted these for 2 hours, if I remember rightly. 2 to 2.5 hours. Oh, absolutely perfect. And the chili flavour, great. It's not really strong like I kind of expected, but it's between mild and hot, if that makes any sense. That is so good. Oop. It never fails to impress me, that stabilised paste fake camembert recipe. But as I said, this is a chili brie, not to be confused with a camembert. The only difference between a camembert and a brie is the size. This is a petite brie, as they kind of label it these days. But anyway, let's have a little bit with a cracker. This is not as moist. Well, I'm going to do a comparison in a minute with the unicorn one. Oh, that's nice. It's okay. Crack adds a little bit more texture, but nothing more to the cheese really. So I'm so glad that I actually mixed the chilies through the curds before I put them into the molds. I think that helped a lot. And it doesn't really matter. You really remember on the sides of the cheese there were there was cavities in the sides of the cheese. You can't tell. You couldn't tell now because the white mold's covered it up. It's made a really nice rind. And sure, there's some mechanical holes in the middle, but like I said, it was pressed under its own weight. The recipe is what it is, and I think it's really good. No, I don't think. I know it's really good because I've just tasted it. So no, really good. So let's. I've got to have another bit. That one's for Kim. Alrighty. So good. Anyway, so let's compare the two. So this is unicorn cheese, and it's made in. It's manufactured by Snow Brand Australia Proprietary Limited in Nowra in New South Wales. Hey, I used to work there when I was in the Navy at the Naval Air Station. Anyway, a little bit of history. So, Unicorn brand. This is 125 grams. Mine's a lot heavier and a lot thicker. This is a lot thinner. Let's compare the two. Here we go. There we go. Mine's about a centimetre taller, which is okay. Let's take the big sticker off. They've used the same sort of micro perforator paper that I've used to wrap the cheese, which is good. Oh, come here. Get off. These big stickers make it difficult. Right, now this has been sitting in the cheese in the fridge for, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks since we bought it. I wanted to buy it for a comparison. Oh, the mold coating looks very similar. Similar clarity. It's a little bit squishier. So you can press down, you can see it move, whereas mine doesn't kind of move. Anyway, let's take a little wedge out of this one, just so we can see the difference. So there's a little bit squishier, I suppose, that's the word for it. And there's chili through it, but certainly not as much chili as mine. Compare the two. Mine's got a lot more chili going through it compared to the Unicorn brand. Anyway, let's just try this one by itself. Colours similar. Mine's a little bit darker. Mine's firmer compared to this one's a bit runnier. I think this one's a bit older though, but that's okay. All right, let's try. Texture's a lot smoother. Well, not smoother. It's a lot runnier. So like a runnier camembert, but I can tell this is kind of like it does remind me of a stabilised paste, but not as stable as this one. Same chili flavour, depth, saltiness is very similar. Very similar saltiness. The white rind is thicker though on the Unicorn one. But nice. Which is good because very similar. in flavour, but not in squishiness. So like this one's kind of runny-ish on the inside. You can press it and you can see it bulge, whereas you press mine, bulges slightly, but not as much. But two absolutely lovely cheeses. I nearly nailed it, I think. Maybe if the curds weren't as firm when I put them into the baskets, into the hoops, it could have got a little bit more runnier. I remember the first time round when I made this style of cheese, the stabilised paste white mould cheese, that it was quite firm like this as well. So maybe I need to stir it a little bit less to have a little bit more moisture. But look, for the style of cheese it is, I think it's fantastic. It really is. Really nice cheese. So my verdict is, do yourself a favour and try it out. If you're into the unicorn chili brie, then fill your boots and try and go and buy one. If you're here in Australia, they're available in most supermarkets. It's a very nice little cheese, but however, I do prefer my one being a little bit firmer, and it's got more chili through it and a little bit more bite. But yeah. If you're not a cheese maker and you're just watching these videos because you like watching me make cheese, then yeah, you can buy a similar sort of cheese if you're living here in Australia. So if you want me to make more sort of comparison videos like this, based on a cheese I bought in the supermarket and I'll try and replicate it, then please leave a comment below. I would love to know your thoughts on this style of video. Kim's going to absolutely love both of these. She loves the unicorn one and definitely loves the stabilised paste one that I've made before. But yeah, look, it's Moorish, that's for sure. It's a very, very nice cheese. The flavours are fantastic. The paste is fantastic. And of course, the taste is fantastic. That's what's really important. You can have the ugliest looking cheese, but if it tastes good, hey, it's no problem really, is it? That just melts in your mouth. Oh. But hey, I'm not biased at all. Anyway, well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, as always. I appreciate your time. If you haven't already subscribed, then please do so and ring the little bell so you get notified of more cheesy videos. If you liked it, give it a thumbs up. If you didn't, well, you know what to do. You can support the show by being a YouTube member or a Patreon. Links are in the description below. You can buy the Camembert kit that we have. It gets baskets, but you'll have to add in obviously some extra cultures that I use, the thermophilic culture and Floridanica, I believe. The two cultures that I use for this, and obviously Penicillium candidum and Geotrichum. So just if you want a basic kit with the equipment, then yeah, try the Camembert kit. We've got a couple in stock at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you next time.
Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're going to learn how to make Comté style cheese. Urged on by my many Curd Nerd fans and followers, I've decided to release my Comté style cheese process. The video is a little bit technical, so those who have never made cheese before maybe want to go and check out my Start Here playlist on the channel. But this cheese is definitely between intermediate and advanced, and it is a cheese well worth making. Now, having said that, this cheese was neglected during affinage due to my back injury, so I didn't get to taste the final product. However, I have it on good authority by fellow Curd Nerd Shauna, who has made it using the exact recipe and says it is one of the best cheeses she has ever made. So, let me show you how I made Comté style cheese. So the ingredients for Comté are 13 litres or about 3.5 gallons of cow's milk that's been pasteurised unhomogenised, 1/8 of a teaspoon of mesophilic. I'm using MO30 culture, 1/8 of a teaspoon of thermophilic MOT92 culture, 1/32 of a teaspoon of protective culture, you can use LPRA or wholeback LC, half a teaspoon or 2.5 mils of single strength liquid rennet diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, half a teaspoon or 2.5 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, and some cheese salt. Now just pour your milk into your pot. It's not boiling water in the bottom, it's just the water left over from when I sanitised everything. Give it a bit of a stir just to mix the cream in, and cover the pot. Now I'm just filling the sink up with water, and we're going to heat the milk to 32 degrees Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. Just adjusting my precision cooker there. That's going to heat the water in the water bath, which in turn heats the milk. So I'm just checking to make sure that it's reached the target temperature. Give it a little bit of a stir first. And we're good to go by the looks of it. There we go, there's a close-up. Always remember to stir your milk whilst checking the temperature, because the heat rises and cold sinks, so just make sure that you're stirring it and you get a better, more accurate temperature. So now we're going to add the diluted calcium chloride solution and give that a stir as well, just to incorporate it into the milk. So stir for about a minute. And now we're going to add the starter cultures. So first I'm adding the mesophilic, or I'm using MO30, which is the same as MA11. Just sprinkle that over the surface of the cheese. Cheese? Milk. Oh goodness. We're off to a good start. Add the thermophilic culture, MOT92, and sprinkle that over the top of the milk as well. Now, if you're using a protective culture, then you can add the LPRA or wholeback LC now. If not, don't use it. So rehydrate for 5 minutes and then stir thoroughly. So now that the cultures are stirred all the way through, we're going to put the lid on and we're going to allow the cultures to ripen, or the milk to ripen, for 1 hour at 32 Celsius, 90 Fahrenheit. So give that a stir, because some of the cream would have floated to the top if you're using unhomogenized milk. Just checking the target temperature. I'm a little bit off, but that's okay. Now we're going to add the rennet solution. Just slowly pour that while stirring the milk. And stir for no more than 1 minute. So put the lid on and allow it to set for 30 minutes. This is quite a soft curd, so we don't need too much setting time. So just check for a clean break. There we go, nice. It splits well. Now it's time to cut the curd. I'm going to use my curd cutter and cut the horizontals first, but we're going to cut overall the cubes into 1 centimetre, which is about 1/2 inch. So using my curd knife, I'm going to cut the verticals using a crosshatch method or a checkerboard method. So cut them one way and then cut perpendicular to them. That way we should get some nice even cubes. So pop the lid on and allow the curds to rest for 10 minutes. Now the curd should have shrunk a little bit during this time. Now we're going to cut the curds a little bit smaller into pea-sized pieces using a whisk. So you're just stabbing the curds up and down. Because Comte has a very tight-knit paste, the curds are usually a lot smaller, and by cutting the curds smaller, you're basically expelling a lot more whey. Now I'm going to heat the curds to 55 degrees Celsius or 131 Fahrenheit over the course of 1 hour, and we're stirring the whole time. Just gently, mind you. So we're just checking to make sure at the end of that hour that we're at the right temperature. It did take about an hour to get there for me using the precision cooker. Make sure that you stirred with the whisk during the whole time. You'll find that the curds are about rice grain size, as you can see. Now you can stir with the whisk the entire time, but I switched to the spoon. It was a little bit easier. So now I'm taking a spoonful of the curds and doing a squeeze test, just squeezing them together, see if they hold together, and then push them apart with my thumb, and that means that the curds are cooked correctly. So pop those back in, pop the lid on, and now we're going to remove the heat and the pot. And I've got another pot there, and I've just sprayed my damp sanitized cheesecloth with white vinegar to prevent the curds from sticking. When they're hot, they do tend to stick. Now we're going to line a basket with the cheesecloth and place it into the pot. What we're going to do is press underway. So we're going to ladle the curds into the cloth-lined basket. Now I haven't drained the curds out of the big pot at all. There you go, you can see the curds are still floating in the whey. So just ladle the entire amount into the second pot that's holding the cheese basket. Now this helps consolidate the curds together. Eventually, when I've finished, the whey should submerge the basket completely. There we go, down to the end, and you can see that there's a lot of whey in there, and I've got all the curds in the basket. There we go. Now, there was a little bit too much whey in the pot. I couldn't, the basket was floating around, so I just removed a little bit of it there. Then we got the cloth, and we put that over the top of the cheese. It's a bit easier when you've got it out of the way. There we go. So just fold that over, pop the follower on top, just make that a smooth surface. Pop the follower on top. Now I'm using a milk bottle, So the milk carton is 2 litres, so when full, it's 2 kilograms of water. I'm just spraying that with white vinegar and washing it to make sure that there's no beasties on it. And then we're going to lightly press the cheese at 2 kilograms or 4.4 pounds and keep it submerged for 30 minutes. As I said, this will knit the curds together and there shouldn't be any mechanical holes. It's a good little trick if you want a cheese that is really, really tight knit. So I'm just removing that from the pot with the whey. And you can use that for ricotta, which I did. Now we're taking the cheese out of the basket and we're going to flip it over. It's fairly well consolidated. It wasn't too delicate, so it was quite easy to turn over. And it didn't stick to the cheesecloth, which was a bonus. There we go. These high temperature cheeses sometimes do stick to the cloth, which is why I sprayed it with vinegar, as you saw. Now I'm just folding the excess back over the cheese and put the folder on top. Popping the spring back into the spring press and then tighten it down. And we're going to press it 5 kilograms or 11 pounds for 30 minutes. There we go, 30 minutes on the clock. So 30 minutes later, we're going to remove the cheese from the press. And it's knitted together quite well, which is good. So once more, we're going to turn it and wrap it again. Pop it back into the basket. And this time we're going to press it at 10 kilograms or 22 pounds for 1 hour. There we go. So an hour later, I'm going to remove the cheese from the press again. And it is knitted together very well. Now one final pressing is all we need, so we're going to turn it over for the last time. And we're going to pop it back into the basket and we're going to press it again. So final pressing at 15 kilograms or 33 pounds for 5 hours. So after the 5 hours, we're just going to remove it from the press. And we're just going to put it back into the follower. Now what happens is if you do this, it removes any of the little burrs or edges in the cheese that are left from the basket. So I'm going to leave that on the kitchen bench for 24 hours. So it was about 18 to 20 degrees Celsius in my kitchen. This will also help with the starter cultures to produce acid. Now if the cheese is moist after the 24 hours, you can pat it down with a dry cloth or paper towel. Now mine was okay, it wasn't moist at all. There it is, gorgeous looking cheese. Those little holes are actually from the basket. They're not holes, they're just dry bits. Now with a ripening box, we're just going to pop it into the cheese cave at 13 degrees Celsius or 55 Fahrenheit to help it air dry. So the next day I've just laid some foil out on the bench and we're going to rub it with a small amount of salt and a little bit of water to create a brine. This cheese is dry salted, as you can see. Although we do add a little bit of water. It just helps distribute the salt over the cheese. So we're going to do it top, sides and bottom. And this will help the cheese absorb the salt. Now return it to the cheese cave. Repeat this process for the next 5 days. And I did this religiously to make sure that the cheese was well salted. Pop it back in the cheese cave in a ripening box. So this is the 5th day of salting. Now once you finish this salting, we're going to store it in the cheese cave at 13 Celsius, 55 Fahrenheit, at 85% relative humidity for 4 months. Now after about the first month, you can wipe it down and make sure you vacuum pack it. Now turn the cheese weekly as required. Back to Gav. So there you have it, curd nerds. There's no final taste test, and there probably won't be one. So I do want to remake the video in its entirety, including having a taste test as well, but that will be many months down the track. However, if you're really busting to make Comte and you haven't seen a decent recipe for it, this one does work, as I've said in the intro. So there's not much more to do than make Comte for yourself. We have all the ingredients over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au, and you can go and purchase them now. They're all in stock. So if you want to support the channel, you can do that by hitting the join button down below, or having a look at the links in the description for membership to Patreon. Well, thanks for watching, curd nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds. This is a bit of a community announcement. I recently signed up for Cameo, and for those who don't know, Cameo is a service where you can, for a small fee, ask me to do things like shout outs for birthdays, for Father's Day, Mother's Day, Christmas, bar mitzvahs, you name it. Also, I've lately given a couple of pep talks. I've also even done a sleep story. Somebody says they watch my videos to fall asleep, so I did a little, not a lullaby, but a little story to help them go to sleep. So these shout outs are in the form of a video message. There are also chat options if you want to ask me a question and you don't want to wait until Ask the Cheese Man. And it's a burning question, then you can pay a small, very small fee for a chat, and I'll give you an answer, obviously. So yeah, any words of encouragement that you would like me to impart on either yourself or one of your loved ones, I'd love to help out. The link for my Cameo page is in the description below. Like I said, only a quick one, a short community service, and hopefully, and like some people have already done, have taken up the service. Anyway, thanks for watching, curd nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds. Welcome to day 12 of the Cheese a Day Challenge. Just had a look at my pad there. Today's cheese is the Dolphin. The Dolphin on the front, it says it's from France, product of France. It weighs 200 grams or 7 ounces. It's a soft ripened cheese, petite double creme, selected by Will Studd. And those who know Will Studd, probably better from the TV show Cheese Slices if you're a bit of a cheesehead like me. Oh, it comes in a little wooden tubby thing, and I'll just get rid of that. And feels a bit soft. Quite smelly as well. All right, so this was not cheap.
This costs $22 Australian for this small 200 gram packet. Let's just read through what it is. Pasteurised cow's milk and cream, salt, cultures and animal rennet. This is the first cheese, I think, during the challenge that has used animal rennet instead of microbial rennet or vegetarian rennet. Says suggested serving size 25 grams. So let's see if we can stick to that, shall we? Total fat content 38%. So it's quite creamy, I would say, and it's made in France. Keep refrigerated. Okay, and in the French at the back, no new information. Fabric par fromagerie Lincet, wherever that is, somewhere in France, I would say. Okay, let's break off. Keep that there. Take the wrapper off ever so gently. Oh, I can smell it. It smells strong. Actually, the mould stuck. To the paper. Let's just... The dolphin is very soft. So I'm just going to keep it on its paper there, actually. Now, I noticed that it said in the ingredients, it didn't say, well, it said cultures, it doesn't say mould. Don't know. It kind of looks like a white mould cheese, but a lot of the white mould's gone. Fairly strong smelling, which is okay, I'm happy with that. So let's just take a close-up of that, because you guys really need to see this cheese and what it looks like. As you can see, a bit gooey, stuck to the paper when I pulled it off, but that's okay. I don't mind a bit of stuck to the paper cheese as long as it tastes nice. For $22, this cheese better be exceptional. Anyway, let me just grab a cracker, cut a wedge. It's just melting. It's just all oozy and gooey. Trying to cut a wedge. I don't dare take it off the paper. Right, there's a wedge. So it's chalky in the middle, a little bit chalky in the middle. Looks very reminiscent of one of my camemberts, the way it's chalky in the middle and it's runny on the outside. So I'm going to just kind of smear as best I can onto my water cracker. Okay, so I'm going to try, yeah, it's got a white mould ammonia a scent to it. It smells, well, it's a bit smelly, but that's okay. I don't mind a bit of smelly. In fact, I relish it smelly. Smelly's good. So I'm going to try a bit of the chalky bit first. I've got chalky and runny. Hey, that's not bad. That's pretty good. Slightly salty, creamy, oozy, runny. A hint of Penicillium candidum, the white mould, only a hint. Quite nice. Very Moorish. That's quite a good cheese. First appearances, not so good, but never go on appearances. This is quite a nice cheese. Now, did I have 25? I haven't had 25 grams. Surely surely, let me just try another bit of this delectable little cheese. The Dolphin. Oh, that's a bit big. Gav, you're going crazy. Well, let's just put that on there. It looks like I've missed. There we go. I need some of that white mould action. That was on the bottom. Stuck in there. God, this is gooey. What, do I make a cracker sandwich? No, it's not going to work. All right, let me just try bite off a bit. That's a very nice little white mould cheese. Gooey around the edges. It looks like a chalky paste in the middle. It doesn't taste chalky, which is good. It tastes creamy throughout. Very good. What's the best before date? So I know if I haven't gone too far on this. And I was consumed by the 3rd of March, and seeing it's only the, was it the 12th of 12th of Feb 2019. It's well within date. Very good, very good. Thank you, Will Stud, for recommending this cheese. Very good indeed. I'm sure I haven't had 25 grams. Let me just try it just a little bit more. Oh, much better than your nondescript Coles or Woolworths brand Camembert or Brie. I'll give you that. That's for sure. If I'm going to give it a rating out of 10 for this style of cheese, and because now it's just oozing to the bottom, it's flattening. For appearance, I give it a 5, but for taste, I reckon 9.5. For this style of cheese, very, very nice, especially if it's a pasteurised milk. If it was a raw milk cheese, it'd have even more flavour. But oh, that just fell off. Very good indeed. I'm not going to be able to fit it back in a box. It's just oozed everywhere. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Right, there we go. Get up there like that. Very nice. That's all good. Very nice cheese. As I said, 9.5. What could have made it a bit better would be maybe a bit better presentation, but hey, it's wrapped in wax paper. What can you do? And when you pull it apart, it just oozes, explodes, which is kind of the style of this cheese. Very similar to my style of camemberts, as I've said before. They runny around the outside and a little bit, looks like chalky in the middle, but doesn't taste chalky. Very nice. Went well with the cracker. I think the only way you would serve this is probably on a cheese platter. I couldn't think of any other uses. You could do a baked one. I have seen these containers used where they take the paper off, put the cheese back in, and then they grill the top part of it, hopefully not catching fire or something like that. Not sure how that works, but and I've seen it bubbly, oozy on top, and you dip bread into it and stuff like that. That's another way of consuming this cheese, which would be pretty cool. Anyway, big thumbs up for this cheese. I like it a lot. I don't like the price tag. $22 for a cheese like this. I tell you what, it'd be the centerpiece of your cheese board if you're paying that much for a piece of cheese. But I thought I'd lash out and see what all the fuss was about, because I had read some reviews online that this was a fairly nice cheese. And I've confirmed that, of course. Anyway, if you liked the video, don't forget to give it a big thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed already, please do so you keep getting the Cheese a Day Challenge videos every single day. If you're in the market to make something like this, like a camembert maybe, I have made a cheese called Little Bear, or Little Bert, whatever you want to call it.
And you can see the recipe on the little video link here. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you next time. Oh, before I go, tomorrow's cheese is, I don't know. It's going to be a surprise. I have to go to the supermarket today, and I've got a whole list of cheeses picked out for the rest of the month, but I'm going to go shopping and see what other cheeses I can come up with within a decent price bracket that you can try at home and serve up to your guests without having to make it yourself. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds, and welcome to the Cheese a Day Challenge. This is day 28 and the final day of the Cheese a Day Challenge. Today's cheese is Borson, or Borson, I think that's how you pronounce it. So this little cheese is from France. It's made in Normandy in France, and it's made by the company called Fromageries Belle. So I don't know if anybody knows that one, but yeah, nice little cheese, little 80-gram box here. It cost me $6.49. So the contents, it's not a processed cheese. It has milk, cream, cultures, garlic and herbs, salt and pepper. So that's the ingredients, not many. It says keep refrigerated. The total fat content is 40 grams or 40%. That's incredible. It's quite high. It says to enjoy Borson at its best, remove from the fridge 1 hour before eating. And I've certainly done that. I've had it sitting on the side. So this is ready to crack into and to see what it tastes like. Oh, it's very nice. It's in a little foil packet. Very cute. Take off the top. Plop it out. There we go. Oh, very sticky. Oh. Put that out the way. Very nice. Just clean my hands up there. Let's get a close up before I get into this. So there you go. That's what it looks like. And it's basically, it's like cream cheese. It's been mixed with the salt, pepper, the garlic, and the chives or herbs. Doesn't actually say what herbs. So I cut a little piece off. That looks lovely. Very smooth, very spreadable. So essentially a cream cheese made properly, and not a processed cream cheese like that stuff you get in the blue box. Anyway, oh, I don't know what the herbs are, but it smells like a little bit like chives. It's definitely smell the garlic. Oh well, all in. Oh, that is delightful. It's got a tang to it, which is good, but it's smooth and creamy as well. Very moreish. You can definitely taste the garlic. I have to get Kim to have some as well so I can kiss her later on. But yeah, the herbs look a little bit like, it's not parsley. Let me just get a little bit out there. I don't know, I think it might be chopped chives. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Oh, some more. That's a great little cheese to finish off the Cheese a Day Challenge. I had been looking for this one high and low because one of my regular
viewers recommended it to me and said, you got to get your hands on some Borson. I went, okay. So, yeah, I'm glad I did. That is delicious. Very nice cheese indeed. Oh, and you taste a little bit of pepper, just a tiny, tiny little bit. Beautiful though. Very nice all round, great flavours. If you're into garlic and herb sort of cheese, cream cheese, then this Borson, made in Normandy in France, it will be right up your alley. Delightful little cheese. Be nice to have on a cheese platter, just you know, a little bit of it, maybe half. It'd certainly complement the cheese board, give it a different flavour. But yeah, very, very nice. Or on its own like this with crackers and a couple of glasses of a nice, probably sweet white wine, or maybe sweet red wine as well. That'd be quite nice, that'd go with it. Certainly complement the garlic flavour and add a little bit of sweetness to it. Very, very good cheese indeed. I really do like Borson. Very nice. Well, as I mentioned before, this is the last video in the Cheese a Day challenge. But there will be one more. Sorry, it's not the last. It's not the last. There will be one more video, so it's not the last. I'll be doing a wrap-up video for the 1st of March. And it will feature the top 5, what I thought were the top 5 cheeses, and the bottom 5, the ones I probably wouldn't buy again. But remember, it's all subjective to my taste buds and palate. So, but this cheese has been lovely. Really did like the garlic and herb Borson. Very nice. All right, well, thank you so much for watching the series. It has been a bit of a, not a battle, it's been challenging to make the Cheese a Day challenge. I'll give you that. I've really enjoyed that it's made me get out of my comfort zone with different cheeses and try them. So maybe I'll be able to replicate some of them down the track. I'd definitely like to try and replicate this one anyway. But hopefully March will be a month full of cheese making videos. So those who thought they were all gone, don't be mistaken. It was just a challenge so I could test my taste buds on a whole bunch of different cheeses that I've never tried before, and some that I have, of course, and made myself. But like I said, thank you so much for watching the Cheese a Day challenge. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up, and if you haven't already subscribed, please do so, and hit the little notification bell to be informed of more cheesy videos like this one. You can buy kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au, and you can check out the link here. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you for the wrap-up video tomorrow. Well, let's just interrupt that, of course. Hopefully my lips are in sync this time. Don't know what's going on with this camera. Anyway, thanks for watching so far. It's been, and thanks to Random for jumping in the chat there and filling in where I wasn't, where I wasn't present. Yeah, unfortunately I had a, well, not unfortunately, it was good. We had a guest over for nibbles and drinks, and I had forgotten that I'd invite him around at the same time that we had the live stream. So sorry for that. I really am sorry, but I'm in the chat now, so that's always good. Now, just a reference to those Cheese a Day challenge videos you saw. I did I've done it twice now, and it's usually for the month of February, seeing that's the shortest month. I can usually manage to find about 28 different cheeses in the supermarket or at cheese specialists and that sort of thing. And I try and taste a different one every time. I think it's due again this February coming up. So if you're into that sort of cheese tasting sort of videos and getting a new experience for different cheeses, then definitely go and check that out. I do have 2 playlists with both the Cheese a Day challenges. So yeah, definitely go and check them out. Anyway, I'm going to continue the live stream now. I'll pop back in about an hour, but I'm in the chat now, so
until my bedtime. But I'll let you know when that's going to happen. And yeah, anyway, back on with the cheeses. That Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Kurdner community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Kurdner community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be learning how to make cultured butter. Now, cultured butter is very popular throughout Europe, not so much here in Australia, that's for sure. We can rarely find it on the supermarket shelves. Anyway, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using some cream. I'm going to be using the Mad Millie cultured butter kit, just because it's fairly easy. It's got a jar and it's got a little ball in there that'll help me churn the butter, churn the cream into butter. But yeah, very simple, and all we have to do basically is culture it and then shake the jar, and not shake it too much or the butter will go greasy. Anyway, let's get on and see how we make cultured butter. So first of all, let's have a look what's in the jar kit. First of all, you get some mesophilic starter culture, and that's a 5-pack. It's about 1/8 of a teaspoon in each sachet, so we'll be using one of those. Also, got a little metal ball, so I've got to somehow take the lacquer band off. Bang. So there we go. So that's what we're going to use to make the cream turn into butter, so it's going to help churn it. It's a little metal ball, so just put that on there. I've also got some paper for later on. Oh. 450 grams of salt. I don't know if we're going to use all that, but we'll see what happens. Some stickers for the butter. Oh, just some advertising stuff. Another advertising stuff. Right, one jar. So jar holds about it's a litre, so 1 quart. And then you've got your instruction sheet on how to make cultured butter. So I'm going to read through the instructions and figure out how to make it. So we're going to use about 500 millilitres, which is half a quart of cream. And the cream that I've got today, I'll show you in a sec when we start getting, it's from Inglenook Dairy. And I'll just grab that. So we've got some cream there. It's 35.5% fat. It's fresh as of, when was it made? It was made on Wednesday. So only 2 days old from when I'm filming this video here on Good Friday. So we're going to be using this cream. It hasn't got any thickeners, it's just cream. So this is fantastic, and we're going to use this today to make our butter, which is going to be fantastic. Anyway, let's get on with it. So I've heated my I've heated the cream to about 25 degrees Celsius, and then I'm going to add in the starter culture, which is just a simple mesophilic culture, and I'll just put not the whole packet, but I'm going to put 1/32 of a teaspoon. The whole sachet contains 1/8 of a teaspoon, but this whole sachet would do culture 4 litres of milk, so I'm not going to put all that in. So I'm using a smidgen, which is 1/32 of a teaspoon. So I'm just sprinkling that over the top. So this is the starter culture to give it a bit of zing, I suppose, is the word I'm looking for. So we'll do that. And we'll get our steel ball. There it is. So our steel ball, and just get it out of the way. Our steel ball, and we're just going to plonk that in there. And we'll get our lid. And just give it a little bit of a shake. This is just to mix the culture in. We're not actually making butter right now. Anyway, so we're going to leave that like that at room temperature for 12 to 24 hours. So we'll come back in 12 to 24 hours, and hopefully that the cream is set a little bit and a little bit of acid development has happened within the butter. So we'll come back to that. So you can see here that the cream has kind of gone solid-ish. It's certainly within the jar, it has cultured and set, which is fantastic. It's what we're after. So all I have to do now is shake it for between 10 and 15 minutes. Anyway, I'll get on with that. So it's shaking time, which might be difficult because it's set quite hard. Right. Oh, there we go. We got some movement. It says between 5 and 15 minutes. Anyway, I'll just keep doing this until we have some butter. So what's interesting, this is, I've only been shaking for about 3 or 4 minutes, and it started to form a big blob. So it's coming away from the sides of the glass jar. So the big, it hasn't really separated into butter and buttermilk, but it shouldn't take too much longer. Oh, it's starting to now. So there's some buttermilk down the bottom, and oh yeah, you can hear it. All right, yeah, you can see yellow blobs of butter. Just show you that. So you can see there the butter has, or the cream separated into butter and buttermilk, and that's only after about 5 minutes of shaking tops. So a lot faster than what I remember when I was a kid when I'd done this. But yeah, it says on the instruction sheet you shouldn't proceed any further than this, because if you shake it too much the butter becomes greasy. Not that butter isn't greasy already, but anyway, let's go to the next step. Just going to shake it a little bit longer. It hasn't completely separated out into butter and buttermilk. It's nearly there.
we're done. Nearly. Okay. All good. So what I'm doing here, I'm going to pour out, well, I'll pour the whole lot into one bowl. Get it all out. Get in there. There we go. Right. Sort that out later. Now I'll extract the little ball that helped churn it up so fast. This is a godsend. It really is, because I remember it taking a lot longer than this. Maybe because it's cultured, it probably helped as well. But yeah, this little ball certainly has helped. I'll put that back in the jar. We'll clean that later. Okay, what I'll do is just pour off the buttermilk. Best I can. And you can see that it's beautiful buttermilk. That'll be full of mesophilic culture. But you can see that the butter itself is oozing buttermilk. And we're trying to get that out at the moment, just by gently kneading it. I don't want it too warm because the butter will become too greasy. I've got to use some cold water in a minute to rescue the butter. I do remember as a kid doing this on a very cold day, and it kind of holds its shape. So the purpose of this bit is to get as much of the buttermilk out as you can out of the fat that's left behind, which is essentially the butter. But we certainly don't throw that away, because what we can do with the buttermilk here is make some amazing pancakes with the buttermilk. We can also use it as a mesophilic mother culture for other cheeses, because it's full of mesophilic culture when you do cultured butter, that's for sure. Okay, so that's about as much as I'm going to get out doing this without my fingers starting to go greasy. So we've got to cool this down in a minute. Alright, that'll kind of do. That's about as much buttermilk as I'm going to get out of it. I think there's a lot in there still, but the next part of the process will get that out. Alright, buttermilk. So essentially what I've got to do is make up some iced water to get rid of the buttermilk. Now I've got to make, because if I handled it anymore, what would happen is the butter would start going soft and it would go under my fingers and just become a grease. We don't want that to happen. So I've got to cool it down in some iced water. So just luckily Kim keeps a bag of ice handy. Probably need about that much. Let's go put that away. Okay, let's make some ice water. Let's move that out of the way. Right. So it's fairly cold in there, so I'm just going to dump the butter into the ice water. And you can see it floats. So basically what I'm doing at the moment, there's probably a couple of ways you can do it. I've seen it done through a sieve, but this is holding its shape very well, and the ice is freezing bloody cold. Ooh. So I'm washing. The butter's going solid, which is a good sign. Oh, that's cold. So you can see all the buttermilk is going into the water. Oh. Let's put that clean tea towel there. Oh, without getting ice cubes stuck in the butter. So it's warming up too much and it starts to stick to your fingers, so you put it back in the cold water. Beautiful colour, isn't it? Yeah, just there's not much more coming out of this at all. I suppose what I could do is change the water, and if the water stays clear, I'd know that no more butterfat's coming out. Buttermilk, sorry, not butterfat. But to me, it doesn't look like there's any more liquid in the butter itself. So this is the very hands-on way to do it. I suppose there's other ways. You can put it in your mixer, that sort of stuff, but I'm using the kit, I'm following the kit instructions, and to me, that looks like pretty good butter. Anyway, I think that will do. So they'll float there in a minute. And I'll just clean this off. Right. So I've got my big pat of butter. Let me just get rid of this ice water. So I've got my scissors, I've got the salt that came with the kit. This doesn't have any iodine or anything, but the thing is the bag's not resealable, so I'll have to put that in a resealable bag afterwards. Very fine dairy salt, so it smells like salt. So it recommends you put 1/4 teaspoon to start with. So 1/4 teaspoon is 1.25 milliliters in volume. So I'm going to be putting that on top, and I'll fold that in. Let's put that there. So that's just salt. So let's just fold the salt through. There's a bit there I missed. So salt also acts as a preservative, as we know from cheese making. There we go. Now I'm just going to taste a little bit. Maybe that bit of my finger there. Yeah, that probably is salty enough. Let's try a little bit more. Very hard to pick up butter. No, a little bit more. A little bit more. So I'm going for 1/8 of a teaspoon this time. I don't want to add too much. So that's half of a quarter of a teaspoon, of course. So just fold that in. And you can see there's no buttermilk coming out anymore, so that washing process worked fine. Worked very well. Very simple. I never thought of doing something like that, but my hands are still fairly cold, so that's why it's not melting. Right. Let's try a bit now. No, that's delicious. So I'm going to form that up. I'll get some paper. Here's some of the wax-proof paper that came with the kit. So I'm going to try and form that into some sort of block. Make sure there's no bits in it. There we go. I don't know how they do it, but anyway, I'm the worst folder. You would have seen from my camembert videos that I'm the worst folder. Anyway, so that's kind of butter shaped. You're supposed to put a sticker on top, but I dare say the sticker will not stick to that. But I'm just going to sit that on a plate in the fridge for that to firm up a bit, and then we'll do a taste test later. So there we go, got some butter. So before I move on though, and do the taste test, I'm just going to try a little bit of the buttermilk. Just using a clean spoon. So this is fairly solid stuff. Hopefully you can see me. It's really sour. It tastes a bit like a really runny yogurt. So yeah, I'm going to use this as a starter culture tomorrow for a cheese. So I'm going to have to put it in some sterile containers. Anyway, before I do, I'm going to fill up my cheese salt container with the salt that came with the butter, which is just non-iodized salt. And that's what I'll use for all my cheeses. Oh, good mess. Anyway. Just thought I'd show you that. So here we are. I'm filming after dinner now. I've had my dinner, and we've been out this afternoon, and we got some lovely scones. These are from our friend Emma. She made them herself. We've got some date scones here, and we've got some herbed scones. So cheese, I think it's cheese and chives. Anyway, so the butter is now, well, it's firm. It's not rock hard because I've had it out of the fridge for about 30 minutes. And now it's ready to spread on our scones for our taste test. And what better way to have a taste test for homemade butter is with homemade scones, I reckon anyway. Anyway, so let me just open this up. Oh so buttery. That's so good I have to go and take a picture. Anyway, I'm back again. So, let's get on with this lovely taste test. So I'm going to try a herb scone, of course, first. They don't necessarily have to be warm, but these ones are cool. Scrape a bit of a... Oh, spreads well. Can't have enough, really. Okay, here's the taste. Don't know what's best, the butter or the scone. I think they're both equally as good. Oh, that was so good. That butter is amazing. So just the right saltiness, just a tiny, tiny little bit of tartness. But I tell you what, that is one of the best butters I've tasted in a long, long time. So I highly recommend the kit. Now, we liked it so much the first time, I've started off a second batch using that 2 litres of cream that I've got in the fridge. So another 500 millilitres in here, or half a quart. I've added in my culture. The cream's heated up to between 20 and 30 degrees Celsius. And I'm going to leave that overnight. I'll have another pat of butter. We're going out to lunch tomorrow, so I'll take some butter with me. If you like this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. Also, don't forget that to get more cheesy content, you can subscribe to the channel. And don't forget that you can get the kit that I've been using at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. The link is in the description below. Anyway, that's all for this week. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers, and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive, and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States, and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print-on-demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print-on-demand services. So, because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream.
Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're making brie. Now, to be more specific, I'm actually making double brie. Now, brie is a bloomy, mould-ripened cheese that stems from France. It's normally made about 20 kilometres away from Paris, but this is not authentic brie. This is Gav's special recipe, and we're going to see how we go through the ripening process to see if we can make a brie. Normally, brie is quite difficult to make. It's an intermediate cheese, and it really does need the addition of quite a few different cultures to get it to that bloomy rind all over. It's normally between 40 to 20 centimetres in diameter and usually about an inch to an inch and a half, which is about 5 to 7.5 centimetres in height. Now you can see I'm using some special moulds here. We'll see how that goes through the process. Anyway, let's get on and make the cheese.
So you can see here that I've got all of my equipment laid out. It's all been sanitised, and I've got my 3 cultures that I'm using for this cheese, which we'll talk about in a sec. I've got my liquid vegetable rennet and my calcium chloride to help firm up the curd. So that was all sanitised by boiling in hot water. I've also got my moulds. I'm only showing 2 there. I actually used 3, and you'll see that during the process. We'll talk about moulds a little bit later on. So the ingredients for this cheese, the double brie, is 8 litres or 8 quarts of cow's milk, at least 3.8% fat, 200 millilitres or 6.76 fluid ounces of pure cream with a fat content of 40 to 45%, quarter teaspoon of Floridanica, 1/16 of a teaspoon of Penicillium candidum, 1/32 of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum, a 1.25 ml or quarter of a teaspoon of calcium chloride in quarter of a cup of water, and 1.25 ml or quarter of a teaspoon of liquid rennet in quarter of a cup of water, and some cheese salt. I'm using 200 IMCU rennet, which is slightly less than single strength. I'm going to turn the heat on now. I'm going to bring it up to temperature. Now I need to stir the cream in. So the milk I'm using is unhomogenized milk. And the cream that I added is pure cream. Now this doesn't have any gelatin. Here in Australia, creams tend to have gelatin. This is pure cream, pouring style. It was about 40% fat, which is good for this type of cheese. Makes a good double brie. Now, just a word of caution as we go through. This is the second time I've only ever made brie. I actually filmed the first time. It didn't work out. Anyway, so we're going to bring the milk up to 32 Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. First of all, we'll add the Floridanica, which is quarter of a teaspoon. Now they come in big granules, which tend to take a little bit of a time to rehydrate, so just sprinkle those over the surface of the milk. Then we're going to add in our 2 moulds. First mould is Penicillium candidum. And then the Geotrichum candidum. Now the reason we're adding Geotrichum candidum because it prevents skin slip, which you tend to get if you just use Penicillium candidum. So I'm going to take all the utensils out now, and we're going to allow that to rehydrate. So pop the lid back on and allow that to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So after 5 minutes, we're going to give it a good stir for at least a minute, just to make sure that the cultures are fully distributed throughout the milk and to reincorporate the cream, because the cream has a tendency to float to the top of the milk. So we're going to cover that up again, and we're going to allow that to ripen for 30 minutes. So this is where the Floridanica converts some of the lactose in the milk into lactic acid and prepares it for the coagulation phase. Okay, pop the lid off, and the first ingredient. Well, actually, first of all, we're going to check the temperature to make sure that it's all okay. I've just stirred the cream back in there. Whoops. Don't drop the spoon there, Gav. I'm just going to check the temperature again. It has crept up by about 1.5 degrees, but that'll be okay. There's no heat on at the moment. I turned the heat off when during the ripening phase. So I'm going to add in the calcium chloride. Because this milk's been pasteurised, it needs to have calcium chloride added to help with the curd set. So give that a good stir through for about a minute. And then we're going to add in the rennet that's been diluted in a quarter of a cup of non-chlorinated water. Make sure that all the dilutions are with non-chlorinated water, because chlorine tends to upset the curd set. So stir that for no more than a minute, because after that it starts to set. So you can see there I'm actually not particularly trying to stir in a circle. I was top to bottom stirring. Now I'm just stilling the milk there, just making sure it stopped moving before I pop the lid back on and allow that to set. So just cover that up so no fluff or dust gets in. And we're going to allow that to set for 90 minutes, so 1.5 hours. And we want a fairly firm curd set for this cheese. Okay, so now we're going to check for a quick clean break. Just using my finger method with a clean pinky. Pop it in, and if the curd splits like that, it's not sloppy or anything, then you're ready to go.
So let's talk a little bit about the moulds I'm going to be using today. So this one's a bit of rainwater, so for potable water. So this is just a pipe, and we've cut just some saw marks in there, so draining holes, top and bottom. I can't remember where I got it. I didn't make it myself, but anyway, let's have a look at the measurements. So its internal diameter, I suppose that's probably the best thing to look at, is about 14.5, so it's 145 mil, and what's that in inches? Just shy of, so it's at 5 3/4 inches across, and the height of it is 11.5 centimeters, so what's that, 110 millimeters, and 4.5 inches tall. So that's the middle size one. This is the large one. So this is 21.5 across, 21, so that's 215 millimeters, and the height of the mold is 10 centimeters or 4 inches. And finally, these are normal camembert hoops, and they are 10 centimeters across, which is 4 inches, and they are 9 centimeters high, or 3.5 inches. So they're the dimensions I used. If I had 2 of these baskets, I would prefer to use 2 of these baskets for the 8 litres of milk, and that would 2 perfectly sized half round breeze, and that will be fine. Anyway, so they're the baskets I've used. A bit of ingenuity with this one, but these ones you can pick up, they're fairly standard, and yeah, very good for making brie.
So I've moved the pot over to the draining area, and I'm using a skimmer and just cutting off slices of the curd, and I'll fill up them alternately. So we're just stacking those into the moulds. So you can see we don't actually cut the curds, we're just using the skimmer to do the slices. And this gives the brie a better texture. It does take a long time to drain, but apparently this is how you make it traditionally. So just keep topping it up until you get to the top of the moulds. Good thing was, because of the long curd set, it was very firm. So none of the curds leaked out of the sides of the 2 moulds that I was using. So you wait for it to drop a little bit, and then you add some more curd in. Now this will take some time. So you just keep adding layers upon layers. Now I actually found that I had too much curd, so I did add a small camembert mold to the mix in a second. Now we just wait every 30 minutes and then top it up again. You can see it shrunk a little bit there, so I'm going to ladle a few more layers on top. So we're going to allow those to settle and shrink again. So I just set a timer for every 30 minutes to go back and top it up again. So you can see there I've added a small one in because I just had too much curds. By the time I got to the bottom, I thought, no, I'm filling these up too much. They're going to be too high, and I didn't want really, high towered breeze. So I added that camembert hoop, which worked out well in the end. So after 4 hours of draining, or ladling or draining, what have you, we're going to place a mat and a board over the top of the mould, and then we're going to flip it over for the first time. This was a bit harrowing. I was a bit nervous when I did this because I wasn't too sure whether it had formed a rind properly, around the cheese. Anyway, this is the foolproof method to do it, is to make sure you've got a board on top and a mat. And then simply with 2 hands, very firmly, we flip them over. This helps with draining. So we do the same thing for the other molds as well. So I've done that with the Papa Brie, and we'll do the next one with the Mama Brie. So I put a board on top there, just get the little one out the way, and we'll flip it over. Remember, this hoop here I'm using is an open-ended, which is why I've got mats there on both ends. And be very careful when you peel it away. It tends to stick, and it'll eventually go down a bit. So with the little one, which we're going to grab in a second, just make sure that there's no tears or anything like that in the medium one there. Anyway, so I've got that at an angle so it kind of drains. And the small one, what I'm just using is a bamboo mat again, and fold that over in half. Just pop it on top and then just flip that over. Nice and simple. There we go. And that'll drop down. So they've all dropped down a fair bit. Now we're going to allow those to drain overnight on the first one. Yes, it worked, Gav. Just turn it over and go to bed. There we go. So leave that overnight. I think it was about 8 to 12 hours. Okay, so the next morning I've just washed my hands with hot soapy water, and I've sprayed them with vinegar there. And we're just going to have a look. Oh, they look pretty good. So they're well drained at the moment. They're draining quite well. So I'm going to flip them over again. Just check to make sure that the surface looks okay. Just drain off any excess whey underneath there. Good thing about all the whey, it's running clear, so you're not losing any of the proteins of the cheese or the milk fat down at the drain. So I'm going to flip it over again, put the sushi mat back on top, or bamboo mat, whatever you want to call it. Put the board on top and then give it another flip. So being just as careful as the first time, just flip that over and hope it all settles down. I'm just putting a knife under the board there to put it in a little bit of an angle so it drains off better. So we'll do the, oops, get that one out of the way. Do the medium one next. So once again, 2 boards on top, firm hands together and just give it a flip. And it will settle down in the mould. So what you're basically doing here is trying to form the skin of the cheese. Just press that down if it hasn't settled down properly. So as I said, trying to form the skin of the cheese so it's firm and it's not sloppy every time you turn it. That's why we're turning it. Drains a lot better. Sometimes a little bit of the curds will tear away, and that's not so good. Just pat that back into place, because next time you turn it, it will reincorporate back into the bulk of the cheese. So we're going to do the little one again, or the baby brie. Now, depending on how firm, so I've just pulled it out of the mould in this instance. It held its shape okay, and just flipped it over that way. Give it a bit of a jiggle, and it goes all the way down. Now, the smaller one obviously drains a lot quicker than what the 2 larger ones are. Okay, we're going to allow those to settle again for another 8 hours, and cover them up if you need to, if you've got flies and stuff like that. Okay, so we're going to flip the cheeses again. So much fun, all this flipping. And you can notice there it hasn't fallen down. Oh, there we go. So, if it looks a bit odd, then give it a bang. And that will settle it down a bit. Just like that. Okay, that's a bit rough there, Gav, but it's all working. Okay, so that's flipped over and it's shrinking very well. So I'm going to salt these, and we're going to sprinkle over 2 teaspoons of cheese salt. This is non-iodized salt. So you can get flaky kosher salt, you can use sea salt, but as long as the granules aren't too coarse. So sprinkle those on and then just give it a light rub over the surface. Now, I'm only doing one surface at the moment. We're not turning it over and doing the other side just yet, because the salt's going to help drain more whey out as well. So it kind of serves 2 purposes here. One for preserving and one for shrinking the cheese further. So we're just going to cover that one up, and then we're going to do the other one. So I class this next one as a large cheese as well. Well, here we go. We're going to do some flipping in a second. Let's move that out of the way so we've got some space. Okay, so I'm going to flip the mama brie over. Here we go. And that's probably shrunk to about half its original size, which is really good. So we're going to salt this one in a second as well. Using the same amount of salt. Oh, don't bang too hard, the camera jiggles. Okay, so we're going to use 2 teaspoons again of non-iodized salt. Sprinkle that over the surface. So just give it a little bit of a rub as well, just to make sure it's all over the surface of the cheese, over the top. Okay, we're going to cover that one up again and move that out of the way. Now with the smaller ones, we don't add as much salt because obviously there's not as much cheese there. So we're going to add half a teaspoon over the top and then give it a flip and then do the bottom another half a teaspoon. So 1 teaspoon in total for this small cheese, or baby brie. Okay, so I'll pop it out there. So I've salted it. I'll give it a bit of a rub now. There we go. So we need some more salt, so another half a teaspoon. Very awkward when you're holding a moist cheese. Then just rub that over and then rub it around the sides as well. All over. So this is the only time we salt the small ones. So if we're going to make petite brie, which is what these smaller ones are called, then we only salt them once. Just do top and bottom and all around the sides, all in one go. So we're going to allow all those cheeses now to drain for another 8 to 12 hours. In this case, I think it was overnight. Just cover those up. So the next day, it's drained even further, which is fantastic. That's what the salt does for us. So I'm attempting the very first time of taking this one out of the mold and flipping it over. There we go. So you notice, if you can see that there, there's actually a tear in the bottom of it. It was stuck to the bottom of that mold when I flipped it over. But anyway, we're going to keep proceeding here. Not much I can do about it now. We're going to sprinkle another 2 teaspoons of salt over the 2 larger wheels. So just trying to repair that a little bit there. Anyway, so I get the salt, sprinkle it over the top again. Do the other one as well. There we go. And then we'll lightly rub that into the surface with clean hands. So at any time before you handle your cheese, make sure you've washed your hands in hot soapy water and you've sprayed them with white vinegar. That's what that spray bottle is up at the back there. Okay, so the whey will start to run freely again because of the extra salt. Okay, so we're just going to flip over this one. Or maybe the little one. Well, no, there we go. We've got a board top and bottom. That's what I forgot to do. Okay, so and then you just turn that over. And that shrinks down on the bottom. They're starting to pull away from the sides now of the molds as well as they expel more whey. So much so that I can actually pull that off, which is good. Fairly firm, but I'll pop that back on. I'll just err on the side of caution there. There we go. Let's not get too cocky there, Gav. Okay, 2 teaspoons of salt again. All over the surface. Maybe a little bit less for this cheese. There we go. And then we'll give that a quick rub. Okay. Any bits of fluff or anything that's on there. So that's all done there, which is great. And we don't need to resalt the small one. Remember we did the top and bottom of that one earlier. So we're going to allow this to drain again. But you can flip the little one over. It's fine, helps it drain. And that's firmed right up. That's really nice. Okay, so we're going to let that drain for another 8 to 12 hours. So basically it was time. I did them again after I got home from work. I'm in my work clothes there. Okay, they shrunk down even further, which is great. So we're going to flip the cheese over in the mold. Trying to make me mind up what I'm doing there. So we're just going to take it out of the mold and then flip it over. So it's firmed up even more, which is fantastic. And we're just going to turn that over. There we go. Pretty hard to get these cheeses back in the molds properly, especially these really wide molds. So just be careful when you do that. Last thing you want to do is put a tear in it. And the little ones are so simple. So they firmed up so well. You just flip it over and pop it back in the mold and then give it a tap or a jiggle. Didn't quite want to go back in that time. Try that again, shall we? There we go. Give it a jiggle and it'll be firm and a tap. Okay, now this one has shrunk away from the sides fairly well, so I can just pop the mold off there And just turn it over. Remembering that they've all been salted now. And just slip the mould back over, just for peace of mind. Last thing you want is the sides to bulge out when you've taken them out too early. Anyway, so we flip those over. We're going to let them drain for another 8 to 12 hours. So remember, this is the end of the, I think it's the second day. Anyway, allow those to drain overnight. So the next morning, I think they have stopped draining, which is fantastic. I'm going to place them into the sanitized ripening boxes. That one comes away really freely now. That shrunk away from the sides well. So I've got my normal wide ripening box there with a little mat in the bottom. I'm going to pop the cheese on it. Make sure there's no bits on it. So I'm going to put 2 in. So I'm going to put the mama brie and the baby brie in the same box. As long as they're not touching and not touching the edges of the box, then the mould will develop fine. There'll be no issues whatsoever. So make sure they're not touching in the boxes. Okay, then we pop the lid on. And we're just going to put that aside for a second. Now we're going to do the papa brie. So I'm going to use a little round board. But what I did discover is that the larger wheel had a crack. So I decided to sanitize the mould again. I washed it with hot soapy water and sanitized it with white vinegar. Just wiped it off and dried it. And I put the cheese back into the mould so it would firm up a little bit because I didn't want it to crack down the middle like I had the same issue with when I made brie the first time. Anyway, so I popped it back in there. And after a bit of flapping around, I soon figured out that the board in the mould wouldn't fit in there. Anyway, we're going to mature these for 10 days at 6 to 8 degrees Celsius, which is 43 to 46 Fahrenheit. With a relative humidity of 90 to 95%. Now, the lid won't fit on, clearly, so I had to take the board out. Make sure we turn the cheeses daily during this time because it prevents the cheese from sticking to the mat in the bottom of the drying box. So here is the mama brie and the baby brie. After 3 days of maturation, you can see that the white mould is starting to develop, which is fantastic. And there they are flipped over. The bottoms aren't covered in mould, just a little bit moist. Now the larger one, starting to show signs of a bloom there on the top. Remember, I left it in the mould because I was a bit frightened that it was going to split in half. Anyway, that's turned over and you can see there are some cracks there. That's where it pulled away when I pulled it. They flipped it for the very first time out of the mould. So there's no mould growth on the bottom anyway, it's too moist. Now I made a mistake there, I didn't have a mat underneath. Anyway, after 7 days of daily flipping, you can see the white mould is fairly prominent. And that's where it's flipped over there. Not a full coverage yet, but pretty close. So on the larger, or the papa brie, certainly mould around the sides, but not so much on the top. So a little bit concerned at this stage it wasn't growing fast enough, and there it is flipped over again. So this is after 10 days of ripening. You can see there's a lovely mould all the way around. If you push the sides in, a little bit soft, so I'm a little bit concerned that they're getting overripe. So what we're going to have to do, I have to wrap them in wrap now, or they won't ripen properly. So good mould coverage over the entire cheese for that one. Same for that one. Certainly good enough anyway. And yeah, starting to feel a bit soft around the edges. Now let's check out the big one. And a little bit soft. It's not soft, it's actually puffy there. So we'll just take that off the mat without hopefully ripping. Oh, it's stuck. This is not well. See, it tore away some of the mold there. It's not a good thing. Anyway, we'll wrap it up, we'll see what happens, and we'll go from there. So I've got my micro perforated wrap there. This is covered in, this shiny side's covered in holes, lots of tiny holes that have been perforated, and there's two sheets kind of a paper. So there's like a it's like a baking paper, so it'll allow the cheese to breathe. So this size here, this is about 28 centimeters by 28. This is just a cut down one, and basically we're going to put the little one into it. As best we can. So I've got my trusty tape gun. So that again. And this is the pain. Not that have a sticker on there. Anyway, that's good enough. I can write on there if necessary. So we're going to put that just out of the way at the moment. Now we'll get a bigger sheet. So this is I think it's about 42 centimeters by 42. So we'll put the big one on there now, ever so delicately. So it's cracked away. Anyway, we'll put it on there, wrap it up. You see, I'm not very good at this. There we go. That's as good as that one gets, I think. And then for the final one, probably don't need as much. It's just but we'll see. So we'll do so with this paper, you always put the paper side down, not the shiny side. Shiny side's on the surface. This is kind of working. There we go, that's a lot better than the other ones.
There we go, so that's wrapped as well. So we're going to put these into the normal fridge now to slow down the ripening, and hopefully that'll recover, and then we'll get a paste, a smooth paste all the way through. So they're going to go in the fridge, the normal kitchen fridge now. So I'll keep it in there for another 2 weeks, maybe 3. The smaller one will develop first, followed by the middle-sized one, and then the large one. So I think you'll agree, a nice, fairly simple process. It's the aging part you've got to get right. I don't think I had the temperature of my cheese cave down low enough. I had it down at 11 degrees Celsius. I probably need to go a little bit lower so it ripens a bit slower. Anyway, these are going into the fridge now, the normal kitchen fridge, for another 2 weeks. They've been ripening now for about 13 days, which may be a little bit too much, but I was having trouble getting the white bloom over the cheeses. Anyway, enough said about that. We'll put these in the fridge, as I said, and then we'll check them in 2 to 3 weeks. The small one, which we got here, I'm labeling the, this is the baby brie. So this is the mama brie. And then this beast here is the papa brie. Anyway, so we could kind of say that it's the tale of Cheesy Locks and the 3 bries. Anyway, don't forget that you can see more of this content if you subscribe to the channel, and check out the kit that we could use for this. We could use the Camembert kit with an additional Geotrichum candidum over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be taste testing double brie. Well, as you can see here, I've got my, well, this is the big one, big double brie, and I've got 2 baby, well, I've got the mama brie, which I'll just put there, and we've got the baby brie, and we'll see how we go. We're going to taste test each of them to see what the difference is in the sizes and how they've matured over time. This one feels a little bit squishy on the edges, but and this one's not, and this one's quite firm. This one here, can't tell, it's in the wrapper. So let's get down and dirty and have a look at what these bries look like. So here's the first one, we'll just open that up. I put masses of sticky tape on it. So this was made about, it's about 6 weeks old. So, now I was a bit worried about how it would look, but it seems the wrapping seems to have worked. Oh, look at that. So it's kept it intact. I'll just turn that out onto a plate. Magnificent. There we go. So you can see here, that's where the side came off earlier. But the good thing is it's healed itself during the ripening period. Now you can see the wrinkly bits. This is all from the Geotrichum candidum that makes that crinkly pattern, which helps keep away any other bad bacteria. And the good thing is that around the sides it doesn't feel runny at all. I've kept these in the kitchen fridge at 4 degrees Celsius for the last 2 weeks. Anyway, so the proof's in the pudding. Let's try this one out. Hasn't gone all gooey or anything like that. Oh, magnificent. Whoa! Hard to see, I think, but anyway, just move the big wheel out of the way. So there it is there. A little bit of skin slip on the paste. Get it all over me. So let's try a bit. So, oh, that's the real deal. Nice and creamy. Really good taste to that one. I'm quite glad how that came out. So, yeah, it's a nice one. So let's just try one of the other ones. So we'll go the small one next. Now this one, because of the smaller volume of cheese, you would expect it to be a bit riper, but we'll see. So what's it look like? Another wrinkly brain. Oh, look at that. All right, not as a white bloom as I thought it would be, but as you can see, still crinkly, all intact. Just turn it out. There we go. So, very nice. It's soft at the edges, so this one's going to be very gooey, I think. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, the paste is very creamy indeed. So this has developed quite well. So as you can see there, we've got gooey around the outside. So this has all come up to room temperature. It's about 16, 17 degrees. But yeah, it's very nice and a little bit of a paste in the middle, but we'll just try see how it tastes. This one's a lot stronger than the first one. So as in a sharper flavour, so a little bit stronger there. Tastes good though, fantastic. You would think that they're different cheeses actually. This one's a lot saltier, so when I salted this one, I must have added a bit more salt than what I did the big one. Anyway, I'll put that one out the side. And this one's the thicker of all of the three, as in height-wise. So let's try the middle-sized one, shall we? So there's a fair bit of moisture inside this one. Yeah, I'll turn it out. So around the edges feels a bit, well, squishy I suppose. If that's a technical cheese term, I don't know what isn't. Anyhow, we'll cut into it, see what it tastes like. Yeah, the skin's slipping off everywhere. There we go. Oops, I lost it all. There we go. So this one's very creamy as well. See there, there's quite runny around the outsides, but quite runny around the outside, but still quite firm in the middle. And the paste there, as we can see, is starting to ooze around the edges, which is good. That's fine. That's a good sign that we're fully ripened. So I'll just cut off a piece here. Once again, a whole different flavour profile, which is really good. So this is, well, it's like the Three Bears. If we look at this one, so this one here is lightly salted. This one here, a little bit more salt on it, but this one here, the smallest one, is the most heavily salted. So you just got to make sure when you're making these sorts of cheeses that the salt content is the same for each of the cheeses. So a little bit difficult to gauge that. This is obviously the thickest. This one's probably the least mature.
But certainly all these are not going to go to waste. They're going to go to friends and family and stuff like that. So yeah, it'd be very good cheese. Looking forward to seeing their faces squeal with delight when they finish their double brie. So thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. As you can see, all the 3 cheeses made with the same batch of milk, just use different molds and different salting and that sort of thing. And you can see that they're totally different tasting cheeses. So this one was less saltier, this one a little bit more saltier. The creaminess and the development were really good, and this one's the most salty and the runniest, the ripest. This could have stayed in the cheese cave for a little bit longer, the larger one, because I don't think it's as developed, but definitely the smaller the cheese, the riper it is. But all taste fantastic in their own way, and all are salted different levels, even though I think I used the same amount of salt on them per their weight. Anyway, thanks for watching this taste test tutorial. I appreciate your time to watch my videos. Don't forget that you can subscribe to the channel to get more cheesy content, and check out our shop, littlegreenworkshops.com.au, for cheese kits and cheese supplies. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today, a big announcement. I have finally just put the finishing touches on my beginner's cheese making course, and it's called the Curd Nerd Academy for beginners. So it's part of the Little Green Workshops brand / business, and Kim and I are going to be making many more courses besides this cheese one, of course, but the cheese one is the first one. So the great thing is there are 8 modules. So the Curd Nerd Academy course was built for aspiring curd nerds, and to make it a lot easier to understand the steps necessary to become a cheese maker at home. So the good thing about the course is that it being online, you can work at your own pace. There are step-by-step instructions. We have sections on equipment, ingredients, essential skills, and then we go into making 9 different cheeses on the courses, from soft cheeses to pasta filata, and then finally some cooked curd cheeses. However, you do learn about all the different types of cheeses and the basic elements of cheese making throughout the course as well. Obviously, I highly recommend it because I made it. So if you are struggling to understand how cheese making works and you would like to get a head start on everybody else, then pop over to my cheese making academy, or Curd Nerd Academy, over at courses.littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I will put the link to the course in the description below, so go and check that out. I think it's fairly priced, and you'll get a lot of benefit out of it. There are also some bonus items, including a full copy of my ebook, Keep Calm and Make Cheese, the Beginner's Guide to Cheese Making at Home, and a discount coupon for anything that you want to buy in the store at Little Green Workshops. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. I hope you pop over and have a look anyway at the curriculum for the course, the Curd Nerd Academy Beginners course. All right, once again, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're making French cream cheese. So, French cream cheese, or as I've been led to believe, is a little bit different than the normal cream cheese that I make with just pure cow's milk. It has cow's milk, of course, but it also has a very large amount of cream. So it's milk and cream, and it's very thick and rich. So knowing that, there are a few things that happened during the video that you'll see that I thought it was going to come out as a failure. I've never had a failed cream cheese, but we recovered it from the ashes and it rose like the phoenix and became
a French cream cheese. Anyway, enough waffling, let's get on and see how I made it.
So the milk we're using today is from Inglenook Dairy. I'm using unhomogenized milk and I'm using pure cream. Now don't forget to sanitize your equipment. The ingredients for this cheese is 3 litres or 3 quarts of whole cow's milk, 1 litre or 1 quart of whipping cream, that's 35% fat, 1/8 of a teaspoon of MO36R aromatic mesophilic or Floridanica or any equivalent, 4 drops of calcium chloride diluted in a 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, 4 drops of single strength liquid rennet in 1 tablespoon of water, some non-iodized salt, and that's 1% of the total curd weight. So make sure you pour your milk in and your cream in the right amounts. There we go, there's the last of it. And stir the milk and the cream together. I'm just using a balloon whisk to do that here. There we go, lovely. So attach your thermometer, and it's now time to turn on the heat as well and heat the milk to 21 degrees Celsius or 70 Fahrenheit. That's a very low temperature for this cheese. So I'm just stirring the milk there to get rid of the froth that was sitting on top before I proceed to the next stage. Now we're going to add the calcium chloride now just to give it a little bit more calcium, even though it might not be necessary. I'm going to add it anyway just to help with the curd set. So the temperature's coming up, it's up to 17 now, which is good. I'm just going to stir it so it heats evenly. And as quick as a flash, it's up to 21. So it's time to turn the heat off. So it's essentially now at room temperature. So I'm taking that off of my double boiler type arrangement there, or my steamer. Just checking the temperature again. It's gone up by a degree, that's fine. No big deal at this stage. Now we're going to add the aromatic mesophilic starter culture. Just sprinkle that over the top. And take the spoon out. I probably should have done that before, but that's okay. Just cover that. And we're going to allow it to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, we're going to stir the starter cultures into the milky cream mixture. That'll do. Now we're going to add the very diluted rennet. So remembering that was 4 drops of rennet in a tablespoon of non-chlorinated water. Now we're going to stir that for no more than 1 minute, even though this is going to take a long time to set. Now we're going to cover that and allow it to set at room temperature for 24 to 36 hours.
What's going on here? Let's have a look. Nope, not firm at all. It hasn't even set. So that's a bit of an issue. I'm going to leave it. It's got a skin on top, which is the cream. So it kind of looks like clotted cream.
So I waited for another 12 hours, so that makes it 36 hours. And you can see just under that cream that had floated to the top there that it had kind of set. So I was happy with that. So I'm going to cut the curds into 5cm or 1/2 inch strips, which is a bit difficult when there's that layer of cream on top that's kind of like clotted cream. Anyway, did the best we could. So only cut one direction, and we don't do any horizontals. So we're just going to cover that up now and allow that to rest for 5 minutes to heal a little bit. So after the 5 minutes, take it over to the draining area. And we're going to ladle the curds into a butter muslin lined colander. It's very important that you ladle it in and don't pour it in. It's very, very delicate. It will fracture and go down the sink if you don't ladle it. Now don't be too worried about the cream, that the yellowish sort of cream that was sitting on the top. It actually integrates back into the cream cheese later on. So we're going to allow that to drain for 30 minutes. And then we're going to gather the 4 corners of the cloth and we're going to tie them into a bag shape. So just take the opposite side, tie it into a granny knot, and do the same with the other 2 sides. And you've got yourself a very rudimentary sort of hanging bag. So using your pot to transfer it to wherever you're going to hang it, do that, and drain for 12 to 18 hours or until it has thickened. Make sure you've got a pot underneath, of course. So after it's drained, we turn it out into a bowl and we weigh the curd. Now I had tared the bowl to make sure that the scales went back to 0, put the cheese in, and it turned out to be 1.862 kilograms or 4.11 pounds. So 1% of that for me is about 19 grams or 0.67 ounces. Now it may vary for you depending on the yield you get from your cream cheese. So just pour the salt in and we're going to stir that into the cream cheese. Now I didn't use the right size spoon to start with, and I had to change spoons 2 more times to get it to mix. So I tried to use a big one. It's sticky. It is so sticky. It sticks to everything. So I ended up using a spatula to stir it properly, which I probably should have used in the first place. So chill it in the fridge for 3 hours to firm up the cheese before you use it. And now you can use it in any of your favourite recipes.
Well, there you have it. That's how you make French cream cheese. Fairly simple process if the curds eventually set. And hopefully, just because it had a high fat content, that's what I think happened. It had very small amount of rennet, and yeah, it was because of the high fat content that it took a long time to set. Anyway, this is what it looks like. I have 1.8 kilograms of French cream cheese. What am I going to do with it? Well, I am going to make a lemon cheesecake with it on the weekend, and I'll film that for all of you to see. So I'll pop it up on the cheese channel. It is a cheesecake after all, so I think it'll go on the channel quite well. Anyway, so what does it taste like though? Because I'm not going to leave you hanging until the weekend. I've got a bit of French cream cheese and a cracker. Smells cheesy.
very, very rich, very creamy. It's not grainy, it's very smooth, and slightly sour, as you would expect a cream cheese to be. Really, if you buy, what is it, Philadelphia cream cheese in a packet, nothing like it. This tastes amazing. There's no preservatives, no additives. It's just milk, cream, and starter culture, and a tiny bit of rennet to get the lactic acid started. But this tastes amazing. It is going to make the best cheesecake. Well, hope you enjoyed that video. Very simple, nice fresh cheese. It doesn't take very long to make. And if you were following along on my vlog channel, then you would have seen some of the chaos that was going on when I was making the French cream cheese. You can go and check that out over here. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. Don't forget, if you want to buy the kit, you can buy the kit, yes, the soft cheese kit over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. And if you want to support the show financially, don't forget you can either become a YouTube member or a patron. And both the links are in the description below. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, bonjour, mon ami, or as we say here in Australia, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today you're watching the How to Make French Cheeses live stream. During the stream you'll see many amazing French cheeses that I've made over the course of my cheese making journey. Thank you so much for watching today. As always, if you want to support the show, don't forget that you can hit the join button down below or sign up on Patreon. Every little bit helps keep the channel going and growing. Well, enjoy the rest of the stream. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be making a bloomy rind cheese, a white bloomy rind cheese with a stabilised paste. This is to try and overcome the normal runniness that comes with bloomy white mould cheeses made from cow's milk. So we're going to try and replicate some of those cheeses that you can usually pick up in the supermarket, and why the paste is fairly firm. Anyway, let's get on and have a look how I made the stabilised paste bloomy rind washed curd cheeses. So I've sanitised all of my equipment and I've placed it on a nice clean tea towel, ready to start making my cheese. So today I'm using Inglenook Dairy's unhomogenised milk. It's my preferred milk for making cheese. So the ingredients are 4 litres or 4 quarts of whole cow's milk plus 1 cup of, or 250 millilitres of heavy cream. I'm going to add in 1/32 of a teaspoon of Flora Danica, 1/32 of a teaspoon of thermophilic starter culture, 1/32 of a teaspoon of Penicillium candidum, which is a white mould, 1/64 of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum, which is also a white mould, 1/4 of a teaspoon and 1.25 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/8 of a cup of non-chlorinated water, 10 drops or 0.3 of a milliliter of liquid rennet single strength in 1/8 of a cup of non-chlorinated water. We're also going to be using a 18% saturated brine solution. Now I'm just stirring the cream in there in the milk with a whisk, and we're going to pop the thermometer on the side and we're going to start heating up the milk. Now this is how I heat the milk up. I have water in a small pot underneath a big pot, and that creates steam and lets me heat the milk up. So we're heating the milk up to 35 degrees Celsius or 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Now there are some fat globules on top where the cream didn't incorporate back into the milk properly, but that's no hassle. Now to prevent it from heating up any further, I've just taken it off of the heat, and that'll stay constant now for quite a while. So I'm going to add in the Flora Danica, just sprinkle that over the surface. That's an aromatic mesophilic starter culture. Now that's going to produce buttery tones in the cheese. It's a buttery mouthfeel, which is good. It's only a small amount. And next we're going to add in the thermophilic starter culture to the milk as well. Now normally in a normal camembert you would add a mesophilic starter culture and not the thermophilic. So we're going to add the molds now. I'm going to add the Penicillium candidum to the milk. Just sprinkle that over the surface like thus. And then we're going to add the Geotrichum candidum to the milk. Now this is a very small amount. Okay, so once you've got all your cultures and molds in the milk, we're going to cover and allow that to rehydrate for 5 minutes. Okay, so 5 minutes later we're going to stir the cultures and the molds into the milk. Just a quick check of the temperature, and it's still 35, so that's good. And give that a good stir. So cover that and allow it to ripen for 3 hours. 3 hours for a stabilised paste cheese. That's pretty cool. Okay, so 3 hours later, and the reason we did it for 3 hours is we want to get to a certain pH or acidity level of the milk. But before we do that, we're going to stir the cream back into the milk, just checking the temperature has dropped a little bit there. So we're going to heat that up again while I'm stirring here. So I'm going to get a small cup and just take off a little bit of the milk, and because I'm using pH test strips, I don't want the liquid in the milk, so I dip my little bit of paper in there, and we're going to check the pH of the milk and check it's got to be between 6.2 and 6, so it's actually sitting at about 6.4 ish at the moment, so it's not low enough in this shot. So I deem that not to be ready, so I covered the milk and waited for it to be in the range. Now I estimated 30 minutes would probably do that. So 30 minutes later, I'm going to stir the cream back into the milk before I test anything. Now if you've got a pH meter, then that's fantastic. You can check using that. I've got paper test strips that I'm using, so that worked just as well for me. So take off a little bit of milk again and dip your paper in and check whether it's in the right range. Okay, so it's 6.2 by the looks of it there. So that'll do for me. I'm not going to wait any longer. I'm going to stir. The calcium chloride solution is the next ingredient we're going to add in. There we go, just pour that in whilst you're stirring the milk, and then give that a good stir for about a minute. So of course the next ingredient is the rennet, and this is going to set our milk so we can cut it into curds and whey. So give that a stir for no more than 1 minute. So distill the milk with the spoon there, and we're going to cover that and allow the milk to ripen for 30 minutes at 35 Celsius, 95 Fahrenheit. Reason it's only 30 minutes is because of the high acidity of the milk. It makes the rennet set faster. So just check for a clean break. Look, that probably could do, but I erred on the side of caution and I waited for another 15 minutes before I checked it again. Now, you probably could have got away with cutting the curd at that first instance. So I'm just going to check for a clean break again. And that's a lot firmer, which is good. It's not sloppy or anything. And now I'm going to cut the curds into 1.25 centimetre or half-inch cubes. So horizontal cuts there with the trusty curd harp. And using my curd knife, I'll do the verticals. So do it one way and then perpendicular to the first cut. Make sure that the cubes are as even as you can get them. Okay, the curds are fairly fragile still, so what we're going to do, we're going to cover the pot and we're going to allow the curds to heal for 10 minutes so they don't all fracture when you stir them. Okay, 10 minutes later, you can see there's a bit of whey there. What we're going to do now is we're going to gently stir the curds every 10 minutes for 3 repetitions, keeping them at 35 Celsius, 95 Fahrenheit. So that's just the initial breakup of the curds there. Just making sure they're the right size and they're not too big. So you don't stir for very long, it's probably a minute tops. Now we're going to cover and allow the curds to rest for 10 minutes. So 10 minutes later, we're just going to gently stir them now to prevent the curds from matting. So we're going to cover it again and allow the curds to rest for 10 minutes. So the reason we do this process is that we don't want too much whey to be expelled from the cheese or from the curds, and therefore having a moist cheese. Remember that fat that was sitting on the top? I'm just scooping off the solid bits of that there and throwing it down the sink. Probably the best time to do it. And just giving that a stir to stop it from matting. And allow the curds to rest for another 10 minutes. Okay, so our 3 times are up. Now remove 1.5 litres or 1.5 quarts approximately of whey. Now measuring that in my Pyrex jug there. So that's a 1 litre Pyrex jug. I'm taking out a litre first. And disposing of that. And then putting half a litre or 500 millilitres into the jug. Okay, so that's all done. Now we're going to add in, we're washing the curd, so we're going to add in some warm water. So same amount, 1.5 litres or 1.5 quarts of, this is non-chlorinated water at 35 degrees Celsius or 95 Fahrenheit. So we're trying to keep the temperature of the curds constant. So just gently stir the curds there initially to prevent them from matting. It's only it's probably 20 seconds max. And then we're going to cover the pot. Just keep any dust off, of course. And allow the curds to rest for 10 minutes. So 10 minutes later, I'm just going to give that a quick stir again to prevent them from matting. So I stirred for about a minute this time. Just to make sure they're all loose, and then we're going to cover and allow it to rest for 30 minutes this time. And the curds will settle down to the bottom of the pot. So over to the draining area, we're going to drain off the whey down to the level of the curds. It's fairly easy to do. You don't need a sieve or cheesecloth or anything like that because they've all settled to the bottom, and it's fairly easy to tip off the whey. So as much as safe anyway. So I've just done that, set up the pot in the sink, and I've got 3 camembert hoops, but I only needed 2. So ladle the curds into 2 of the camembert baskets / hoops. Now I'm using they're 10 centimetre across, if I remember rightly, and just they've got a bottom in them, so I don't need to worry too much about the formation of at least one side of it anyway. So I did think I was going to need 3 hoops or baskets, so I just ladled the rest back into the first 2. So I allowed those to drain for 1 hour. So that's just a close up before they start draining, and the curds look lovely. So after an hour, they've dropped a little bit there, about 1 centimetre from the top. So we're going to place a mat on top and flip the basket. So the curds drop down. So we're going to flip the curds now over 3 times in 5 hours. So this is after about hour and a half. So just keep flipping. And just place them back on the draining mat. I was just about to lift that up then. That's a bit silly. Okay, so just turn that over. Now, I wasn't very happy with the surface of that cheese, so I just flipped it over so that it formed a better rind. It was a little bit too lumpy for my liking. So give them a good bang so they settle down to the bottom again. And we'll leave those for about another hour and a half. So now instead of using the mats, I'm just flipping them over by hand and just popping them back into the hoop again. Oops. Still not really happy with the formation of that top part of the rind. I should have flipped them straight away. So I just left them as they were. They'll still drain. They'll be fine. So, because it was going to be another little while and there was a fly in the room, I thought I'll put my trusty umbrella over the top. Okay, so about an hour and a half later, this is the last flip. And this time I'm going to flip them for real. So just take them out of the mould and then pop them back in to the basket. Basket mould, same thing. So the good thing about the stabilised paste is that they're not very sloppy. So we're going to allow these cheeses to drain for 12 hours. So 12 hours later, they didn't shrink as much as I thought they would. So we're going to remove the cheese from the baskets. Now it's a very high camembert, or camembert style. So what I'm going to do is fix that up. They wouldn't ripen properly if they were this high normally. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get a very sharp knife and I'm going to cut them in half. Down to the size of a proper camembert, which is about 1.5 centimetres thick. Which is, what's that, half an inch? Roughly. So they look pretty good. I don't think I've done any damage there. So I'm just placing them into the brine solution after I've cut them. Now just put them on their side and then put the little thing on top. You can use any plastic container. This one's not special. I'm going to brine for 6 hours. Make sure they get some good salt absorption in them. So 6 hours later, which just happened to be the next day for me, I'm going to remove them from the brine solution and just place them on a ripening mat. This is a ripening mat out of one of my wide ripening containers, which I'm going to use in a second. So the brining was all done at room temperature, by the way, which is okay. This time of the year it was about 13 degrees overnight, which is not very warm at all. So I'm just getting some paper towel there and I'm drying off each of the cheeses. This will help them air dry faster. They're fairly damp. So we're going to air dry those for 24 hours. Don't want them to dry off completely because you need a little bit of moisture for the mould to grow. So we're going to ripen at 11 to 13 degrees Celsius at 95% relative humidity until the white mould growth is even. Something like this. Now we're going to turn the cheese every 2 days during the ripening and wipe out the bottom of the ripening box to make sure there's no moisture in there. So you get a even coverage. Mine took about 21 days, which is about 7 days longer than normal.
So the box is fairly dry, but they've been maturing for 21 days. They've got a nice, even white coating. Let's hope they're not sticking. They are perfect, so they haven't stuck to the mat. I haven't turned them for about 3 or 4 days. Just wanted the white mould to bloom all over, which is really cool. So that has been achieved. It's got a white mould coating all over, and see by patting it down a little bit, this helps the cheese form. Just patting the white mould down very gently. I've got coverage most. There's a little bit there where a little bit of looks like blue mould has been infected. It has infected the cheese, and this is where it's been touching one of the other cheeses. It hasn't quite formed, but that's okay. That one's right to be wrapped up. Let's do this one. Gently patting it down, because the mould has kind of like bloomed, which is a good thing. Oh, that one's all patted down, ready to be wrapped. Like little fluffy pillows. Smell very much like mushrooms, which is a good thing. A little bit of blue mould I can see, but the white has overtaken it, which is absolutely fantastic. There are no breaks in the mould. Now obviously I've got very clean hands. I washed them with soapy water and sprayed them with vinegar, then dried them off so I don't contaminate the cheese. When you do this, you could use rubber gloves, of course, if you wanted to, but I find this is okay. Okay, so they're all patted down. Now, I'm not the best cheese wrapper, but we'll see that in a minute. So I've got a piece of micro perforated paper here. Let's move the cheese out the way for a second. I need 4 squares. Luckily this comes in, it's 480 by 480 centimetres. Millimetres. That's 48 by 48. I don't know what that is in inches, but I'll put something at the bottom of the screen. Just cutting this paper into quarters with the sharpest scissors I own. Now it's the shiny side out with this paper. Just make sure you do that. And you can see there's tiny little holes all the way through it. Fairly lightweight stuff. All right, so I've got my 4 pieces of paper, and we just check that for size. Perfect. So now what I'm going to do, because I've had some issues with this before, I'm just going to cut the corners off so I don't have too much of the paper remaining, if that makes sense. Won't overlap, sorry. So kind of got a bit of a circle. So I'm hoping I'm going to get complete coverage. Well, we're getting there. Oh, I shouldn't have cut off some of the corners. One of the corners, I've got a hole. I think that'll be okay. What I'll do, I'll get a piece of sticky tape and I'll stick that up, and there we go. So we're wrapped. A bit like that. Very nice. All right, so I got a little bit of hole where I needed. So I'll do another one in a minute, but anyway, put that one aside. I'll leave the corners on, we'll see what happens this time. Okay. There we go, so we've got some overlap there. Gently wrap. Like I said, I'm not the best wrapper when it comes to wrapping up cheese. In fact, I'm terrible at this. Anyway, I need a sticky dot or something, or a piece of sticky tape. That's what I'll get. I'll go get some sticky tape. So back with some sticky tape. So that's complete coverage of the cheese. Let's stick it down. In the stores, they normally, well, it's a lot better than this, but yeah, I don't want to pack it too tight. I want it to be able to breathe while it matures. But yeah, it's fairly good. Bit of sticky tape. Normally they have a label dot, you know, the maker's logo and the cheese with the name of the cheese and all that sort of stuff. But anyway, I haven't got time to do that. Alrighty. So what happens this time? Right, so we've got that one over there. Got a bit there. Make sure I cover it all up. That's kind of not working. There we go. That's pretty enough. Is it all solid? Yeah, it looks good. Let's get a bit of sticky tape. And another one, just because. There we go, that's 2 down. Maybe I could do it like a Christmas present. I don't want to press down too much on the mould, I don't want to destroy that. Right. There we go. There we go, good enough. They don't have to be perfect, it's what's inside that counts. There we go. I might be able to save this one by putting just a bit of paper. Let's put the paper there. Oh, look at that. So I've managed to save it. We've got total coverage just by putting a bit of paper that I cut off the corner there. Now this one will be perfect for a sticky dot, but see, I've got any sticky dots. Just a bit of sticky tape over the top. too much. There we go, all wrapped. So they'll go, I'll put them, leave them in the container and put them into the kitchen fridge at 4 degrees Celsius, and we'll let those ripen for another 2 to 3 weeks. Like I said, they're fairly firm. I'll check them at 2 weeks to see what they're travelling like. You just press in the middle, and that's how you determine how ripe they are. But as I said, these are stabilised paste, so I'm expecting the white mould to keep developing and ripening from the outside in, and to make the paste a little bit smoother. But we'll come back, do a taste test in a few weeks' time. Anyway, you can get the kit and all the ingredients and everything for this cheese over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. And don't forget that you can give the video a thumbs up if you liked it, and don't forget to share it on all forms of social media. That would be most excellent. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Welcome to the taste test for the stabilised paste washed curd bloomy rind cheese, or aka the fake camembert. Now, it has been maturing for quite a while since the video was shot. I think I've had it in the cheese fridge for about 4 weeks. It's actually been in the kitchen fridge, not the cheese fridge. And it has been warming up to room temperature for the last 30 minutes. And let's have a look inside the little white package to see if it's been a success or a failure. So here goes. It should be fairly easy taking this out of the paper, more so than it was putting it in. Let's have a look. I've never professed to be a very good wrapper of camembert, or a wrapper full stop. So far so good. Oh, that looks interesting. Oh, you can smell the earthy flavours, the mushroomy flavour. There we go. One perfect little camembert. So you can see it's got a lovely bloom all over. The paper worked very well by retarding a bit of the mould growth. So, well, without further ado, let's get into it and have a look what it tastes like. So I'm going to cut a wedge out of it. Or should I say sliver? Okay. So upon first inspection, got a little bit of some holes, some eyes, very small, tiny, very mechanical. It feels looks, in fact, it looks very much like a store-bought camembert, as you would expect, seeing that's what I was trying to achieve with this recipe. So the rind is about 3 to 4 millimeters into the cheese, which is good. It's bloomy all over. Smells a little bit like wild mushrooms, freshly picked. Let's see what it tastes like, shall we? Oh. Very creamy. Oh, that's delicious. That is one amazing little cheese. A little bit salty though, so maybe I would ease off on the brining time. I think in the video I stated that I brined it for 6 hours, which was accurate. I would ease off probably down to 4 hours of brining for this cheese. I think that would be sufficient. A little bit too salty, but delicious nonetheless. It's creamy throughout. I dare say, as it gets warmer, it's going to get runnier, a little bit runnier. Let's cut it in half, just so you guys and girls can get a good view of what it looks like. So there's the paste there in all its glory. Very soft, but it's not runny like you would have for, say, a traditional Camembert de Normandy, which is made with raw cow's milk. This was used, I used pasteurised, unhomogenised milk for this recipe, and also where I deviated from the recipe of traditional Camembert was I added thermophilic starter culture, plus I washed the curd of the cheese to reduce the overall acidity. Now it's making it a very mild, pleasant, creamy, bloomy rind cheese, and that's what I was aiming for. So as far as I'm concerned, success. Maybe reduce the brining time down to about 4 hours instead of 6, and it'll be a very well-rounded cheese. I think the more you eat, which I will have another piece. Yeah, it's soft. It's very nice. I like that. That's lovely. Very, very nice indeed. This is one of the best cheeses that I've made in a long time. Not that the other cheeses are any bad. This is just exceptional. I like it a lot. When you're eating bloomy rind cheeses as well, don't cut the rind off. Eat it with the rind on. It adds to the texture, the flavour, the overall experience. That's what it's there for. It is absolutely delicious. So good. So good. So if you haven't already made it, rush out and grab the ingredients. And you can pick those up at littlegreenworkshops.com.au if you want to. We have all the supplies there. We have Camembert kits, but don't forget to throw in the thermophilic starter culture if you want to make a stabilised paste bloomy rind cheese following my recipe. Absolutely delicious. Great little cheese. Anyway, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're making fromage blanc. So, fromage blanc, or roughly translated into English, white cheese, which it is. It's a white cheese. It's very similar in consistency to yogurt. However, it doesn't taste like yogurt. And that's because it doesn't use the same process as yogurt. Fromage blanc is a runny cheese. There's a little bit of whey coming off it. It's very soft, and instead of being cooked like yogurt does at a high temperature about above 40 degrees Celsius, fromage blanc is cooked at about 22 or 23 degrees Celsius, so much lower. Also, the starter cultures are different. Fromage blanc uses a mesophilic starter culture, and yogurt, or styles of yogurt, use a thermophilic starter culture. So the flavours are different. This is not as sharp, and you can actually buy this in shops through France and the UK, labelled as fromage blanc. So without further ado, let me show you how I made fromage blanc in my own kitchen.
So start off by sanitising all of your equipment. I prefer to boil my stainless steel equipment. The fromage blanc ingredients are 3 litres or 3 quarts of semi-skimmed cow's milk. I'm using a percentage of 1 to 2% fat, and I'm using pasteurised and homogenised milk, just store-bought milk. 1/8 of a teaspoon of aromatic mesophilic culture, 1/8 of a teaspoon or 0.75 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 2 tablespoons of non-chlorinated water, 2 drops of single strength liquid rennet, I'm using IMCU 200, and that's diluted in 2 tablespoons of non-chlorinated water, and 2 teaspoons of coarse salt. You can use between 1 and 2 teaspoons. So heat the milk to 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit. It's not very warm at all and very easy to come up to that temperature. I'm just using the precision cooker as a water bath there in my kitchen sink. So now we're going to add the aromatic mesophilic culture, just sprinkle that over the surface. So I'm using a single sachet of the Mad Millie aromatic mesophilic culture. So allow the culture to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So after the 5 minutes, take the lid off, give it a stir. Stir the culture into the milk. Once you've stirred the culture in, I'm going to add the calcium chloride. This just helps make the curd set a lot better, especially when using pasteurised homogenised milk. Now we're going to add 1 tablespoon of the rennet solution, so not the entire amount, just 1 tablespoon. Bit of spillage there, but that's okay. Just tip that into the milk and then stir for no more than 1 minute. Pop the lid back on. Now we're going to allow the curds to set for 12 hours. This is a lot less than you would if you're making cream cheese, for instance. So check for a clean break. I'm just using the probe of my thermometer. Yes, that splits, so that's fine. Now remove from the heat. I'm just going to turn it off. I didn't have the precision cooker on the entire time. I just turned it on when it needed to warm back up to 22 Celsius. So just move the curds to the side and put your tight weave cheesecloth over your colander, because we're going to use it as a hanging bag. And then we're going to transfer the curds, which kind of looks like blancmange at the moment. I'm going to use our ladle and scoop out ladles of the curds and put them into the colander. So just be gentle when doing this. The curd structure is not very firm. And pour the rest of it in. There we go, all done. So now we're going to tie opposite corners of the cloth, and we're going to tie them up to form a bag for hanging and draining. So just 2 simple granny knots. There we go. I'm using a stainless steel hook. I hang the cheese in a draft-free place for 4 to 6 hours. More on that when Gavin has his comments at the end. There we are, hanging. I've got it in my laundry, which is draft-free, and it's at room temperature. So the next day, just transfer the cheese into a large bowl, just undo your granny knots, and then just roll it out of the cheesecloth. It doesn't stick, per se, to the cheesecloth. Just give it a bit of a roll once you've got the knots out of the way. There we go. So gently rolling, and it just comes out nice and cleanly. There we go. Now, if you only hang it for about 4 hours, the consistency of the cheese will be a lot runnier. I hung mine for 6, so I'm just using a whisk there just to break it up a little bit. So I added 2 teaspoons of salt. Now you could ease off on this if you didn't want it as salty and use only 1 teaspoon. So whisk that in. I'm using a little bit of the whey water that was expelled during hanging, just to make it a little bit more runnier. So if it's too thick, just use the leftover whey. There we go. So that's about the right consistency, I reckon. So the fromage blanc should be the consistency of very thick yogurt. So just a quick taste to make sure the salt levels are okay. And I think it is. So perfect for savoury dishes. If you wanted to use it for sweet dishes, probably don't add the salt at all. So just whisking that up a little bit, trying to get some of the lumps out. There are a few little ones in there. It looks like runny cottage cheese. So once you've got it to the consistency you want, then just pour it into an airtight container. It can be used in place of sour cream, cream cheese, or any yogurt in many, many dishes. So you can store it in the kitchen fridge for up to 2 weeks. So back to Gav for commentary and a taste test.
So that was the simplest of processes. Very simple. I did have it in the sink. The precision cooker was not on all the time. I kind of used it as a temperature gauge. So the heating element wasn't on all the time. I just wanted to know what temperature the water bath was. So it was hovering around 22, 23 degrees Celsius during the entire make of this cheese. So what does it taste like? Well, I think I may have oversalted a little bit. It's a little bit, it's runnier than cream cheese. It's also runnier than, it's not as runny as say sour cream you'll be used to, and it's a little bit thicker than yogurt. It is a little bit lumpy, and I couldn't get rid of the lumps when I whisked it, but I think that's very similar to what it actually is like. So, let's get a little bit, now that I've stirred it a little bit and put the whey back into it, there it is there, looking luscious. Let's put a bit on a cracker. Now you can make this, you can have this salted or unsalted. The unsalted version will not last as long because it won't keep bacteria and mold away. However, the salted version can be used in so many different recipes. But before I tell you about those recipes, let me just have a taste. That's really good. So it's got a little bit of tartness, not like yogurt, but a little bit of acidity, a little bit of acid development. It's not smooth, a little bit grainy, just a little, but don't let that put you off. And a little bit salty. I might have gone over the top on the salt. However, the recipe I found said that it needed 2 teaspoons, so I kind of stuck to that. You could ease off a little bit, probably 1 would be just as salty enough. But you can use this in many, many savoury dishes. Let me just finish this off. Very, very nice. So it's a lovely little simple, quick white cheese. Like I said, very similar to the consistency of maybe even a very runny cottage cheese as well because of the lumps in it. So if you like cottage cheese, then you could drain it a little bit longer. I drained it for 6 hours. The recipe stated between 4 and 6 hours, 4 for a much runnier fromage blanc, 6 hours for a firmer, and I actually had to add a little bit more whey back into it because I thought it was a little bit too firm when I mixed the cheese up. Now, if you wanted it even more like cottage cheese, then probably another couple of hours wouldn't hurt, so you could actually push that out to about 8 hours of draining in the bag. So, a great little cheese. What I'm going to do, and this is not sponsored or anything, I found a recipe website that has over 100 recipes to use fromage blanc in. You know, all the way from tarts to cheesecakes to potato or gratin, all those sorts of amazing French style recipes, even quiche Lorraine, that it can be used in. And when you get this much yield from 3 litres of milk, it's quite outstanding, and you really do have to use it for cooking. So I am going to use it for cooking. I'll whip up a few recipes, take a few photos and pop them onto the community page of the channel to show you what you can do with fromage blanc. Anyway, thanks for joining me today, curd nerds. You can pick up the cultures to make this cheese over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Don't forget, I've got 2 books in publication. You can get them as ebooks, and the links are in the description for those, as well as spiral bound versions over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Just go and check out the cheese section and you'll see there are lots of books on offers, including my 2 books. Keep Calm and Make Cheese, and Keep Calm and Make More Cheese. Well, thanks for watching, curd nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Well, g'day, curd nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers, and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive, and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States, and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print-on-demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print-on-demand services. So, because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream. Well, g'day, curd nerds. Today we're making creme fraiche. So creme fraiche is a French style cheese. It actually roughly translates, or probably directly translates, as fresh cream. It's a lot thicker than fresh cream because it has been cultured. So it's a cultured cream. You use a fairly high fat cream to make creme fraiche, between 35 and 50% fat. So it's a lot thicker than what, say, sour cream, which is made along the same similar lines. Anyway, let's get on with the recipe and I'll show you how easy it is to make creme fraiche. So I'm using cream by Inglenook Dairy. It's about 50%. So I'm using a 2 litre saucepan, and the ingredients for this dairy product is 1 litre or 1 quart of whipping cream between 35 and 50% fat, and either 1/8 of a teaspoon of Sacco MO36R aromatic mesophilic because it's very strong, or 1/4 of a teaspoon of Flora Danica. So I'm going to turn the heat on now, and we're going to heat the cream to 24 degrees Celsius or 75 Fahrenheit. So once it's come up to temperature, make sure you were stirring it all that time so it doesn't burn on the bottom. We're going to remove it from the heat. And remove the spoon. So now we're going to add the aromatic mesophilic culture. I'm using MO36R, but like I said, you can use Flora danica or any other aromatic mesophilic culture. Okay, so that's floating on the top there, and we're going to allow that to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So I did cover the pan out a shot to make sure no fluff got in the cream. But after the 5 minutes, we're going to stir the culture into the cream. So make sure that's thoroughly stirred through. Okay, remove the spoon once again. And we're going to cover that and allow it to ripen at room temperature for between 36 and 48 hours. So after the 48 hours, that's how long I took mine to get thick, we're going to spoon it into a bowl or an airtight container. Now it is quite thick, which is absolutely fantastic. It's still a little bit runny, as you can see there, but it's definitely not like the cream I originally started with. You can put this into the fridge now if you want, and that will thicken up and go a lot firmer than what it is now. But it has a light tang and it's quite delicious. So you can cover that with cling wrap and use that bowl, or like I said, use an airtight container and refrigerate. It will keep for up to 10 days at 4 degrees Celsius or 39 degrees Fahrenheit. And there is some of the creme fraiche that we used on a dessert with a waffle and some fresh berries and a little bit of maple syrup. It was absolutely delicious.
Well, that was so easy, wasn't it? There are so many ways to use this dairy product, I'll call it. Oh, it's not a cheese per se, I suppose it's cultured cream. You can use it with fresh berries in desserts. You can use it in stocks and soups. You can thicken pasta sauces with it. The possibilities are endless. Just go and have a quick Google search on how to use creme fraiche, and you'll be surprised at the many applications for this lovely little product. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you liked it, give it a thumbs up. Now, if you haven't already subscribed, please do so, and you'll be notified about the next cheesy video that gets released. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're making butter. Specifically, herb and garlic butter. So as you can see, I've made a mountain of butter here. It's absolutely fantastic, tastes delightful. I've reused some old butter containers, so don't be surprised about that. But you know, we're into reuse here. I've used a little bit of it already, it's so good. This is herb and garlic butter, this one here. All these ones here, just normal butter, plain. I haven't done anything to them except added salt as necessary. And the ingredient I used for the herb and garlic butter was this Tuscan garlic salt by Way Hill Farm. It's a local Victorian company. It's also good to support Victorian companies. This is not a sponsored video by any means, but I just liked the product. Now, the ingredients, it's got garlic, which is about 50%, and it's granulated garlic, and it contains sea salt, oregano, rosemary, thyme, and sage. So good all-rounder, delicious flavour, made a fantastic herbed butter. I also used to make the butter, cream by Inglenook Dairies, which is a local dairy producer here in Victoria. Fantastic cream. The percentage was about 50% fat, which is quite high, but really good quality cream, made a really good quality butter. Anyway, let me show you how I made butter.
So I've got that lovely Inglenook Dairy cream. It's quite thick, as you can see there. Pouring it into a bowl. Now, this was my first mistake. As if it wouldn't be a cheese video without making mistakes. I put too much cream into the bowl. Far too much. But that will become evident as soon as I start whisking with my little mix master. So mixing until it starts to go into thickened cream and starts to form in that there's enough air into the cream that it starts to expand, and it's expanding quite high to the top of the bowl so far. So it's started to go solid now, as cream does when you whip it. And a bit of an issue, so I needed to get a spatula out and put half of the cream into that jug that I had spare ready for the buttermilk. Anyway, so still whisking and trying not to get it everywhere. It was flicking everywhere. Now, I don't have a kitchen maid or anything like that. This is all we have in our house, is a nice little hand mixer, and that's what I had to deal with. Takes me back to when I made the culture butter video. I think the glass jar with the little steel ball in it, still whiskey thing, worked a lot better and was less messier than what this method is. However, if you've got something like a kitchen aid, then you'll have no problems. So you can see that the cream is starting to turn yellow, which is a good thing. And it gets firmer as you whisk it. Now I'm just using the spatula to put the cream, or nearly butter, down the sides. And as you can see there, it's going even more yellower. There we go. Now I had to get an apron on because it was getting quite messy. And as you can see, it looks a little bit like scrambled eggs now. So that's perfect for what we're trying to achieve here. So I'm nearly finished whisking. Probably took a good 20 minutes, I would say, to get to this stage. So once it starts to break up individually, then it's good to go. So just a quick clean of the whiskers, and I'm forming it into a ball now. Now you can see that white substance coming out is indeed buttermilk. That's what it is. It's the leftover liquid, and the butter is actually the fat. So I'm just kneading it to get the buttermilk out of the butter. Now I have clean hands, obviously, making sure that this is all done hygienically as possible. Now at this stage, I knew I had most of the buttermilk out, so I put cold tap water into the bowl and pressed pressed the butter to get as much of the buttermilk out as possible. So now we're going to add the salt, and this is the herb and garlic, or the Tuscan salt mix, or garlic mix. So garlic, it's got oregano, rosemary, thyme and sage, and big chunks of dried garlic, which is absolutely fantastic. So I used 2 teaspoons, I think, it's about a litre of cream, and mixing that through the butter as well as I could. Notice there's no more buttermilk coming out, so I've got the vast majority of that out. And anything that did come out because of the salt, I just poured out of the bowl. There we go. So form it into a shape once it's finished. Quick wash of the hands, pop it on a board, and there's my butter container that I had saved from butter we bought previously. And just push it into the container as best you can. Now it was a little bit high, so I got a knife and just trimmed that off. And you can see that the herbs are well distributed through the butter. Now I had a little bit extra, so I went and got a ramekin and popped that in there. So there we go, there's my beautiful butter. Absolutely delicious. I think I got the salt content just right, and you can see that the herbs are all the way through it. Just a slight coloration of the herbs there in the garlic and herbed butter. And there's the lovely label that Kim made for me. Now on with the taste test. So, how do you know if the butter's any good? Well, you got to try it. So I've got a crust of a end of a piece of bread and slathering the bread with the butter. And there we go, first bite. Absolutely delicious. Great butter. Anyway, back to Gav.
Now, as you can tell, making butter is not hard. This time around, instead of using a jar and a little mesh ball inside the jar and shook it like I did in the cultured butter video, I just used a little hand mixer and just kept whipping the cream until it turned slightly yellow, then gave it a little bit of a squeeze, as you saw, to see how much buttermilk came out. That was my indication that the butter was ready and ready to handle with my hands. Now, a lot of people say don't handle butter with your hands because it melts the butter. My hands were very cold. It was very cold inside, so there was no real issues. You know, I could have worn gloves as well, but I chose for the tactile feel to get the butter and make sure there was enough buttermilk out of the butter when I washed it. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. I really appreciate your time watching these videos as always. So don't forget to check out our Patreon page or join via YouTube memberships. This keeps the show running. Well, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. This is a bit of a community announcement. I recently signed up for Cameo, and for those who don't know, Cameo is a service where you can, for a small fee, ask me to do things like shout outs for birthdays, for Father's Day, Mother's Day, Christmas, bar mitzvahs, you name it. Also, I've lately given a couple of pep talks. I've also even done a sleep story. Somebody says they watch my videos to fall asleep, so I did a little, not a lullaby, but a little story to help them go to sleep. So these shout outs are in the form of a video message. There are also chat options if you want to ask me a question and you don't want to wait until Ask the Cheese Man. And it's a burning question, then you can pay a small, very small fee for a chat and I'll give you an answer, obviously. So yeah, any words of encouragement that you would like me to impart on either yourself or one of your loved ones, I'd love to help out. The link for my Cameo page is in the description below. Like I said, only a quick one, a short community service, and hopefully, and like some people have already done, have taken up the service. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. G'day curd nerds. Today we're going to be making camembert, and camembert is from the Normandy region of France. Now, I have made a camembert video previously, but I didn't show all the steps. So today you're going to see how it goes from the milk bottle all the way through to maturation and hopefully eating. This is a small batch. I'm only going to be using 4 litres of milk, so we'll probably get 3 small camemberts out of it. Anyway, on with the cheese.
Rightio, the ingredients are 4 litres of full cream milk, 1/8 of a teaspoon of mesophilic culture. You could use a aromatic mesophilic culture if you wanted a milder cheese. 1/16 of a teaspoon of Penicillium candidum, 1/32 of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum, 1/8 of a teaspoon of calcium chloride, and 1/8 of a teaspoon of liquid rennet. And you'll need a saturated brine solution of about 18%. So we're going to bring our milk temperature up to 29 degrees Celsius or 87 Fahrenheit. And then we add in our mesophilic culture. I'm using a Mad Milli mesophilic here. Very similar to the one I normally use, which is MO30 by Sacco. So just getting all the bits out there. So I'm not stirring it just yet, we're letting that rehydrate a little bit. Now we're going to be adding the Penicillium candidum. This causes the bloomy white rind on the cheese. So letting that rehydrate a little bit as well. And we're going to add in our Geotrichum candidum. Now, Geotrichum candidum stops skin slip on camembert or white bloomy cheese. It also adds a kind of a mushroomy flavour. Very subtle, but it's very nice. Now let that all rest for about 3 minutes before you stir it in. Just rehydrates the cultures. And then when you do stir it in, just stir it in very, very gently. Just it stops the cultures forming into lumps and not dissolving properly. So I stirred that for about 2-3 minutes. And then I'm going to add in the calcium chloride. So there's no ripening time for the cultures. So now the calcium chloride is added in, just give that a good stir. And then we're going to add in the rennet. So that liquid rennet's been diluted in non-chlorinated water, just like the calcium chloride. And then we give that a good stir for about a minute. I wouldn't do it any more than a minute because that's when it starts to coagulate. So we're going to let that rest or set now for 90 minutes. That's an hour and a half. So an hour and a half later, we're going to cut the curd into 2.5 centimetre or 1 inch cubes. So that's rather large. And they have to be because you don't want small curd size, because that would mean too much whey would expel and you won't get the moist camembert you're after. So I'm not using my curd cutter because that's 1.5 centimetre cubes it makes. So I'm using a diagonal technique. So I've already done the vertical, so I'm using diagonal to get the horizontal cuts, and it works quite well this way. Now we're going to allow the curds to heal for 5 minutes. And then once that 5 minutes has elapsed, we're not going to actually stir the curds, we're going to lift them. So this is very gentle, they're very gentle curds. So we're going to gently lift for 5 minutes until the edges kind of look a little bit rounded. So even though that doesn't look gentle, that's just sped up. But you can see there I'm being very gentle. So the cube size is large. So you can see there they haven't shrunk down too much. It's only been 5 minutes of lifting. Now I'm going to let that rest for 5 minutes. And then we're going to take it over to the sink area. The curds have settled a little bit. We're going to ladle out the whey until you can just see the curds. Now, yes, I am tipping it down the sink. I've got more ricotta than I know what to do with. Anyway, so then you ladle the curds into your camembert hoops. Now, these are 10 centimetre in diameter, and they're about 10 centimetres tall. Now, I did think I was going to get away with using 2, but I had to add a third one in. Lucky I had sanitised 4 of these, but only ended up using 3. So you'll have a little bit more on the bottom, so just wait for some time and then just keep topping it up. So don't be tempted to add another one or your camemberts will be very flat indeed. Now it may take about an hour before you get all the curds into the hoops or moulds. Now, some time has passed. I've actually turned this a little bit. You need to flip the camemberts now every 2 hours for the next 6 hours, so that's 3 times. I just find it's very easy to use a cheese board top and bottom and then just flip them over like that. Makes the whole process of turning quite easy. And you might have to tap them a little bit. Just to make sure that they drop back down again properly. And I apologise for the bouncy camera. I had it in the sink. So drain off your mats that you're using. I'm using just bamboo mats there. Now, once you've done that 6 hours of turning, just let that rest overnight, and you'll see they shrink considerably. However, we don't pull them out of the mould just yet, so I'm just showing you. They're actually quite spongy still, and they would spread. They're not firm enough. So we keep them in the hoops for 24 hours, and we flip them every 6 hours. So this is essential to make sure that your camemberts don't go flat or start to spread within the container and they hold their shape. So at the end of the 24 hours, then we're going to transfer them into the brine. I made a mistake here. I was going to put them straight in the cheese fridge, and then I remembered, hey, I didn't salt these. So I put them in the box anyway, so they're very firm, which is what we want. They're still very moist, which is what we also need. But you can see they're probably about 1.5 inches high, and 3 fit into my maturation box there very well. So I'm just going to move that box up to the side and put the camemberts in the brine there. You can salt them all over, but I find that recently, since I started remaking camembert again, that brine works a lot better. So I pop the 3 in there, so an hour each, so that's 3 hours in total, and just turn them every hour, just to make sure they're totally submersed in the brine and they soak in enough salt. So after that 3 hours has elapsed, I'm going to take the little bears, as I've fondly called them. I'm going to put them into the maturation box proper. And we're going to ripen those for 14 days at 10 degrees Celsius or 50 Fahrenheit. So they'll go into the cheese cave. Make sure you've got a good seal. They do start to let off a fair bit of ammonia in those first 14 days, and the fridge will smell a bit. So here's the camembert at 1 week old. You can see they've got a bloom on them already, which is great. Now, make sure you do turn daily. Now, I skipped a day there, and you can see that they started to make an impression into the plastic mat there that I'm using. So it's don't skip any days. Make sure that you do turn them daily. And they do have a bloom on top and bottom and starting to on the sides at the 1 week mark. Little fuzzy pillows. Very nice. Anyway, you couldn't eat them at this stage. They just taste like a fresh cheese, basically. So we're going to pop the lid back on, pop them back in the cheese cave at 10 degrees Celsius for another week. Now, we're going to use cheese wrap. This is micro perforated cheese wrap, and it has a shiny side and it has a dull side. You put your camembert onto the dull side. This has an absorbent layer that actually helps absorb any more moisture and keeps the bloomy white rind of your cheeses. So this is the camembert at 2 weeks. They look perfect, look good enough to eat, but they're not ready yet. They do, you can feel on the edges, there's a little bit of moisture, a little bit runniness, which is okay at this stage, but they are fully covered in a white bloom. So they're now ready to wrap in the cheese wrap. And this prevents the white bloom from getting out of control, basically. So I'm going to use some stickers there just to stick the paper down, and they're going to double as labels in a second. You'll see that in a minute. Now, if a man had have had his act together, he would have unstuck all the labels off the sheet first instead of mucking around. But anyway. So these had no other moulds on them, which was fantastic, so they weren't contaminated by anything else. It was just a pure white mould. Nothing wrong with that at all. Delicious. So then we're going to label them and we're going to ripen them for another week or 2, depending on how runny you want the centre to be. Camembert ripens from the outside in, so you'll see that the edges become runny first. So I'm just labelling those when I'm going to open them. So I'm going to open one at a week after this, and then the other 2 at 4 weeks old. So we pop those back into the cheese cave again at the 10 degrees Celsius for another week. Now at this stage we can turn them twice a week. It's no big deal. Right, so here is the test to see if it's okay. So the paper comes off all right. This is at 3 weeks old. You can see some of the bloom has kind of been absorbed into the paper. But it does look all right. It looks nice. It's well developed. So it's firm top and bottom, but a little bit, I wouldn't say squishy, but it feels different on the sides. So we'll cut in. You can see that the paste hasn't oozed out, and that's fine. And then we pull a bit out. And you can see there that the edges, and the skin started to slip off there a little bit, edges are very creamy, and the centre is still quite firm. So I would say this is not entirely ripe. We're going to leave the other 2 for another 2 weeks, see how it goes, and I'll do another video. When I bit into it, it was quite strong. So I think next time I'm going to use an aromatic mesophilic culture to bring some of that level of acidity down. But it does taste delicious. The paste is amazing, great flavour. Give it a try. Now you can pick up a camembert kit over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. And also don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can see other great videos like this Leicester and this farmhouse cheddar. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Well, bonjour, mon ami, or as we say here in Australia, g'day curd nerds. Today you're watching the How to Make French Cheeses live stream. During the stream you'll see many amazing French cheeses that I've made over the course of my cheese making journey. Thank you so much for watching today. As always,
If you want to support the show, don't forget that you can hit the join button down below or sign up on Patreon. Every little bit helps keep the channel going and growing. Well, enjoy the rest of the stream. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today I'm going to use some leftover cheese to make a very interesting spread called Fromage Fort. Now, Fromage Fort is literally translated as strong cheese in French. So I have three different cheeses here. I have some Graviera that I made in, well, it says February 22, but I think that's when it was ripe. Some Gouda and some, well, it says blue Gouda. Anyway, so two types of Gouda and some Graviera. So that'll be interesting. So you basically need three different types of cheeses. Whatever you've got left over in your either your cheese cave or your kitchen fridge, and you're not sure what to do with it. So to make this recipe, you will need 500 grams or 1 pound of leftover cheese bits. If they're moldy or something like that, then you can cut the mold off if it's hard cheese. Don't use soft cheese for this recipe, use hard cheese, it's better. You'll need 2 cloves of garlic. So you'll also need half a cup of white wine. I'm using a dry Riesling or Riesling, and that should be fairly interesting. You'll also need some black pepper, freshly cracked black pepper. And if you want, you can add herbs and spices to it as well. But I'm going to just make a fairly plain Fromage Fort today. So that's the ingredient list. So you'll also need a food processor, which I have here. You'll need some small jars, like this is a mason jar with one of those little fancy lids. This has been sanitized, ready to go, that I can put my finished cheese paste into. And you'll need a scale and a couple of spatulas, and you can go from there. Alrighty, so let's first start off by weighing out the cheese. So as I said, we'll need half a kilogram or 1 pound of cheese. So this cheese is fairly old and very crumbly. It's got a bit of moisture in it too. So just use whatever cheese you've got. And the more mature the better, I'm told. So yeah, let's cut a bit off of this. How much we're going to use? About that much, I reckon. Oh, very crumbly too. So make sure your cheese tastes okay. Fairly strong. So that's about 125 grams for that one. Now we've got a bit of Graviera. Lots of crystals on the outside of this one, so let's cut off a wedge of that. Oh, smells lovely. What's that taste like? Oh, gorgeous. Righto. So I'm up to 280 grams. And now finally for the Gouda. And this is about 1.5 years old as well. $450 grams, a little bit more. So technically a pound is about 450 grams, but I'm going for a kilo. Yep, perfect. So they need to be in fairly sizable chunks, smallish size. You could probably grate it beforehand, but I'm just roughly chopping it. So Fromage Fort is perfect for any cheeses that you've just got laying around that you have no other use for, and you're all cheesed out and you don't want to serve that one on the platter anymore. So great little way to make like a cheese paste slash spread. So 3 very different tasting cheeses. Get all of them out in the bowl. Let's clean up my mess. Right, and finally we do the 2 cloves of garlic. Oh. There we go, that'll do. So we're just going to peel those and pop them straight into the food processor. There we go. So measure out our wine. So 1/2 cup. There we go. Which is 125 millilitres. Let's pop that in as well. Oh, there we go. Now I won't put the salt and the pepper in until the end, and we'll try that. We'll just whiz it up. Beautiful. Now it's not too runny, which is really good. Still got some chunks in there, so it's not fully processed. It's a little bit, well, it's not dry, just needs a bit. Yeah, let's whiz it a bit more, shall we? It's always good to whiz a little bit more. It's not going to over process. I don't want it to it's not going to be too thin. Right, have a look at that. I can't see any lumps, which is what I'm trying to eliminate, all the, any lumps of the cheese. It looks fairly good. No lumps of the garlic. Sneaky taste test. That is strong. Goodness me. Right, we need some pepper. So it's pepper to taste, just ground black pepper, as much as you want. So a fair bit in there. Right, so a bit of salt. Nice. All right, let's whiz that again. There we go. So we've got our paste. It's looking fairly good now. Pop that out of the way. And swap all this around. So we've got our jars. And this will keep in the kitchen fridge for about 2 weeks. Let me just try some first. I need a spoon. Yeah, that's smooth but firmish. Oh, that is strong. That is very nice. It's going to go lovely on toast, baguettes, you name it. You can spread it on it. And yeah, it's like cream cheese but better. So let's see how good I can be by getting this in the jar, shall we? I I'm not sure how many jars we're going to use, but probably 1 or 2. Now you can make it a little bit milder, I suppose, if you don't want as much garlic. But the white wine certainly adds to it. And I've heard, or read, that you can leave this age for a month or so, only in the fridge of course, and this will improve with flavour. Yeah, cool. Put the first lid on. Let's give it a wipe. Now you could put some chilies with this, tarragon, chervil, what are the French herbs? Parsley, of course, you could use, no problems at all. But like I said, I'm just trying this plain today. And I think it'll be a hit. There we go. So it should get a little bit more. Yeah, one more. It should get, the pepper should start to, well, get peppery, I suppose. What's the word I'm looking for? The pepper should start to infuse into the cheese as it hydrates. And yeah, it should add more to the flavour the next day. So I'm going to try this again tomorrow and see how much the flavour has changed. So I just happen to have a cracker, as you do out here in the studio. Put a bit of the fromage fort on top. That's lovely. And it's strong. Goodness me. Strong cheese. Who would have known? Very nice. So there you go, that's how you make fromage fort. I did get the recipe from 200 Easy Homemade Cheeses. This is the second edition, and it's by Deborah Amron Boys. So great little book. I've got a lot of, used a fair few recipes out of this one, modifying them because they're all for really large batches, so I've scaled them down for the channel. But the recipe for fromage fort's in there. But I will create a recipe card based on my version, and you can find that down in the description below. So, fromage fort, what to do with leftover cheese, and that is to turn it into a cheese paste. Well done, if I do say so myself. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. Go and check it out. Surely you've got some leftover cheese, whether it's cheese you've made yourself or commercial cheese, and give fromage fort a go. I think it's well worth the time, which didn't take me very long at all, as you saw. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. And if you want to buy any of the ingredients, equipment, kits, etc. for making cheese in your very own home, pop over to littlegreenworkshops.com.au. We ship internationally. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. G'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're making Morbier. Now, Morbier is a French cheese, and it is a bit of a funny one. It's a cheese that has an ash line down the middle, and back in the old days when they had copper vats, what they used to do, they used to make this cheese, Morbier, and they'd make the base first because they didn't have enough milk in their vat, and then they'd get some of the ash from the bottom of the copper cauldron, and they'd sprinkle that over the top to stop the rind from drying out or over acidifying and going bad. And then the next day, they make the same cheese, and then they throw the curds on top and then press it. These days, we don't have to do that. So what I've done is made just a single batch of cheese and split it into 2 lots of curd and made an ash line down the middle. It's also a washed rind cheese. So you'll see some Brevibacteria linens make an appearance, and we'll be washing the outside of the cheese. Anyway, please join me on how to make Morbier.
So first of all, sanitize all of your equipment. I do that via boiling, and all the plastic equipment I use vinegar. The milk we're using today is Inglenook Dairy full cream milk, and it's unhomogenized. So the ingredients for this cheese is 10 litres or 10.5 quarts of whole cow's milk, a quarter of a teaspoon of MA 4000 series. I'm using MA 4001 mesophilic culture. You'll need 1/32nd of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum, 1/64th of a teaspoon of Brevibacteria linens, 3/8 of a teaspoon or 2 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in quarter of a cup of non-chlorinated water, 3/8 of a teaspoon or 2 millilitres of single strength liquid rennet. I'm using IMCU 200, and that's diluted in quarter of a cup of non-chlorinated water. You'll also need some French ash or activated charcoal, plus you're going to need a saturated 18% brine solution to salt your cheese with. So once you've finished pouring all of the milk into your pot, attach your thermometer and bring your milk temperature up to 30 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So once you've reached the target temperature, I'm just taking that pot off of my steamer to stop the temperature going up any further. And then we're going to add the culture and the 2 moulds. First of all, I'm adding the MA 4001 it's called Choose It by Danisco. Just sprinkle that all over the surface. And then I'm sprinkling over the Geotrichum candidum. And then the Brevibacterium linens, which is the red mould you see on the surface of some cheeses, especially Morbier. So cover that up, and we're going to allow the cultures and moulds to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So once 5 minutes is up, we're going to stir them back into the milk. Just check the temperature hasn't gone up, which is good. So I'm stirring for about a minute, maybe a minute and a half there. So cover back up again, and we're going to allow them to ripen for 90 minutes, or that's an hour and a half. So once the ripening time is finished, we're going to just stir the cream that's floated to the top, because I'm using unhomogenized milk, just back into the milk. Now note I didn't add any cream to this recipe, it's just naturally floated to the top again. So once that's done, we're going to add the calcium chloride. Just pour that in while you're stirring, and stir that for about a minute. So now we're going to add the rennet solution, and just gently pour that in whilst we're stirring, and then stir that for, you guessed it, no more than 1 minute. Okay, just still the milk and then cover that back up to start coagulation. So we're going to allow it to set in 45 minutes. So 45 minutes later, we're going to check that for a clean break, and I'll just do that with my curd knife. Pop it in a 45-degree angle, then turn it. And if it looks nice and clean and doesn't look sloppy, then you're right to go. So using my curd cutter, I'm cutting that into 2 centimetre or 3/4 inch cubes. Just doing the horizontals there with my curd harp, and with my curd knife, just do the vertical cuts. So do it one way, and then we're going to do it perpendicular to that cut. And that should give us some nice clean cubes. Now if you don't have a curd harp, then you can cut at a 45-degree angle to get the same effect. So cover that back up and allow them to heal for 5 minutes. Stops the curd going sloppy when you first stir it. There we go. So you'll see a little bit of whey on the top. So we're going to stir the curds for 10 minutes whilst raising the temperature to 38 Celsius or 100 Fahrenheit. So we're warming up the curds as we go along. So if you see any big bits, cut them with the side of the spoon, like that. And just ensure that they're all the same, even sort of size. So now we're at the target temperature of 38. In this shot, you'll see that the curds have shrunk down to about the size of a peanut, I would think. So we're going to cover that and allow the curds to settle for 5 minutes. They'll settle down to the bottom, making the next step easier. In the meantime, heat up 5 litres or 5 quarts of non-chlorinated water to 38 degrees Celsius or 100 Fahrenheit. So using a second pot there, we're going to wash the curd. So first of all, we've got to remove 5 litres or 5 quarts of whey, and I'm using a sanitised sieve and a measuring cup. So that's approximately 5 litres. I think I dipped out 19 cups, which works out to be 4.75 litres. Until you can just see the curds, basically, which you just can there. So we're going to replace that with the warm water I had before. So just pour that in. It's the same temperature, so you won't get any matting or anything like that. So just up to the line, and then we're going to stir that up to stop any matting. So what this does, it lowers the overall acidification of the curds. So we're going to stir and wash the curds for 10 minutes now. So like I said, it lowers the overall acidity and makes the cheese sweeter, if that makes sense. So just check after you pour the water in that the temperature is okay. It's 38.8. It'll drop down a little bit by itself because I haven't got the heat on. So that's fine. So I'm just going to perform the squeeze test now that I've stirred for that amount of time. Just squeezing the curd, and if it breaks apart with your thumb, then it's good to go. It will press OK. So over to the draining area. We're going to transfer half the curds into each of the 2 colanders. Now we're doing this so we can get that ash line in the centre of the cheese. So allow them to drain for 10 minutes and they will form a curd slab all by themselves. And once that's done, we're just going to loosely break up the curds into smaller pieces. So grab your mould, and I'm going to transfer half the curds just out the way. It's a solid slab. Use the cheesecloth and line the basket with the cheesecloth. And then we're going to add half the curds to the basket. Just breaking them into small pieces, popping it into the basket there. There we go. Now we need a flat surface to sprinkle the ash on, so I'm just giving that a quick light press. So not too much, just enough to make us a flat surface. So it's about 5 kilograms or 10 pounds for about 10 minutes only. You don't want to press it too hard. Okay, so once that 10 minutes is over, you can see I've got my trusty gloves on. I'm going to remove the cheese from the press. Just flip it over because the flat surface is better on the bottom usually. And we're going to place that back in the basket with the cheesecloth, but we're going to spread it open so that we can sprinkle the ash on the surface. So you can see there I've got a decent flat surface, and we're going to sprinkle a fine layer of ash over the cheese. Now the best way to do this is to use a tea ball and put the ash in it. So start at the center and then work your way out. You don't really want to go all the way to the outside because you'll lose a little bit of the ash during the pressing process. So the measurement I'm using there, it's a 1/4 teaspoon. So far I've used 2 1/4 teaspoons. And I've got a fairly good covering there. Probably a little bit more to go to the edges a little bit better. Nope, that's it. That's all the ash it gets. Okay, so you can see there up the top right-hand corner, I've got the other curds. So we're going to fill the basket with the remainder of the curds, trying not to disturb that ash layer. So I'm just gently sprinkling a initial little layer of curds there to make it easier to get the rest in. And hopefully, because I'm using the gloves, I haven't got too much ash on any of the other bits of curd. I just want that nice, fine, distinct line through the cheese. So fold the cheesecloth over and top with a follower, because we're going to press the second half now. So into the press it goes. Now we're going to press it very lightly. So 4 kilograms or 8 pounds of pressure for 30 minutes is the initial. Now you can see some of the ash coming out. That's okay. As long as the whey is running clear as well. We don't want cloudy whey because you're pressing it too hard. So after that initial time, we're going to take it out of the press and then gently turn it over. It is very fragile at this stage. You can see the ash line. That looks pretty cool. So same thing. We're going to apply a little bit more pressure this time. 11 kilograms or 25 pounds for 1 hour. So with my press, that means the spring is half closed. It's just an estimate. So after that hour, we're going to take carefully, not like that, carefully take the cheese out of the press and out of the basket. Flip it over again. You can see the curds are consolidating more. They look much nicer.
There we go, there's an action shot. The curds have not fully consolidated, but you get the general idea. The next pressing will sort it out. So back into the press again. So I'm just giving the basket a little bit of a wash under the tap because there's a lot of ash on it. Don't want it going over the rest of the cheese. So applying 11 kilograms or 25 pounds of pressure again for another hour. There we go. So remove the cheese from the basket again and turn it over again. You can see the curds are getting a lot tighter and you're starting to get a final nice smooth rind on the cheese. Okay, fold the cloth over, pop the follower on top again and pop it back in the press. This time at a greater pressure, 22 kilograms or 50 pounds for 2 hours. So that for me, that's the spring totally closed up because it's a 50-pound spring. So after 2 hours, we're going to, guess what, remove it from the press again. And from the basket. One last turn. Pop it back in the basket, fold the cloth over, and pop the follower on top. So press at 22 kilograms or 50 pounds for 2 hours. So that's the last pressing. We're going to remove it now from the basket and the cheesecloth. And you can see that's nice and tight. Now we're going to rest it overnight in the basket and then lay the damp cheesecloth on top. Now because it hasn't been pressed for very long, it's quite flexible is what the cheese will be. So out of the press it's 1.172 kilograms. So remove it from the basket the next day, which is a bit difficult because it's kind of stuck. There we go. Nice looking cheese. Nice cheese, ash line too. Okay, so we're going to place it in the brine solution for 3 hours per pound or 450 grams of cheese. So for mine, by having that initial weight, I figured out it'd be about 7 hours of brining for my cheese. So pop it into the brine, and with my one I just put the lid on, and as you can see there I've stated that I brined it for 7 hours. Now don't forget to turn it halfway through that time period. So for me that'll be 3.5 hours to turn it over. So I've done the turning at the halfway mark, and this is the completed brining. So remove it from the brine and place it into a ripening box. We're going to air dry it now. So we're going to air dry it for 1 day until the surface is fairly dry, which it will be because it's been brined. So just leave it in an open box like that. So before you go any further, we're going to make up a simple wash of 1 tablespoon of salt to 1 cup or 250 mils of water, cool water, and then we're going to add some Geotrichum candidum, just a pinch, and some Brevibacteria linens, just a pinch of that as well. There's those 2 cultures, or yeasts, or molds, whatever you want to call them. I think they're yeasts. So make sure that you add the salt to the water first before you add the 2 yeasts / molds, because what happens, it actually
breaks the cell walls of the yeasts if you add them just to plain water. You could have a little bit of salt in there apparently. Okay, so that in goes the Brevibacterial linens, and then I've got the Geotrichum just there. So the pinch is a 1/64th of a teaspoon. Very tiny amount. I'm using my mini measuring spoons to measure those out. So pop the lid on. So you do this a couple of days before you do the first wash, so 1 to 2 days. Just leave it on the side with the cheese. So you can see there she's air dried now, but we're going to leave it in the ripening box before we do any washing for 2 to 3 days to allow the yeasts to develop. You'll see that you'll smell a slightly fruity or yeasty aroma, and it'll be a little bit sticky to touch. So once that's happened, then we can do an initial water wash of the cheese. Now I left it for about a week, and you can see that it's prolifically grown Geotrichum on the surface of the cheese, but that's okay. So after the first week, I've simply washed it with cool water and allowed it to dry for a day. Just put a little bit more moisture into the rind before we start washing. So that's just non-chlorinated water. Let's give it a quick wash. And I waited about 6 hours before it had absorbed all the moisture, and then I started using the wash. So you can see all that white mold's all disappeared now just with that initial wash of water. So pop it back in the ripening box again, and 6 hours later we're going to do the next step. Now this is part way into washing. I've washed it a little bit, that's why this has turned orange. So once dry, we begin to wash with a prepared brine solution every 3 days for 3 weeks. This is about 2 weeks into the washing. You can see it's slightly going orange now, or red. And just give it a quick wipe all over. And then once that's done, you pop it back into the ripening box. So in between washings, store it at 13 degrees Celsius in the cheese fridge. Just pop the lid back on there. Now I just store that wash in the fridge during this time, so you can see it's going even more orange there. So after 3 weeks of washing, then you simply clean the cheese off using a simple brine solution. So just a cup of water and 1 tablespoon of salt. Just give it a clean, because you want to get rid of some of the funky aromas that are on it and dampen down the action of the Brevibacterial linens. And you'll see the cheese starts to dry out a little bit and doesn't produce any mold. If it does, just use a simple brine solution and wipe that off. So we're going to ripe it at 13 degrees Celsius or 55 Fahrenheit at 80% relative humidity for 4 weeks. Back to Gav.
So as you saw in that last shot, the Morbier is turning orange, which is absolutely fantastic. It did puff up a little bit. There's a little bit of, if I knock on it, it sounds a little bit hollow. So there might be some gas development within the cheese, but hopefully now that I've turned it and washed it again, it'll flatten back down. And once we get to the taste test, which will be in a few weeks' time, then we'll see what the insides of the Morbier look like. Anyway, I think that could be from my lack of turning. I didn't turn it last week, so the cheese may have just expanded a little bit in the ripening box. Anyway, it's got a beautiful colour. It's got a beautiful ash line through the middle. I think this cheese will be a success. Smells like smelly socks, as a stinky cheese does, but I think once it's exposed to the air and most of that smell goes away, and it just turns into a deliciously creamy cheese. Anyway, we'll find out on the taste test what the Morbier looks like. Well, once again, if you want to buy any equipment or supplies, pop over to littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Don't forget that I've got a podcast channel, and the link for that is in the description below as well. Well, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds, and welcome to a Morbière taste test. Now you probably hear an echo because I'm in my new studio. The reason I'm in my new studio, which is not quite finished yet as you can see, is because this cheese is very smelly. Yes, the Brevibacterium linens has really taken over this cheese, and yeah, she's a bit of a stinker. So yeah, good looking cheese. I think it's just come out of the ripening box. I cleaned it off for the last time. It's a little bit tacky, probably do with an air dry a little bit longer, but the night's getting on, so I really want to shoot this taste test for you. And I want to crack open the cheese and see what it looks like inside. So without further ado, let's crack in and have a look at this Morbière, shall we? Got my sharp knife. I don't know what angle to do with that, but I don't think it really matters. During maturation, it did puff up a little bit, as in swelled up, but I can't really feel that anymore. So I think hopefully the paste has developed within the cheese. Just going through, it's not tough, it's soft. I just don't want to destroy or drag the line down or anything like that. Okay. Yeah, we've got a little bit of eye development, some air within the cheese, but oh my goodness, that ash line looks so cool. It has got a little bit of an air pocket where the ash was, but certainly not late blown or anything like that. She does smell, but the paste is very soft. So yeah, that's really cool. So as you can see there, the ash line is all the way through. Like I said, there's a little bit of gas development in the cheese, but I think that's okay. We'll see. The paste looks intact. It doesn't smell off. It just smells like smelly socks, but that's Brevibacterium linens for you. It'll make the cleanest cheese fridge stink like a demon. But anyway, that's what it looks like. So let's get on with the taste test, shall we? So good looking cheese, really. I'm impressed with the visuals, that's for sure. It still smells a little bit ammonia-y, but that's okay. Let's cut it into quarters. I don't want to drag the ash line through the cheese, but it's fairly soft. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Got a big pocket of ash up here where it's kind of come away from itself. Anyway, we'll put that there. I'm not using any crackers or anything like that. I don't want to spoil the taste. But it's certainly is a softy sort of cheese. Not soft as in like camembert, really runny soft, but let's try it, shall we? I'm just going to pull that black line apart. That's really cool. That's a nice tasting cheese. If you can keep your nose away from it long enough, that's got some good flavour. Just a little slightly bit bitter. I don't think it was under salted or anything, but just a little bit of bitterness, but yeah, it could be from the ash as well, but ash is fairly neutral with the carbon or charcoal. Not a bad cheese at all. The rind's obviously stronger, but I think with a little bit of air drying or exposure to oxygen, that strongness will go away, but certainly the cheese itself tastes very nice. Got a little bit of an aftertaste as well, but I think that's probably to be expected from the ripening mould. Quite nice. Unusual, certainly unusual. No, that's pretty good. I'm impressed. Anyway, we'll stop there. Use a trusty tea towel. So what I'm going to do to store this is I'm going to vacuum pack the individual quarters and put them in the normal kitchen fridge, because I really don't want the fridge smelling too much, that's for sure. I think it'd really create an intense odour within your fridge, so I won't do that. I'll vacuum pack them up, and they will survive for quite a long time, up to a year, no problems in the fridge at 4 degrees Celsius, or 39 Fahrenheit, I think. So there you go, that's Morbier. Maybe, still have this little aftertaste. I think that probably another hour maybe an hour or two in the brine, just a little bit saltier. It's not salty enough, and that's probably why that little bit of bitter aftertaste is there. Just slight. But it could be from the ash. I didn't use a lot, as you can see, but I did get a nice line in the cheese. So yeah, I'm fairly well impressed. I don't know if I'm going to make it again, because it was a lot of trouble, especially all the washing. My goodness me. Every 2 to 3 days I'd wash the cheese until probably about 3 weeks into it, maybe 4 weeks, I decided to just wash it with a normal simple brine solution, air dried it for a day, and then didn't do anything else to it for about 3 weeks. I turned it every week, but that was it. But yeah, the development's there. A little bit strong, but like I said, probably a little bit longer in the brine, maybe 2 hours. So if you've rushed out and made this already, it's not perfect. Could do with a little bit more brining, and you won't get that. It's just a really slight aftertaste. So I think that would be better. Anyway, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds. Appreciate your time as always. If you want the kit to make this cheese, I don't think I've got a kit, but all the ingredients are over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au, and you can pick those up. For all the financial members, thank you so much for supporting the show. If you want to support the channel financially, then have a look at the links below. There's a join button for YouTube membership and a link for Patreon. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you next time.
Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream. Well, welcome back, Curd Nerds. This video is a blue cheese that I made called Petite Blue. Now the ingredients: 4 litres of milk, calcium chloride if you're using homogenized milk, some aromatic mesophilic, some penicillium roqueforti, liquid rennet, some cheese salt, and you'll need 4 camembert hoops for this recipe. So I've just put in the milk. There's only 4 litres, that's 1 gallon. For those of you who do imperial still. So I'm heating that up now using my double boiler system up to the target temperature of 30 degrees Celsius, which is 86 Fahrenheit. So to that I'm going to add my calcium chloride, just to add a little bit more soluble calcium into the cheese. Now I'm cheating. I'm actually using a blend. A little bit about that in a second. This is a Mad Millie blue cheese culture blend, and you can pick that up in Australia, and I think in the US, definitely New Zealand, and some other places now. You use that for 4 litres of milk, 1 full sachet. Now that's got aromatic mesophilic, which is better known as Flora danica, and it's also got the Penicillium roqueforti. Now this culture does produce a little bit of gas, which actually helps with the development of the veins in the cheese. So we'll just stir that in.
Set timer for 45 minutes.
Okay, 45 minutes and counting.
Thanks, Siri. Okay, and we'll put the lid on that and we'll let it rest. Now that the heat is off for this at the moment, so 45 minutes later, the cultures have acidified the milk, and now we're going to add in the rennet. So here's our liquid rennet diluted with our non-chlorinated water. So you stir for about a minute, top to bottom, and make sure you don't stir any more than a minute because the milk starts to set. So pop the lid on.
Set timer for 60 minutes.
Okay, it's set, and the suspense is killing me.
That's Siri, she's funny. Anyway, so 60 minutes later, we pull that off, and we're going to check for a clean break. So I'm just going to put my clean pinky in there, pull it up, and yep, there's a nice clean split. So that is ready to cut the curd. We're going to cut the curd into 1/2 inch or 13 millimeter pieces. Now I'm just using my curd cutter, and we'll just quickly whip that through. So that's done the horizontal cuts. Now I'm going to do the vertical cuts with my curd knife. I'll just sped this bit up. So do it one way and then perpendicular the other way, and we should have our little cubes. There we go, all cut. Now if you didn't have a curd cutter, you could cut diagonally to create the squares.
Set timer for 10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes and counting.
Okay, so we're resting for the 10 minutes. Pop the lid back on so no dust or dirt gets into your cheese. So 10 minutes later, we're going to work the salt into the curds. We don't do hardly any stirring at all for this cheese. So pop in our salt. It's 1 tablespoon, and we're going to mix that through. So remember to use a non-iodized salt. It can be coarse or fine, it doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't have any iodine in it. Iodine kills the culture and stops the development of the Penicillium roqueforti. So give that a decent stir. It's only for about a minute. So we'll move that over to the sink area now. And I've got my sanitized camembert molds, and that's what I'm going to use for this cheese. So I called it Petite Bleu. So we're just going to basically scoop the curds into each camembert mold. So this only takes about 5-10 minutes. Now you won't fit it all in, so you'll have to wait for a few minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes, and then come back and then fill the rest up. There we go, just topping it up, and I've used all the curds now, so it's fantastic. Now we're going to let that drain now for 4 hours. And I've sped it up. This is what happens. It shrinks away as the whey flows out of your moulds. And it's shrinking even more. So after 4 hours, we're going to flip it over. Notice I've got a board at the top and a board at the bottom, and I've got some sushi mats there, or draining mats, and I simply hold them together tightly and I flip it over. So I can do all 4 at once. So you just got to be a little bit careful. Just make sure that when you do turn it over, maintain the pressure on the 2 boards and you won't have any trouble. So don't touch them. Just make sure they've slipped away. They have formed a skin by now, which is good, which assists when you turn the cheese over. So after another 2 hours, you flip it over once more. Now they went a bit wonky, so I just banged them on the sink and made them settle down a little bit. Okay, now I'm going to put those in maturation boxes now, and we're going to allow them to rest overnight. Now I recommend that you let them rest, still forming in the mould, they're still draining whey off. So you've got to put them on, so I've got mats in those maturation boxes, so they're raised off the bottom, so they don't sit in their own way. And I let them rest now for 24 hours. So I've just got the lids lightly on there. So 24 hours later, we can pull them out of the mould. So just gently tap and they pop out. See how thin they are? So that's well drained. They don't bulge or anything like that when you put them onto the mat. So they're very firm. So that's a good sign that they're ready to pull out of the mould. Now if they bulge or anything like that, then you know they're not ready, they haven't drained enough. So these are quite small, they probably come down to about, I'd say 1/6 of their original size, maybe 1/5. So we're going to, I'm going to salt it again. So I'm just going to use a teaspoon of cheese salt, and I'm going to sprinkle that over one side of all the 4 cheeses. Or maybe not, maybe a little bit more. So just, just so the surface coated, and then you just give it a quick rub on your hand. Flip them over and do the same thing. Okay, give it a quick rub. So they're now salted. You don't need to do the sides. The salt gets absorbed in. So we're going to pop them back in the maturation boxes. I just drained them then because there was a little bit of whey in the bottom. So we put them directly onto the mats because these boxes were sanitized before we started the process. So I'm just going to put some mats over the top so no flies can get in or anything like that. And we just let that sit now on the side at room temperature. And we let that sit for 2 whole days. So, and they do dry out, which is good. They don't dry out, crumbly dry out, they just firm up, so they're touch dry. Now I did have to put the lid back on at about a day and a half because they were drying out too quickly. Now notice there's no bulging still. I drained them correctly. So we're going to pierce them now after the 2 days. So I'm just using a sanitized probe of a milk thermometer, which I use for checking the target temperature. So I just probe nearly all the way to the bottom, and I only do it on one side, so I don't know how many holes there are, but there's enough. I do 2 circles and then a couple in the middle. So then seal the box up and then do the other 2. Okay, now obviously I've sped this up, so yeah, it's a little bit faster than normally would. It'd probably take about 5 minutes to do this. Okay, so seal up your maturation boxes and you pop them into your cheese cave now at 10 to 12 degrees Celsius, which is 50 to 55 Fahrenheit. So you can see the mold starting to grow already. This is after 4 days. Now, one box is growing mould faster than the other box. Now, the reason that is because the two cheeses in the smaller box are closer to the bottom. Now, they're actually producing CO2, and CO2 inhibits the development of Penicillium roqueforti 40. So, there we go. So, it started to grow mould now, which is good. And that was at the 10-day after piercing mark. So have a look at these babies. Now, these have some good mould development, starting to get even. They're still very firm. They're not mushy or anything like that. So it's nice, smooth, even growth. Just the sort of stage you want to be at about the 10-day mark. Now what I'm going to do to get the mould to grow a bit faster on those ones, I'll just swap them over. And pop the lid back on and pop it back into the cheese fridge or cheese cave, whatever you have, or damp basement, whatever. As long as it's at the target temperature of 10 to 12 degrees Celsius. Okay, so after 14 days after piercing, they both have even mould growth. There's no slippage at the moment, which is good. Slippage of the rind, it's still very firm. That blue mould growth is quite prevalent. Now, 22 days later, this is what we have. Still very firm cheese, which is what we're after at this stage. And they're a bit on the nose. They do pong a little bit, but the growth is fine. So basically, I was going to try one just at this stage, a little bit early, but I'm just going to try it. What I should have done is scraped all of the blue mould off, but we'll see that in a minute. So it's got nice vein development. There we go. So evenly through the cheese. Now the cheese is a bit young, so it's a little bit sharp still, even though I'm using an aromatic mesophilic, and the blue cheese mould is quite tart. So what I decided to do with this one, even though I ate a fair bit of it, is to scrape the blue mould off of the entire cheese. So just simply with a sharp knife, you just gently scrape off the blue mould. Very simple, and you're not actually pulling any cheese off, this is just the growth. So nice and simple, and then around the edges. Now I gave a piece of this cheese to my wife Kim, and she loved it at this stage. I still thought it was a bit under-ripened. It smelt lovely, it was nice once you pulled the blue mould off it. We demolished that cheese within about a week on crackers. It was quite nice. The blue mould was all the way through, so there's no problems at all. Still very edible. Now, after 32 days, so this is another 10 days, I'd been turning them every couple of days, and the one that was left in the deeper box, or the smaller box, very firm still, so I decided to take all the mould off and give it a taste test in a minute. So you can see it has gone a bit of a blue colour, the cheese, which is why I decided to call it a small blue. Now normally blue cheese is white all throughout. Mine decided to go blue, which is cool. I got no hassle with that. So we just pulled the mould off, and all I'm going to do is wrap it in tin foil, and now I'm going to store it in the normal refrigerator at 4 degrees Celsius. 4 degrees Celsius. So that'll slow down any mould growth. I've just put it in a normal Tupperware container in the fridge, and we'll be eating these as we go through the weeks. So that was the one, the shallow one. That was the one that had the slower mould development. So that was really firm still, and it will taste fantastic. Now these two here were a little bit soft, so I still managed to get the mould off of them. I think the blue mould, the Penicillium roqueforti 40, had probably over-ripened the cheese. However, it was okay. It was still a bit delicate to handle, but I still wrapped it up. So that one's overripe, but that's okay. We'll eat that one first. So I did the same with the third one. Now, as I mentioned before, there's very little cheese coming off when you pull that blue mould off. It is just the mould. You can still see the holes in the top. I haven't, changed the shape of the cheese at all. Now, it is quite runny. This is at about 10 degrees Celsius. So I just pulled a little section out. I wanted to try it. You can see it's white in the middle, so it's got a lovely paste. It's smooth. There are some veins in it through, and it tasted fantastic. It was one of the most delicious blue cheeses that I think I've ever made. Now, I don't know if it was the blue aromatic mesophilic blend sachet that I used. Now, here's a close-up. You can see lovely, nice and soft in the middle. Fantastic cheese once you scrape it all off. Don't mind the colour, but it took 38 days from start to finish. So a lovely, quick cheese. Give it a go. And don't forget that you can subscribe to the channel, so do that now. And if you want to buy any kit supplies for cheese making, pop over to littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're making my version of Munster. Now this is the traditional French recipe and not the American recipe. In my research I've found that there are two versions of this cheese. One is a rectangle sized brick, and the other one is a circular version. Now I'm using some camembert molds, and we'll see how that works out as we progress through the cheese. Anyway, on with the cheese.
Well, the real name for this cheese is Petit Munster Jérôme. So here's the ingredients list. 8 litres of full cream cow's milk, 1/4 teaspoon of mesophilic culture, 1/8 of a teaspoon of Brevibacterium linens, 2.5 ml or 1/2 teaspoon of calcium chloride in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, 2.5 ml or 1/2 teaspoon of liquid rennet in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, some cheese salt, and some brine for washing the rind, as this is a washed rind cheese. Now bring your target temperature up to 32 degrees Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit, and then sprinkle over your mesophilic culture. Now I actually had to use 2 packets of, I'm using a Mad Millie mesophilic here, which is 1/8 of a teaspoon in each sachet. So I poured both of those. I had some just out of best before date culture, so I sprinkled those over the top. And then I'm going to put in the Brevibacterium linens. Just sprinkle that over the top as well. This is the culture that makes the orange rind, and it actually softens the cheese as it ripens. Okay, now you allow the cultures to rehydrate on the top of the milk there for 5 minutes. Then once that's elapsed, then just give it a good stir top to bottom. And once you've stirred it through, add in your calcium chloride. Give that a good stir as well. And then add in your rennet. So as you can see, there's no ripening period between adding the cultures and then adding the other ingredients. So I took it off the heat because it was getting a bit too warm. It was starting to go above the target temperature. Now I'm going to let that set now. Put the lid back on. Make sure there's no dust or fluff gets in there. So after about 50 minutes, mine took about 55 minutes to get a clean break. Just be careful that you don't stir before you get a clean break, otherwise all your curds go sloppy. So just put the knife in. Yeah, we get a nice clean break there. And then we just cutting the horizontals. So it's 1.2 0.25 centimetres or half-inch cubes. Just finish that off with my curd knife. Curd knife's nothing special. This is just a long, sharp knife that I've got in my my knife rack. So there we go. We're now going to allow the curds to heal now before we stir them. So just 5 minutes is all it takes. So once that's done, we're going to give this a little bit of a stir very gently, just for 5 minutes. So that is sped up, but it's actually gently. So just 5 minutes is all it takes. You're just trying to let a little bit more of the whey out. I'm just checking the target temperature. Yet we're still at 32. So as you can see, nothing's broken up. The cubes are still there. Now we're going to put the lid back on and let that settle for 30 minutes. So all of the curd is sunk to the bottom, and the whey is now at the top. Just put my finger in there to test the level. I'm just going to take that over to the sink now. Now I've got a colander lined with a cheesecloth, and then we're just going to pour the contents through that. It's quite a delicate curd, so just be careful that you don't drop it from a great height. Try and get as close to that as you can. We're going to let that drain for 10 minutes. So it shrunk a little bit. Now I'm using 4 camembert molds. These are 10 centimetre across. So we're just going to ladle that in. I'm using a skimmer there, but it works equally as well. You can just cut off slices of it and then put it into the molds. Now I did have another one ready to go if I had too much, but I decided against it and decided to continue on with the 4 the camembert molds. So just top those up. Now this may take a few hours. Now it will all fit, as you can see, even though I've piled it up on top. It will shrink down and form the cheese that we're after. So as you can see there, that's after a few hours, 4 hours, and they have shrunk down to the level. Now just gently take them out of the mould, then pop them back in. We're just turning them. We want them to get an even rind. You're going to get the rind to form. We don't want those lumpy bits on top, so I'm just turning those over in the hoop. It's easier this way because the bottom of these moulds is flat, so they're not a hoop. So they actually form the cheese a lot better. So as each 4 hour passes, you can easily turn them. No problems at all. So you're going to turn it 3 times over 12 hours basically to help them reduce in size. And as I said, to get the surface of the cheese nice and smooth. You see they're shrinking down as we proceed through. Yes, there we are. Okay, so this is the next morning. About 36 hours I let these drain for to get the size I wanted. Now you just put those into your ripening box and then sprinkle 1/4 teaspoon of salt over the top. Give it a bit of a rub, turn them over, give them another sprinkle. So they're going to absorb all the salt there. Now we're going to ripen this at 13 degrees Celsius or 55 Fahrenheit at 85% humidity. Now for the first 3 days, we're going to turn them daily, and we're going to clean any excess whey out of the ripening container. I'm just using some paper towel there to dry it all off. Just want to keep the humidity down a little bit. That's where we're drying it off. Just make sure they're turned. Remember, this is only for the first 3 days. Okay, just wipe the lid off as well. So after the 3 days has elapsed, we start washing it with a brine solution every 2 days. This is essential to bring out the orange bloom. And you'll see I'm using a little bit of brine there and a lint-free cloth, and just wiping them all over. Now after 2 weeks you'll get an orange smear, so continue to wash that every 2 days for at least 2 weeks before you eat them. 3 weeks is better, it's a very mild cheese then. Now if you want the authentic Munster flavour or Petit Munster Jérôme, then wash them for up to 10 weeks. Then you get the full flavour.
Well, there you have it. We have my little monsters, or better known as Munster. This version that I made here is better known in the region as Munster Petite, so small Munsters, and they are starting to turn orange now, and this is after about 10 days. They will go even further orange as they start to ripen with the Brevibacterium linens, and I'll take some midweek footage and we can see how that's going along before Christmas. Anyway, thanks for watching. Don't forget you can subscribe to the channel, and that if you want to support the channel you can do so via Patreon just here. There's another cheese, my little bears. You can check the video out right here. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time.
Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today a big announcement. I have finally just put the finishing touches on my beginner's cheese making course, and it's called the Curd Nerd Academy for beginners. So it's part of the Little Green Workshops brand / business, and Kim and I are going to be making many more courses besides this cheese one, of course, but the cheese one is the first one. So the great thing is there are 8 modules. So the Curd Nerd Academy course was built for aspiring curd nerds, and to make it a lot easier to understand the steps necessary to become a cheesemaker at home. So the good thing about the course is that it being online, you can work at your own pace. There are step-by-step instructions. We have sections on equipment, ingredients, essential skills, and then we go into making 9 different cheeses on the courses, from soft cheeses to pasta filata, and then finally some cooked curd cheeses. However, you do learn about all the different types of cheeses and the basic elements of cheese making throughout the course as well. Obviously, I highly recommend it because I made it. So if you are struggling to understand how cheese making works and you would like to get a head start on everybody else, then pop over to my cheese making academy, or Curd Nerd Academy, over at courses.littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I will put the link to the course in the description below, so go and check that out. I think it's fairly priced, and you'll get a lot of benefit out of it. There are also some bonus items, including a full copy of my ebook, Keep Calm and Make Cheese, the Beginner's Guide to Cheese Making Home, and a discount coupon for anything that you want to buy in the store at Little Green Workshops. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. I hope you pop over and have a look anyway at the curriculum for the course, the Curd Nerd Academy Beginners course. All right, once again, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're making Petite Neufchâtel. Now, the reason I'm calling them Petite Neufchâtel is because, well, A, they're tiny little things that I've made, and they're not the same size as a normal Neufchâtel, but they are still in the heart shape, as is traditional for that bloomy rind cream cheese. This cheese originates in France. It's normally a lot bigger than this, but I've made this smaller version, which I think is easier for people to make. It's so simple, it's criminal. So let's get on and watch the video on how I made Petite Neufchâtel.
So I'm using milk from Inglenook Dairy. It's unhomogenised. Don't forget to sanitize all of your equipment before you start. The ingredients for this cheese is 4 litres or 4 quarts of whole cow's milk, 1/8 of a teaspoon of MO36R aromatic mesophilic or Floridanica if you've got it, a 1/64 of a teaspoon of Penicillium candidum, 6 drops of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 of a cup of non-chlorinated water, 6 drops of single strength rennet, liquid rennet in 1/4 of a cup of non-chlorinated water, and 1 teaspoon of non-iodized salt. So just clip on the thermometer after you filled your pot up with your milk, and we're going to heat that up to a very low temperature of 26 degrees Celsius or 78.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Once your milk is at the target temperature, we're going to add the calcium chloride and then give that a good stir. Just check the temperature with the digital thermometer, and yeah, it's about 26.8, I think. Okay, so I'm going to remove it from the heat now. Now it's reached the temperature. Just take it off my little double boiler heating apparatus there and pop it on the stove. Okay, so we're going to add the culture and the Penicillium candidum at the same time. You see it floating on the top of the milk there. Now we're going to allow that to rehydrate for 5 minutes. I should have taken the spoon out before I put the cultures in, but doesn't matter, I've done it now. And cover that up. So after the 5 minutes, we're going to stir in the culture and stir it thoroughly through the milk. Okay, so once that's all stirred in, we're going to add in the rennet solution and just stir that for no more than 1 minute. So we're going to cover that and allow it to set over the course of 24 hours at room temperature. That'll drop down a little bit, depends on what your room temperature is. Mine was about 21 degrees Celsius. So 24 hours later, we're going to check if it's set, and you can see a lot of whey floating on the top, which is a good sign for this lactic set sort of cheese. I'm going to check for a clean break, and yep, she's set very well, which is really good. Good quality milk always sets a good curd. So over to the draining area, and we're going to ladle the curds into a butter muslin lined colander. So this is a tight weave cheesecloth, not a loose weave cheesecloth. Make sure there's no fluff on the cloth. And we're just going to ladle off the top little bit of whey first, and then ladle the rest of it. Now, ladling, as you can see, I'm doing slices of curd there so we don't fracture the curd and make it go all runny. So it's fairly firm though, so you shouldn't have too much trouble during this stage. So we've got it all in there now, which is fantastic. So once we've got all the curd into the cheesecloth, let that drain. And there's a special method of letting this cheese drain so we get a fair bit of the moisture out. We're going to tie it into a bag. So we're going to gather opposite corners. I'm just getting the corners out there. So I'm going to gather opposite corner and then just tie a granny knot into it. There we go. And then same for the other side. And we hang that into a bag and let it drip out. So we just grab our cheese pot, pop that under it, and we'll let it drain for 12 hours. So the quick and easy way I do it, I just pop it on a chopping board, and we've got some cupboards above the bench, and I'll just hang it off one of the knobs of the cupboard. And that works very well. There we go, dripping. So that's at room temperature as well. So we're going to press the cheese now that it's drained. Just flatten that down with your hand gently. We're going to press it between two boards. These have been sanitized previously. I've just used white vinegar to do that. I'm going to apply 1 kilogram or 2.2 pounds of weight. I'm going to press that for 10 hours. So 10 hours later, we're going to remove the cheese from the bag. Give it a bit of a squeeze. There's a bit of moisture in the tail of the bag. Place it in a clean mixing bowl and just untie the granny knots, which take a little bit of time because they've been hanging there with a bit of pressure on them for a while. And then we're going to tip the cheese into the bowl. It should just come out as one big slab. There we go, lovely. So we're going to add the salt into the cheese now. So just pour that over the cheese, and with clean hands, of course, I'm just kneading the salt through the fairly dry cream cheese. There we go, all done. And a bit of a taste test there, very nice. And I determined that was salty enough, so that was good. So you just want this cheese is subtly salted. It's not heavily salted like, say, normal cream cheese. Okay, so beforehand I sanitized a whole bunch of these tiny little heart-shaped molds and a ripening box. And now we're going to place we're going to fill each mold with cheese. So this took a little while. I had to press it down so there was no air pockets in the cheese. So I used the back of a dessert spoon and just pressed them in gently. There we go. A little bit does squeeze out the side of the mold, but it's not too bad. It's not enough to inhibit it from coming back out again. So just fill up the rest of them, taking as much care as you did with the first one, of course. So I've got 8 of these small molds, and the mixture was just enough to fill those 8, plus probably half a ramekin that we use just as fresh cream cheese on bagels, which this cheese is perfectly suited to do. There we go, and there's the 8th one there. So once they're all done, we're going to place them into a sanitized ripening box. Don't have to worry about overcrowding or anything like that. They're not ripening per se, they're more draining at this stage. I'm going to drain those in the kitchen fridge at 4 degrees Celsius or 39 Fahrenheit for 1 day. Now, only a little bit of whey comes out, so don't be surprised there's not much on the bottom of the ripening box. It's more to chill the cheese down so you can achieve this next step which is removing the cheese from the moulds and place them in another clean ripening box. Now, this takes a little bit of effort. You need to squeeze the sides and give them a bit of a pat, and then eventually they come out. Then place them on the mat in the ripening box. So like I said, I figured the technique out halfway through. So a bit of a squeeze on the sides, pat on the bottom, and plop, they came straight out. So I managed to fit all 8 in there without the cheeses touching each other. There we go, just maneuver them around a little bit. There's the final one. Just move that one out behind. There we go. Popped it right in there. Lovely. Just a quick wash of the hands. And there they are, all ready to ripen. We're going to ripen between 7 and 14 days in the kitchen fridge at 4 Celsius or 39 Fahrenheit.
Two weeks later.
So after 2 weeks of ripening, they kind of look like this. Little fuzzy hearts. Very nice indeed. And they are ready to be eaten. Now you can age them longer if you want. They will go a little bit runny, but you can see a lovely little pattern there. Nice white fuzzy mould all over them. And I think they're ready to eat. Look at that mould. Now the mould coating is not entirely over the cheese. It's just started to bloom, especially at that very low temperature.
So, curd nerds, what do the baby Neufchâtel or the petite Neufchâtel taste like? First of all, the smell smells like mouldy cheese, but that's what it has. It's got mould on it. What do you expect? But anyway, let's just cut into it. Oh, slices nicely. So essentially in the middle, because it's only been like 2 weeks of aging, it's still only, it's very cream cheesy in the middle. It's a little bit of a rind, not too much, and that's not what you expect. Sorry, that is what you expect. So I'm expecting some cream cheesy goodness coming out of this. Now you don't have to make them these small. Obviously you can use a proper full-size Neufchâtel mould. These are the only moulds I had available that were heart-shaped, so that's what I used them for. And yeah, you can pick some of these up at littlegreenworkshops.com.au if you want to, but there are bigger ones on the market and we don't stock them. But anyway, let's try the cheese. Enough waffling. Let's have a bit of a taste. Get some on my cracker. It's a nice big bit there with all its mouldy goodness on the outside. Like I said, it smells nice. Very creamy. Just a little bit tart, as in a nice tartness. Not too overpowering. A little bit of the mould flavour there, you can taste that. Earthy, a little bit of mushroomy. It's quite nice indeed. Yeah, I like those. If I kept them longer, then they'd start to go a little bit runny, I think, in the middle, and wouldn't be as nice. I think these are supposed to be eaten quite fresh within 2 weeks, like I've done here, so I think it's pretty cool. Very nice cheese. I'll have to go and share some of that. So if you want to make this cheese, then I highly recommend the soft cheese kit. And we've got some extra moulds that you can add on, the small cream cheese moulds, and that'll give you the heart shape. But don't feel obliged, you know, you can pick up any of the ingredients at any good cheese making supplier throughout the world, seeing we can't ship internationally at the moment, unfortunately. It's a great little cheese.
I really do like its shape. It's quite good. It'd be great for Valentine's Day if you want to impress that special loved one. And the flavour is nice. It's very subtle on the salt. It's mild on the flavour, a little slight mushroomy taste, as I mentioned, but that comes from the white mould. And absolutely creaminess from the cream cheese that we made to make these petite Neuchâtel into. Really good little cheese. So hopefully you'll go out there and make it. Not too hard. It's so easy that it's quite criminal, actually. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. If you want to support the show, check out the links below for Patreon and YouTube memberships. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, please do so, and then you'll be informed of other cheesy content that comes out. Now, if you haven't checked out one other thing that I produce fairly regularly, and that's my vlog channel. I will put the link to my vlog channel in the description below, or in the subscribe button in the circle in the middle in the end card, just so you can go and have a look. In fact, I actually filmed myself having a lovely haircut the other day. There are better things than that, of course. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Well, bonjour, mon ami, or as we say here in Australia, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today you're watching the How to Make French Cheeses live stream. During the stream you'll see many amazing French cheeses that I've made over the course of my cheese making journey. Thank you so much for watching today. As always, if you want to support the show, don't forget that you can hit the join button down below or sign up on Patreon. Every little bit helps keep the channel going and growing. Well, enjoy the rest of the stream.
Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be making Port Salut. Well, Port Salut is a washed rind, washed curd cheese, and it uses Brevibacterium linens to create an orange coloured rind over the top, and it will smell a bit when aging. Anyway, this is my first try at Port Salut. It also is known, it has cousins, so cousins of Port Salut are things like St. Paulin or St. Paulin and Ochre, which is another variety of this type of cheese. So sit back and enjoy and learn how to make Port Salut.
So the ingredients for this cheese is 10 litres or 10 quarts of cow's milk, 1/4 of a teaspoon of Mesophylla culture, 1/8 of a teaspoon of Brevibacterium linens, 3/4 of a teaspoon of calcium chloride in 1/4 cup of water, 3/4 of a teaspoon of liquid rennet in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, and an 18% brine solution. So once you've got your milk in the pot, you can see there I've got a little bit of cream floating on the top, so I'm just going to gently whisk that in. This distributes the cream, any solidish sort of cream, back into the milk. So once that's done, bring the temperature of the milk up to 32 degrees Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. And then turn the heat off. Now that milk will keep its temperature for quite a while. So first thing we're going to add in is the starter cultures. So I'm using the Mad Millie mesophilic culture. Now because each sachet only holds
and 1/8 of a teaspoon. I'm using 2 sachets. Sprinkle that in. Now, there was a bit stuck on the bottom, so I just opened up the sachet there. So that's one in, and another one. So sprinkle the rest over the top there. Okay, so the next thing we add in is the Brevibacterium linens. Now this is a red mold. It's not a mold, it's a bacteria, and this causes an orange smear all over the cheese. So just taking my spoon out because we'll need that for the next bit. There's the Brevibacterium linens. So this is an 1/8 of a teaspoon. We're just pouring that over the top. So we're going to let that rehydrate now. So just taking that out, we're going to put the lid on. And as I said, we're going to rehydrate that for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, we're just going to give it a quick stir. So this is about a minute's worth of stirring, sped up. So to check the temperature again, it's crept up a little bit, so I'm going to move it off the heat after I pop the lid on. So we're going to allow that to ripen. I don't want to get any hotter because there's still steam coming out of the bottom pan there that I'm using. So we're going to let the cultures do their stuff and ripen and acidify the milk for 1 hour. So an hour later, I had to pop it back onto the double boiler thing I'm using just to keep it warm. The temperature dropped down a little bit. But we're back at 32 degrees Celsius now. There we are. So we're going to add in the calcium chloride. Just stir that before we pour in. Make sure the milk's moving gently. So pour in our calcium chloride. In a sec. There we go, must have been having some technical difficulties there. Anyway, so I'll pour in the calcium chloride and give that a stir for about a minute. Just make sure that's well mixed through. Now the calcium chloride adds back some more soluble calcium that has been has been weakened during the pasteurization process. So this is pasteurized milk, but it is unhomogenized, so it's cream-lined milk. The cream floats to the top, as you saw at the start there. Okay, we're going to add in the rennet now. So let's pour that while the milk is moving, and we're going to stir this for no more than 1 minute, or the rennet will start to set. You'll actually start breaking up the proteins. So I'm doing a top to bottom stir there. Getting the rennet well mixed through the milk. There we go, that's all you need. And then we're going to cover that and allow that to set the milk for 40 minutes when Siri works. There she goes. Okay, so 40 minutes later, We're now going to uncover and we're going to check for a clean break. So I'm popping my pinky in there and see if the milk splits. It does, a little bit sloppy there. We'll just test it with a knife. I could have let this sit for about another 5 minutes, but it didn't affect the end product. So just check that on a knife. Nice clean split, lovely. Yep, that's fine. Okay, so we're going to cut the curd now. Once I get my curd cutter. So this just does the horizontal cuts for me. So it's a 1.25 centimetre or half inch cubes. So let's just sped that up, makes it a bit faster, but you can see there doing the cuts one way and then cut them the other way there. And then we'll have nice, lovely, cute little cubes of curd. Now the other way to do it if you haven't got a curd cutter is to cut them at 45-degree angle all around, and then you'll have the same effect. So we're going to cover that and we're going to let those cubes of curd heal for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, we're now going to start stirring the cubes of curds very gently to start with. So we're kind of, when we put the spoon in, we're just going to lift the curds very gently to start with. But we're going to stir for 5 minutes initially. So as you can see, just lifting the curds there to start with. And if there's any really big chunks, just cut them with the edge of the spoon. Anyway, so we do this for 5 minutes. So you can see they've shrunk a little bit there. There were a few big chunks that I had to cut up. So now we're going to allow the curds to rest. So I'm going to let those rest for 10 minutes. And some more whey will get expelled there. Excuse the blurriness. Okay, now in the meanwhile, we're going to heat up about 6 litres of water to 60 degrees Celsius or 140 Fahrenheit. This is going to be used to wash the curds. And this reduces the overall acidity of the final cheese. So we're going to remove it down to just above the level of the curds. Now a good trick here is to use a sieve that I sanitised earlier and a ladle. And that way you don't get any stray bits of curd when you're draining it out. So I'm just ladling to this first batch and you can just see the curds there now. Okay, you don't want to go much further than that. Okay, so now we're going to add water to that warm water that we had to replace the removed whey. So we're going back up to the same level. And you can actually see on the pot there's a bit of a cream line or a little bit of fat from the milk from before. So I know exactly where to go up to. So I'm not using the whole 6 litres. So just back up to the same level, there we go. And the target temperature should be about 33 degrees Celsius because the water will warm the curds up a little bit. So that's 92 Fahrenheit as well. So I found my temperature of my curds was a little bit on the high side, so once I'd stirred all that through, it went down to about 35, so I add a little bit of cold water out of shot, but it did cool down over this stirring period, this next stirring period. So not too much of a drama if it's a couple of degrees higher than what it should be. Okay, so the temperature was dropping all the time, so not too much to worry about there. Anyway, we're going to stir all these, it's actually washing the curd, it's called, and we're going to stir for 10 minutes. So we're actually lowering the acidity of the curds. So do that for 10 minutes. So 10 minutes later, you can see it's shrunk quite considerably. And the colour of that water has actually changed to the same colour as whey, because we're actually washing some more whey out of the curds as well. And again, apologies for the blurriness. I was having a few technical problems with my camera. So we're going to let that rest for 10 minutes now. They'll sink back down to the bottom again. Don't forget to cover it. Okay, so in the meanwhile, heat another 6 litres of water to 45 Celsius this time. That's 113 Fahrenheit. So we're going to drain off the whey again to the level of the curds. Or just above it. Just until you can see them, that's all. Now, you wouldn't be able to use this whey for, say, making ricotta, because you've diluted the proteins in the whey. So it's good for watering the garden, that sort of thing. Anyway, you can just see the curds there now underneath the sieve. So replace that whey with water again, and back up to the same level as what the whey was originally. There we go. It was taking too long, so I just poured it in. Nice and easy. Okay, we're going to give that a good stir. And now the target temperature of the whey should be about 37. So mine was, once again, probably a centigrade higher once it was all stirred through, but that's okay. So that's 98 Fahrenheit. I could have added a little bit of cold water here, but it cooled down pretty quickly anyway, because it wasn't on a double boiler or anything like that. So we're going to wash these curds, or stir, for another 10 minutes. There we go. So nice gentle stirring there, and you'll see that the curds will shrink a fair bit during this final wash. There we go. So you can see, should be out. There we go. Look how small they are. They're about the size of a baked bean, or probably a little bit smaller than that actually. So we're going to let this settle again, just so the curds sink down, so it's easy to drain the whey off. So do that for 10 minutes. So once again, we're going to ladle off the whey down to the level of the curds. But we're not washing again this time, we're just getting rid of that whey, or water it is now, just about yellow water. So we're trying to get as much whey as we can off. Just makes it easy to pour into the mould in a minute. There we go. sieve is very useful for not wasting any of the whey. Anyway, so we'll take it out of the sink now, where I've got a cheesecloth lined cheese mold or basket. I'm using 165 millimeters, which is 6 inches across, and it's about, I think it's about 17 centimeters tall, which is about 6.5 inches, maybe a bit more. Okay, so just gently pop that into the basket. Make sure you get it all in there. This is obviously with clean hands. I washed my hands out of shot, sprayed them with vinegar so they don't get any mold or yeast infection into the cheese. Here we go. Okay, so we're just going to put the cheesecloth over and then put the follower on top. Just give that a gentle squeeze in there, a little bit of whey will come out. Then we're going to move it over to the draining part of the sink where I've got my cheese press set up. I'm going to press that at 5 kilograms or 11 pounds for 30 minutes. So this is a very light pressing initially, just to help the cheese to form into the right shape that we need. So I'm not doing too many turns on the press. So I've got the spring down about a quarter of the way down, so now I had to readjust it because the curds compress quite easily, so you have to keep retightening it probably about every 10 minutes during this initial 30 minutes pressing. And the whey's running off clear, so it's a very good sign you're not over pressing the cheese in this initial pressing. Bit of trouble, the basket was kind of slipping there. But it was compressing all the time. Anyway, I came back a few times out of shot. Anyway, so 30 minutes later, we're going to remove it from the press and the basket, and we're going to take it out of the cloth. We're going to turn it over. Now be very gentle at this stage, it's only just formed. Some bits on the top there. It's get too hot to change my jumper if you didn't notice. Took that off. Okay, so pop the cheese back in the basket, fold a bit of cloth over the top, put the follower on top. I'm going to press at 12 kilograms or 26.5 pounds for 12 hours or overnight. So now I finished this at about 6 in the afternoon. So I took it out of the press the next day at about 7. So it was about 13 hours for me. It's no big deal. Now it has compressed down quite a bit. We're going to remove the cheese from the press and the basket. Because this cheese was a little bit bigger than the normal cheeses I had, I opted to make up 4 litres of saturated brine this time. You can see that in the silver pot there, but we'll see that in a second. Before we do that, you can see there's some excess on the top there. Now because this is going to be a washed rind cheese, we don't want those little bits sitting there. So we're going to cut those off with a sharp knife. Just trim it around the edges. So this is any of the cheese that escaped the follower, basically. My 2 fairy taste testers enjoyed these little bits. Sampling the cheese quite early without any salt in it. It wasn't quite for me. Anyway, so trim those bits off. And then we're going to pop the cheese into the brine. So this brine is room temperature. And at our house at the moment, that was about 18 degrees. Now because it was floating quite high, you just sprinkle some salt over the top, and you'll see that in a minute for the bit. So we're going to brine that for 8 hours. So a little bit of salt on top. This is cheese salt. Non-iodized salt is all you need there. So a bit of a sprinkle on top. And then at 4-hour mark, we're just going to flip that over. Okay, put the lid on it so no beasties get inside. Okay, so we can take it out after the 8 hours. I'm going to air dry it for 12 hours only. It still needs to be fairly moist. Seeing this is a wash rind. So after the 12 hours, we're going to place it in a ripening box, and we're going to mature that at 13 degrees Celsius or 55 Fahrenheit, and turning daily for the first week. Okay, so after a week of ripening in your cheese fridge, we're going to make up a bacterial wash using half a cup of cooled boiled water, 1 teaspoon of salt, and 1/64 of a teaspoon of Brevibacteria linens, which is, if I remember rightly, a drop on my very tiny little measuring spoons. Anyway, there's a teaspoon of salt in my half a cup of water. And we give that a good stir until that's dissolved. It takes a little bit of time. So this is called a simple brine solution at the moment, until we add in the bacteria, the red mold bacteria. Stirring, stirring, stirring. Takes a long time to dissolve a teaspoon of salt, obviously. Anyway, so once all of the crystals have dissolved, there we go, finally. Okay, we whip out our mini measuring spoons, and we measure out 1/64 of a teaspoon of Brevibacterium linens. There we go. Finally got my act together. Now, remembering that these cultures in between uses are stored in the freezer at minus 18 Celsius. Anyway, so that's enough. It's only a tiny little bit. So you give that a stir too until you see most of that dissolved, which it does. Takes a little while. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to get some cling wrap or plastic wrap, whatever you want to call it, and we're going to cover that little jug there, and we're going to allow the bacteria to develop for 12 hours. Let them grow, breed, and multiply. Excellent. So now we grab our cheese 12 hours later. And you can see it's, as I've been flipping it and the like, it's got a bit of a bulge on the sides. But apparently that's natural for this sort of cheese. So we're going to wash the cheese all over with our bacterial wash. So this is I'm using a Chuck's wipe here that I boiled. So there's nothing on it, no detergent or anything like that. So that was a clean one, fresh out of the packet. Anyway, so we give the cheese a good wipe, inspect it for any fluff or dust or anything like that. Just dunking our cloth into the solution and just give it a good wipe over. Now I noticed there was a little bit of fluff or dust that was underneath, so I gave it a good rub there. So you probably don't have to be as extreme as me here. Just a simple wipe over once will be fine. Anyway, so we're going to make sure that's up the other way. And we pop it back in our ripening box. And pop it back in our cheese cave at the 13 degrees Celsius, 55 Fahrenheit. So in 2 days' time, we're going to wash it again with the bacterial wash. And that's the last time you actually wash it with the bacterial wash. Anyway, over to Gavin. So, an interesting cheese, I reckon. I'm going to wash it one more time with the Brevibacterium linen solution. That'll be tomorrow or the next day. And then after that, it'll be washing twice a week. So just with a normal, simple brine solution. So we'll wash the cheese and make sure that the rind develops and you get that bloomy rind. That's not bloomy rind, so the red smear all over the cheese. Now, to a bit of a variation, what you can also do, you can also use beer. You can also, to wash the rind after with a little bit of salt in it, same amount of salt. You can also use white wine is another great liquid or beverage to wash your cheese with. And apple cider is another one. So I've actually got some dark home brewed beer. So later on, probably after about 2 or 3 weeks, I'm going to start to wash the rind with the beer to get a different sort of colour and a different flavour every couple of times a week. We'll see how that goes. So this cheese will take 6 weeks to ripen, between 6 weeks for a mild cheese and up to 2 months for a fairly strong cheese. Even longer if you want it really smelly. The flavour profile, that it'll be a creamy paste. Anyway, we'll see that in a future video. So you'll see me doing the ripening and all that sort of stuff. Pretty difficult to produce videos with this type of cheese, to do it from start all the way through to finish. So if you want to make this cheese at home, we have kits and supplies at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and check out some of our other videos for cheese making at home. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. I'm just going to check out how the Port Salut is doing, and we're going to give it a bit of a wash. It has been ripening now for 5 weeks, so it'll be very interesting to see what it looks like. Anyway, let's have a look. Right, so here's the Port Salut, and you can see there that it is aging well, very robust Brevibacterium linens. So let's just clean it up a little bit. Got a simple brine solution here. We've definitely got a red smear, so this is all good. A little bit of other moulds there, but they're nothing to be worried about. All you do is just keep dipping your cloth in the... Oh, just get that off. There we go. Just keep dipping your cloth in the brine solution. And you're just basically smearing this red bacteria all over the place. So it's not sticky anymore, basically. Now this is getting very close to being ready. This is about, I would say, a week away from 6 weeks. See the noticeable bulges there? Quite cool. That's certainly nearly ready to eat. Starting to get a little bit of cracking in the surface, so I wouldn't let this age much more than this. And you can feel that it's spongy in the middle, so I think it's going to be really good.
dust and fluff there. Let's get that off. Alright, so I've been washing this every couple of days. So it keeps growing back, but that's a good thing, right? There we go. That was about as much as I need to wash it. I'll just clean this off. Put on the lid for this for a sec. Put that back in there. This one. Nearly ready to eat. Now, before I put the lid back on, I'll just give it a wipe, make sure there's no moisture on it. I don't want any drips going on top of the cheese, so just with some clean paper towel. And just put that back on again, clean all that up, and then wash my hands. So I think you agree, it's coming along nicely. I didn't expect the Brevibacterium linens culture to be so vigorous, but it certainly is. It certainly wasn't that vigorous when I made the Tilsit, which is similar but not quite the same. Next week we're going to do the taste test for this one, and we're going to hopefully, fingers crossed, put a little bit on some pizzas that we're going to make next week as well. So don't forget that you can pledge your support via Patreon and check out how I made Port Salut here. So don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can see interesting cheese content as I publish it. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're here to taste Port Salut. This was ready on the 1st of October 2017. Before we start though, I'll introduce my guests, shall I? We've got guest tasters today. We've got David and we've got my dad, John. I could have called him just Dad, but yeah, you can wave. Alright, so we'll cut it open. Now, courtesy of a lovely subscriber, sent me these Fiskar scissors. You've all complained about me nearly cutting my hand off with the blunt scissors that I've used lately, but yeah, these are very, very sharp. So we'll just whip through the thing. Let's have a look. Oh, magnificent. So as you can see, I vac packed it because it was starting to grow other molds on it. So I cleaned them off and it calmed the cheese down a lot. There we go, there's the beast. Thank you, honey. It does smell a bit. Mmm, extra smelly. One thing we've got in Kim is a knife. I'll be back.
So here's the Port Salut in its vacuum packing. Now, as I mentioned, I did keep it in the vacuum packing because it was starting to crack as well. Anyway, let's get on with the video, but I could have left a little sneaky bit in here because they didn't realise that when I left to get the knife, I was still rolling.
Better taste good.
Eh?
That better taste good.
Let's hope it does. He's gonna hear all this now. We hope it tastes good, Gavin, because we don't, you know, it looks pretty. It looks nice.
The taste must offset the smell.
Yeah. See, look, Dave's choking over there. He can't.
That's true. It is big.
So you can imagine, David, when I opened the fridge up,
Yep.
the waft of that going through the house. Karen says, oh, you know, I said, oh my gosh, and then there was cheese people online saying, oh, how's the cheese going? And I like try and put those little mouthy ones going like this.
It's good that experiments with cheese.
Oh, you got to.
Yeah, official now.
Right, shall we cut? I've got a knife now. That's a good start. Got some crackers, and we can just tell by the top there's a little bit of surface cracks, and you would have seen that in the close-up. But anyway, let's cut into it and see what happens. It's quite firm, which is good. Oh, come here, you bugger. Oh, look at that. That's
good.
Yeah. Move over there. Okay, so it's got some eye formation, which is usual for this sort of cheese, Port Salut. The rind, you can see it's about half a centimetre thick where I've been washing it. So anyway, the proof's in the pudding, of course, always. Who wants to be the first guinea pig?
I like it, like.
Go on.
Thank
there
you.
you go.
Very good. Thank you.
That's all right.
It's all right.
Yep.
All right, pleasant. Cameraman. There we go.
That's nice.
You think?
Nice and creamy.
There you go.
It tastes better than it smells.
It does. I think the funny thing with these washed rind cheeses, that's exactly what happens. Is that once you get past the nose of it,
Yeah.
Nice
That's
and creamy.
beautiful. I will forgive it for its smeldiness.
it's a keeper, isn't it?
Smeldiness.
I think it's just got the right amount of salt because it was brined, but yeah, and you can't taste the red bacteria. It's still on there a little bit, but that's what creates the smell
right.
and the
Yep.
and the creaminess and the flavour. So, no, I'm really pleased with this. Very creamy. It's got a slight tang to it as well, I think.
Yeah.
Just after you
the
swallow it.
mature taste.
Yeah, yeah. So it's only 2 months old.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
no, really good cheese. Want some more, boys?
Yeah, I'll have another piece, mate.
Yeah, one more.
Me too, please.
Okay, camera lady.
Aren't the dogs around?
Yeah, the dogs aren't having any.
No, I was going to say
It's too good for
I'm
dogs.
sure they must be around somewhere. Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, right. There you go, sweetie.
That is awesome.
Tastes better the second time.
It does it.
Maybe because the slicer was a bit thick.
Yeah.
Now, just remember, Curdners, that when you're serving up cheese like this, make sure it's come up to at least 17 degrees Celsius before the full flavour of the cheese comes out. Otherwise, you're going to find that it can be bland and tasteless. So the cheese does take time to come up to the right potential for tasting. So make sure it's around, well, they say room temperature, but here room temperature in Australia is, you know, come in, that's 30. So 17 degrees Celsius is optimum for tasting cheese. So a wheel this size, if I wanted it to fully heat up from the cheese cave, which is only like 13 degrees, it'll probably only take about half an hour, and that's how long I left it before we started tasting. So, and it's perfect.
It's great with a glass of red too.
I bet,
It is.
because it's got that complementary sharpness and creaminess that will go down well. What kind of red's that?
That's that.
Oh, okay, lovely.
Have some.
Well, thanks, Curdners, for watching. You can see this is a pretty good cheese to make. Absolutely delightful on the palate. Everybody agrees, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nobody says it's bad.
No.
No.
And thanks to my two guest cheese tasters for turning up and helping me devour and critique this cheese. All right, thanks for watching, Curdners. Don't forget that you can always subscribe to the channel to get new and interesting cheese making content. And don't forget to give the video a thumbs up. And don't forget to check out our cheese kits at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Thanks for watching, Curdners, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
See ya!
I'll have another slice, thanks again.
Yeah, sure.
Well, g'day, curd nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers, and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive, and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States, and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print-on-demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print-on-demand services. So, because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream.
Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're making camembert with milk from Made by Cow, which is a cold pressed raw milk. So it's a fantastic curd. So let's go and see how we make camembert. So this is going to be a camembert style cheese. It's not going to be the same as Camembert de Normandy, which is the official AOC French cheese. It is my take on that cheese. So we'll be using the traditional process of putting it into hoops, making sure that it's got a bloomy rind, and it should be very delicious, especially when we're using this milk Made by Cow. Anyway, let's go and see how we make camembert.
So don't forget to sanitize your equipment. It's the first thing I do when I make my cheese. Stainless steel, all that stuff, I boil that for at least 15 minutes. So there's all the gear and all the ingredients laid down, ready to go, including that lovely milk by cow. So the ingredients for this cheese, for the traditional Normandy camembert, is 4 litres or 4 quarts of raw cow's milk, 1/8 of a teaspoon of Floridanica, 1/16 of a teaspoon of Penicillium candidum, 1/32 of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum, and 1/8 of a teaspoon of single strength rennet. I'm also using in this recipe a 18% saturated brine. So just keep pouring the milk in, and I'm just whisking that to make sure that the milk is, the cream is distributed through it evenly. Now heat the milk up to 30 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So once you've reached the target temperature, I just take my pot off the little steamer I've got there so it doesn't heat up any further. And give it a quick stir to mix the cream back in again. The first ingredient we're going to add is the Floridanica, which is an aromatic mesophilic starter culture, and it provides a creamy texture in the cheese. It also promotes buttery notes in the cheese as well. Okay, once you've got that out of the spoon, I'm putting in the Penicillium candidum. Just sprinkle that over the top. And then add the Geotrichum candidum. Now just let that rehydrate for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, just going to give the milk a quick stir, just to make sure that the cultures and the moulds are evenly distributed through the milk. Okay, that should be enough. Now we're going to add the rennet. There's no ripening time for camembert, to add the rennet straight in after they've been stirred through. Now make sure you stir for no more than 1 minute or the coagulation will start. Okay, pop the lid on and allow it to set and ripen for 90 minutes or 1.5 hours. So your milk should be set now. I'm going to check for a clean break, and what we do is put a knife in at a 45-degree angle and then twist it and then bring it up. And if you can see a clean line on both sides, then it's ready to cut. So cut the curds into 2.5 centimetre or 1 inch columns. There are no horizontal cuts for this cheese. Okay, so allow the curds to heal for 5 minutes. So we're taking it over to the sink area, and using a skimmer I'm going to fill 4 camembert baskets with the curds. Just fill them all up one by one. Now, not all the curds will fit in the first time around, so you're going to have to wait a little bit. Just fill them up as much as you can without them spilling out everywhere. So about 30 minutes later, just to refill them again, as they've shrunk down a little bit. Now, you still won't probably get them all in, so 30 minutes later, just add a little bit more. So this should have used most of the curds up, or all of them. I'm scraping the bottom of the pot there. Okay, after another 30 minutes, we're going to flip the baskets every 2 hours for 6 hours. Just put a mat on top and then turn it over and let it rest in place. Don't touch the mould, don't lift it up, or all your curds will come streaming out. And one more. There we go. So by flipping them this early, you're actually forming the rind on the top of the cheese as well, which is what we're after. So flip them over. This is at the 2 hour mark. So if you need to, just bang them down and they'll settle down to the bottom of the mould. So they're shrinking all the time. There's a lot of whey being discharged out of the cheese during this process. And this is what you need to do before you certainly unmould them, because they will bulge and flatten if you don't do this flipping process. So after the final flip, leave the cheese or the curds to settle overnight in their moulds. Now, after a little while, I put the mats back on top just to keep any beasties out. So now the next day, we're going to flip every 6 hours for 24 hours. So I just pull them out of the moulds there, so they get a nice even rind all the way round. There we go. So we do that for a day. So after they're finished, they should hold their form now. They've shrunk down about 2/3 of the way down the mould, and they're very firm. So now we're going to brine them for 3 hours to salt the cheese. Now halfway through, we're going to flip them over, but before we do, we're going to sprinkle salt on the exposed surface of the cheese. And they should float proud if you've got an 18% brine solution. Okay, so after the 3 hours, we're going to put them into a ripening box. So 2 per box. I find that it gives it adequate space for the white mould to grow around the cheese evenly. So we're going to ripen at 7 to 10 degrees Celsius, which is 44 to 50 Fahrenheit at 90% relative humidity, and that's until it gets a white mould all over the cheese. Now turn them daily to make sure that they grow an even cover until they're ready to wrap. So after about a week, you'll see the bloom, the initial bloom. You can see the white mould there. And then on the other pair of cheeses there. So absolutely essential to make sure that you're turning them every day. So after 2 weeks, you can see that there is a mould coverage all over. So that's perfect and ready to wrap the cheese. You can see the mould spores there. Look at the little whiskers, aren't they lovely? So there could have been a little bit more coverage top and bottom, but I was happy with it because the cheese was starting to go a little bit soft. Anyway, this is Kim's version of wrapping a camembert, and I think she's actually done it very, very well there. A lot better than what I could do anyway. So we put some little stickers on top so we know what it was and when to taste it. So that was Kim. This is me wrapping the cheese. And you know my wrapping skills are legendary on this cheese channel. Maybe not. We'll try again, shall we? There we go. That wasn't quite right. There we go. Put a sticker on so we know when to taste it. So we wait about another 2 weeks. I checked as we were going along by pressing the centre of the cheese to make sure that the firmness had started to go away. So we're going to ripen at 4 degrees Celsius in the kitchen fridge, 39 Fahrenheit, until it is soft. So it's about 2 weeks, can be as little as 1 week. Anyway, back to Gav for the taste test.
So now it's been a couple of days past the date that I wanted to taste test it. I wanted to taste test this one on the 7th of November, but it's now the 9th, so 2 days. So what does it feel? It's soft, very, very soft. Like one of those over-ripened traditional camemberts you get. A little bit dubious upon opening the packet, but anyway, we've got to do it. We've got to open it, let it out of its protective wrapper, and see what happens. So here goes nothing. My goodness. This reminds me, and I haven't even got that far yet, of the La Dolphin, which I did a taste test challenge on. Oh, hang on, let me get that. Oh, here we go. Get that. No, that was a sticker. Come on, get off. Don't want to destroy the cheese. Oh, there we go. Right, all right. Here we go, a bit more. Oh, some of the paper's stuck to the cheese. Oh no. Let's see if we can get that off. Whew, thankfully, there we go. This is super runny, ladies and gentlemen, and there's a bit of moisture underneath the paper too. I suppose this is what happens when you use raw milk for making camembert. I I think it's very overripe. I should have eaten this a week ago. Now, what does it smell like? Let me have a look. It smells all right. It smells fine. There's no off smells or anything. So that's a good thing. Hang on, let me use my trusty tea towel. There we go. And hopefully you can see that in the close-up. Moment of truth. Let's open it up. I know it's going to ooze, and it's going to ooze everywhere. Oh yeah. Look at that. One very oozy camembert. A little bit of, well, the paste is very soft on the inside as well. This is not unlike what I've made before, but this is so creamy and rich. Let me just get rid of that knife, and I'm going to put that there. Now, I've got a spoon for a reason, and that's the tea, because I knew it was going to be runny, right? But somebody once told me that the French usually go looking for the runniest camembert they can possibly get. This would make an absolutely fantastic bait camembert. The one where you cut the top off and you just scoop out the insides. I'll tell you what, that is perfection. Let's just try some. Oh, that is amazing. Beautiful, well, creaminess. There's a creaminess. You get that white mold flavour. It's very hard to describe unless you're actually here eating it with me. The saltiness is perfect, which is absolutely fantastic. And this paste is just to die for. Oh, this tastes so good. So, you know, I don't think it's a failure, personally. I think this is just amazing, amazing cheese. We'll start to be proud, I think. Oh, and for those who don't know who Will Stud is, he's the guy that does the cheese slices series, where you can pick that up, well, just about anywhere. It's on video. It's on it's all on demand TV, Apple TV, that sort of stuff. Anyway, I'll tell you what, this is amazing. Now, if I wanted it a little bit less runny, then I could have shortened the period of time in the cheese cave before I wrapped it. That would fix that up, no problems at all. Also, I could have eaten this a week less if I didn't want it runny like this, but this is what I was aiming for. Traditional camembert from Normandy that is, well, it's on the runny side. I'll tell you what. Bloody lovely. All right, let's get into this bit of paste that's not so runny. So I've got some crackers here. See what I can get out of this. And a bit of the rind. I want to try some of the rind. Oh, I'm going to have to spoon it on. Oh, there we go. Come here. Come here. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, yeah. I'm so glad I got to use that raw milk, the cold pressed raw milk for this. I don't think I would have got this with pasteurised homogenised milk. Oh. All right, here goes. Oh. Oh, that's so good. Where's the tea towel? That is an amazing cheese. It's not overpowering. Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's just, oh, it's just so good. Some of that centre paste. It's not chalky. It's smooth, like it should be. Look, there's another cracker. There we are. Tell you what, I'd serve this up, no problems at all. Even though it looks oozy like this. Oh, so good. That's beautiful. can't get enough. I don't want to demolish the whole thing. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. So that's making camembert with raw milk. This one is overripe, as we've seen, but I tell you what, it is absolutely delicious. So when using raw milk, I would lessen the aging period. So less time in the cheese cave at, say, 7 degrees Celsius, less time in the kitchen fridge, probably a week less, and you'll get a far firmer cheese that is just as delightful. But this one is just amazing. It is up there with La Dolphin, and there should be a link to that video somewhere up here. But yeah, oozy, absolutely fantastic, classic Normandy camembert that is at room temperature, and it just tastes fantastic. So there you go. Hope you enjoyed that. That's how to make a traditional Normandy camembert, but not in the AOC way. But this is very, very close to what you would get. But absolutely fantastic. I'm just delighted with this cheese. Really, really good. Anyway, if you want to try the other type of camembert, then you can check out the stabilised paste bloomy rind cheese, which I labelled as fake camembert, if you're more into the firmer style of camembert. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream.
Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're making Saint-Marcellin, or Saint-Marcellin, however you want to pronounce it. It's a bloomy rind cheese, and it's similar in preparation to, say, camembert. However, there's a slight little twist. You actually mature it in clay crocks, which you'll see during the video. Very interesting cheese to make. It was a little bit different than some of the cheeses that I've made before, but nonetheless simple enough for the home cheese maker. On with the video.
So the ingredients for Saint-Marcellin is 3 litres of full cream milk, an 1/8 of a teaspoon or a dash of aromatic mesophilic culture, 1/16 of a teaspoon of Penicillium candidum, a 1/32 of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum, 1/16 of a teaspoon of calcium chloride, and a 1/16 of a teaspoon of liquid rennet. So we're going to heat the milk to 24 degrees Celsius or 75 Fahrenheit, which is quite low. And then we're going to add in the aromatic mesophilic culture. Just sprinkle that around. And then we're going to add in the 2 mould powders. So Penicillium candidum first, in no specific order. And then we're going to add in the Geotrichum candidum. So let those rehydrate for a while, about 5 minutes I normally let them sit. I just let them covered. So they'll rehydrate. Yes, 5 minutes, thanks Gavin. And then give them a stir just to incorporate them through the milk. So we're going to add in the calcium chloride now, and we would add in rennet as well. Notice I only poured one in there because the recipe book I had didn't allow for calcium chloride, but it definitely needs it. So set for 18 hours. Seems like a long time, but I just did that overnight. And then test for a clean break. Yeah, we have a decent break there. It did take a long time. I did test it at 12-hour mark. But now cut the curds into 2.5 centimetres or 1 inch cubes, so rather large. So we do that vertically and we try and do it horizontally. I'm using just a 45-degree angle there to try and get the cuts correct. So I did that, let that rest for about 5 minutes. Then took over to the sink area. Now I'm going to use a skimmer and I'm going to ladle those into 4 small St. Marcellin moulds. Now, these are smaller than the normal camembert mould. So this did take quite a while. It took about 2 hours to do. Maybe a bit longer if I remember rightly. So use all the curd up, don't add another basket in. So once you've got all the curds in there, let it drain for 6 hours and then flip them over. So as you can see, they're very simple, just flip them over onto the bamboo mat. And they did fall down eventually after I give them a bit of a tap. So we're going to salt the surface of each cheese before we flip it over again with 1/4 teaspoon of salt. So by the 6 hour mark, they're firm enough to actually take them out of the mould and then flip them over properly. And you'll need to do that to allow the rind to form correctly. So this is the actual second salting here. So we're salting top and bottom with 1/4 teaspoon of non-iodized salt. So they're ready for the ripening box now, just to keep them out the way, and so the cats and dogs don't eat them. So they're going to drain a little bit further now. So over the next 2 days, just make sure that you keep the ripening box clean, the bottom free from whey. So just make sure you wipe that over with paper towel. You don't want them swimming in their own whey because that'll wreck the cheese. So I just normally put a cheesecloth over the top of the box, just like that. So for 48 hours. So after the 2 days, we put it into the cheese cave and ripen at 13 Celsius, 55 Fahrenheit at 80% relative humidity for 2 weeks. So there we go. We've got that after 5 days. It's just starting to bloom now after 5 days. So don't forget to turn these daily. So I did transfer them to the bamboo mat on top because I found that the plastic mat was actually not allowing any whey to drain freely, and that was stopping them from forming their rind. You can see there after 10 days the rind is starting to look really crinkly. That's the geotrichum kicking in. So just keep turning them. Make sure you turn them every single day. If you don't, they actually start to flatten on one side, because at the moment what is happening is the paste is starting to form inside the cheeses. So good mould development there. So once again, just make sure that the maturation box is dry, all of the whey is remove by using paper towel. Then pop them back in again. There we go. Pop the lid on and then pop them back into the cheese cave. So this is after 14 days, and we're going to, you can either put them in cheese wrap now, or if you've got little crocks like I've got. These are ramekins, so anything ceramic is fine. So just push those in. This helps develop the very runny paste that St. Marcelin is famous for. So they all fit in without an air gap in the bottom. Now, I only had 3 of these blue ones, and I found some other crocks. These clay ones there that have been lined, they've been glazed on the inside, which is necessary for this sort of cheese. It's not a tight fit, but it'll do. Now you can use small mason jars. They work just as well. Then you can just sit the lid on top instead of having to put this plastic wrap like I had to here. So you just cover each of the ramekins or the cheeses just to keep the moisture in a little bit. Now I'm just using plastic wrap and just making a little protective barrier there to make no other moulds grow in there, because I'm putting it back in my cheese fridge. So the pottery evens out the moisture and allows the cheese to remain at optimum condition for longer. I found it that the paste developed quite well instead of using cheese wrap. So here we are after another week of development. The top surface is very crinkly. So you can see that the geotrichum has really kicked in, which is fantastic. So I'm going to actually try one of these in a second. So we're going to cut into the cheese. This is just for taste test purposes. I'm going to let the other ones ripen a little bit longer. So using a spoon, I'm just going to check the consistency of the cheese. And we have some runny paste. Oh, there we go. Some runny paste on the outside, and it's not quite runny all the way through. So it probably needs a week or two to mature a bit further, but it tastes fantastic. That one went straight into my gob and was very delightful. I did share it with my lovely wife Kim, and she agreed that it needed a little bit more ripening. There's me trying some more. But you can see there, if I turn it around, there we are. You can see that the paste inside is not quite runny all the way through. It needs to be for this cheese to be fully ripened. So I'll ripen that for another 1 to 2 weeks, probably 2 weeks, and then I'll try it again. But it is a delicious little cheese right now. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and you can support each video by pledging your support over at Patreon. The patron of the week is Nathan Berge. Thank you very much, Nathan, for your support. Check out some of our other cheese making videos. Here is my version of a camembert I've called Little Bear. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time.
Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today is the taste test for St. Marcelin. Now I've got it hidden behind, but I've uncovered them and had a look, and they're very special. So let's check out what they look like.
Well, as you can see there, they're quite red. I think I've got a red mold infection in my cheese cave. That one's the least red of the 3. So I'm just taking the plastic wrap off now. The recipe that I used said mature them to 8 weeks. This is at 7.5 weeks, and you can see that they're quite red, and they smell a lot. They're very like stinky socks. Anyway, they're not looking too bad, but let's have a look what the taste test is like.
So as they all say, the proof is in the pudding. So let's just check out what they are really like. So I'm taking the least red of the cheeses. I've opened up the cheese.
and it's very, very creamy. In fact, there's kind of split into curds and whey. So I'll just have a taste. That is one very strong little cheese. Oh, let's go have a nap for the second one. Oh, if you mature this through to the full 7.5 weeks, then you'll get a very strong little cheese, very runny, but it does taste okay. I don't know if I'd make it again. I'd probably eat it at the 5-week mark, which was only a week after I did the initial taste test. So a little bit overripe for my liking. Oh, a little bit overripe for my liking, but I think next time I'll probably make them again, but only, as I said, at the 5-week mark. Anyway, Curd Nerds, thanks for watching. Now don't forget that you can support Patreon up here and check out the how to make the St. Marcelin video down here. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Well, bonjour, mon ami, or as we say here in Australia, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today you're watching the How to Make French Cheeses live stream. During the stream you'll see many amazing French cheeses that I've made over the course of my cheese making journey. Thank you so much for watching today. As always, if you want to support the show, don't forget that you can hit the join button down below or sign up on Patreon. Every little bit helps keep the channel going and growing. Well, enjoy the rest of the stream. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be making Tom, or that's spelt T-O-M-M-E. Now, Tom is a Alpine cheese. The official AOC designation, I believe, is Tom de Savoie. I'll pronounce that properly. It's a French cheese, but it is made in many Alpine regions. There's variations very similar in Switzerland and in the Alpine regions of Italy. Anyway, but predominantly it's a French cheese. So it's made with thermophilic starter culture, and it's very simple to make. I didn't realise how easy it was to make, but as we go through the video, you'll see the simple steps on how to make Tom.
So into my sanitised 15 litre stainless steel pot, I'm adding 8 litres or 8 quarts of whole milk, which is about 3.6% milk fat, an 1/8 of a teaspoon of thermophilic culture, 1/4 teaspoon of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, 1/4 teaspoon of liquid rennet diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, and some salt for rubbing. We'll need some fine cheese salt for that. So we're going to bring the milk up to temperature now, and the target temperature is 41 degrees Celsius or 106 Fahrenheit. So I'm using my normal double boiler method for this one. That allows me to heat the milk very consistently. Anyway, once the milk is up to the temperature, we're going to add the starter culture, and it's a thermophilic starter culture this time because of the high heat of the milk. And we're going to sprinkle that on top. And we're going to allow it to rehydrate. I'm going to pop the lid on there and let it rest. This just helps the starter culture become more integrated into the milk in this step here. So 5 minutes later, we're going to give it a quick stir. If I can find the spoon, that is. There we are. Just give it a quick stir, and top and bottom. There we go. Get that stirring action happening. So top and bottom for, well, it's about 30 seconds in this case. Not too long. Now I'm going to add in the calcium chloride solution. Just pour that straight in. Keep stirring the milk. So stir all that through for about a minute. Rightio, so once the culture and the calcium chloride are all mixed through, I'm adding the rennet to the milk. So don't forget to use non-chlorinated water, because any chlorine in water has an effect that it prevents the rennet from working and coagulating your milk. So we're just giving that a good stir top to bottom, but for no more than 1 minute, because the rennet does work fairly quickly. So we're going to cover it and allow it to set for 45 minutes at 41 Celsius or 106 Fahrenheit. Okay, so the curd should be set. Now just test, just for a clean break. Now if you don't get a clean break, that is a clean break, which is very good. It's a very good break, in fact. If you don't get a clean break, wait for another 10 minutes and then just go and check it again. So now we've got a good clean break. We're going to cut the curds into 2 centimeters or 3/4 of an inch size cubes. Which are fairly large for an Alpine style cheese. So I've done the horizontal cuts, and now I'm going to do the vertical cuts with my curd knife. This is fairly easy because, like I said, 2 centimeter cubes are fairly large, or 3/4 of an inch. So there we go. Now there's actually an added step. Normally we would allow the curds to rest for about 5 minutes. However, in the recipe I'm using, it said use the spoon to lift and move the curds to ensure that they are all cut. So I'm just doing that there, making sure there are no massive big cubes. Doesn't really look like it, and there's a couple there. Just cut with the edge of the spoon. They look fairly uniform in size, so just a gentle lifting. We're lifting, we're not actually stirring, because the curds are fairly delicate at this stage. So just an initial, it's just a check. Anyway, so we've done that check, and we're going to allow the curds to stand for 20 minutes to firm right up. And in that time, they do expel a lot of whey because of the high temperature of the curds and whey at this stage. Still 41 degrees Celsius. So what we're going to do is we're going to gently stir the curds for 30 minutes. Now it has matted together just a little bit, but I'm just gently lifting the curds there to start with. And we're going to stir for that 30 minutes fairly gently. Now you can see there the curd size is now fairly small. At this high temperature, the curds do lose a lot of whey very quickly. So they're about the size of baked beans, the curd should look. Anyway, this is about the final minute of stirring here. I thought I'd speed it up so not to bore you. Okie dokie, so just clean up my spoon there. Now we're going to put the cover on, and we're going to allow the curds to sink to the bottom. It actually helps in the next stage to pour off the whey, so we're allowing that to settle for just 10 minutes. So over to the sink. In hindsight, I probably wouldn't have put the mould in the bottom, but we're going to drain the curds and whey through the cheesecloth lined colander. I'm using a loose weave cheesecloth here. Now that whey is fairly creamy, I could have saved that to make a nice ricotta. Probably would have got about a 200 gram yield out of that. So I'm just putting that in with clean hands. Now really it wasn't draining very well, so I kind of made a mistake. I should not have put the mould in the bottom. Usually I can get away with it, but this one wasn't draining properly. So what I did, I kind of spread the curds out to the outside of the mould so they drain properly. So we're going to drain that, not drown it. We're going to drain it for 10 minutes. Just so more whey gets expelled. Okay, so if they have formed into clumps, we're going to break up the curd pieces and I'm putting them straight into the mould. So this kind of helped a little bit, but I don't think I'd do it in the future. I just push it in. There we go. So I broke all those up. They were about thumbnail size pieces when I broke them up. Just press that down so I could get them all into the smaller mould I'm using there. It's designed for 8 litre cheeses. Okay, so into the press it goes, and I put a pressing plate. I folded the cloth over and then put the pressing plate on top. I'm going to press this at about 5 kilograms or 11 pounds for 30 minutes. Now, this initial stage, I did have to retighten the spring quite often. Okay, so 30 minutes later, I'm just going to pull that out of the press there. You can see the spring has expanded a little bit. Makes it fairly easy to get out of the press. So take it out of the mould gently, because it hasn't quite knitted just yet. But because it's a high temperature cheese, rarely do these fall apart. Anyway, so we're flipping it over, redressing, pushing it back into the mould, put the cloth over the top and then put the follower on top. So we're going to press it a little bit firmer this time, so 11 kilograms or 24 pounds for 1 hour. So I'm guesstimating there about half the spring half closed is about right for my press. Okay, so an hour later, I'm just going to pull that out of the press. So same as before, just pull the cheese out, turn it over and repress. Now it is starting to shrink all the time. There is more whey coming out each time we press it. So this time I'm going to press it at 11 kilograms or 24 pounds for 12 hours. So I left this overnight and then came back to it in the morning. Okay, so the next day, I just took it out of the press again, and let's have a look at it. It's not bad. It hasn't shrunk too much. There's still a fair bit of whey in this cheese, and the pressing plate's leaving a little bit of a raised portion on it. Anyway, I'll turn that over, redress it, and this is the final pressing. Put the cloth over the top and put the follower plate on top and then press it again. So this time add 11 kilograms again for 24 pounds for another 12 hours. So my spring's about halfway down. Seeing it's a 50-pound spring, not pring. Okay, so 12 hours has elapsed, and we're going to do something unique. This cheese actually doesn't get brined, and it doesn't get salt milled into it. This cheese gets salt rubbed onto the top and bottom surfaces. So I'm going to take it out of the press, and I'm going to put it onto a draining mat. As you can see, I've got a plastic draining mat there that's been sanitized with in hot soapy water to start with, and then that was cleaned, and then I basically sprayed it with vinegar and waited for that to all evaporate. Anyway, so we'll pull the cheese out. And see what we've got. Now, a bit of a surprise there. It still actually had a fair bit of a raised bit. I don't think the follower was quite designed for that basket. It's not the right size. So what I've had to do there is get a sharp knife and trim off any of the excess there. Now, that curds or excess cheese makes quite a nice little snack, actually. It doesn't taste of anything except milky curds because there's no salt added to it at this stage. Speaking of salt, we're going to add 2 teaspoons of salt onto the top surface. We're going to sprinkle that on top. So I'm using non-iodized salt there. That's not table salt because it doesn't have anti-caking agent like normal table salt does. I just place it in this container because I've reused it. Makes it easier to sprinkle on. So I'm just consulting the recipe there. That's why I've gone out of shot. And I'll come back into shot in a second and realise that I needed the 2nd teaspoon of salt. So that's 2 teaspoons of salt on one surface. Okay, so we rub that in so that gets absorbed into the cheese. And another purpose it has is that it helps expel more whey out of the cheese. So I'm just going to pop that into the ripening box as it does that. And this will collect any of the whey that will drain off underneath the floor of the mat. So we're going to stand that at room temperature for 24 hours. Only reason I'm gently putting on the lid is to keep any flies or anything like that out of it. Okay, it did bulge a bit in the middle, so we're just going to flip that over. And that bulge is no problem. So we're going to sprinkle another 2 teaspoons of salt on the what was the bottom surface, that is now the top surface. Now it does seem like there's an excessive amount of salt, and I did cobble this together from 2 recipes, so the salt quantity may be a little bit on the high side. I won't know until I do the taste test. So I wouldn't advise to make this straight away. Maybe use 1 teaspoon of salt on the top and then flip it over and then do another teaspoon on the bottom. I think there may be too much salt, but anyway, time will tell and we'll see what happens when we eat it. So don't forget that you need to chip out the excess whey that gets collected in the box after this 24-hour period. Anyway, we're going to let that stand at room temperature for another 24 hours. So the salt penetrates in again and then tip out the excess whey. Now it did bulge a little bit, as you can see there. Now started getting some funky molds on it. Now I'm going to ripen that at 16 Celsius or 60 Fahrenheit at 85% relative humidity for 6 weeks for a mild tom and 6 months for a stronger flavour. Now at the 3-week mark, it was starting to get some molds on it. I wiped them off. However, I chose to vac pack it for the rest of the maturation. I'm going to go about midway, maybe 3 months. So you can see the molds there. Now I did use a salty brine solution to get rid of them. Anyway, over to Gav.
So as you can see, very simple cheese to make. Now this is going to mature between 6 weeks to 6 months in my cheese cave. Now it does say 16 degrees Celsius. My cheese cave, I've got it set at 13, so we'll let it sit at 13. I'm going to vac pack this. Normally it has a natural rind, but some of my disasters recently have leaned me towards vac packing. I'm going to vac pack this cheese, and we're going to let it sit at least for 6 weeks. Now if you're going to form a natural rind, the humidity's got to be about 85% relative humidity in the cheese cave for this to form a natural rind. It will form a bloom of some molds, but just wipe that off with a salt brine at least once a week, and then you'll get rid of those and they'll dampen down. You get a nice thick rind on this. Now don't forget that you can subscribe to the channel
and see other cheesy content, including my live show every Wednesday. There are other Alpine cheeses. Check out the playlist here. And don't forget that you can buy kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're doing a taste test for Tome. Now this Tome, or Tom, however you want to pronounce it, this was made in November 2017, and it was supposed to be ready in about 3 months. So this was ready in March. It's now May, so it's gone 2 months more than what it was supposed to. But let's cut into it. It's got a little bit of whey in the bag, just a little bit. You can see a bit of moisture, but we'll cut it open, see what happens. I've got some paper towel just in case. I need to wipe it all down. So I've got some lovely scissors here donated by one of my patrons. He knows who he is. Let's have a look at this. Nice little bit of liquid in the bag, just a little. I'm not worried about that. That's just seepage. It happens with a lot of cheeses. It smells incredibly milky, which is quite nice. I'll just pat it down a little bit with a bit of towel. Make it a little bit more manageable. So there's no problems doing this. I certainly have done this before. Just get rid of some of that moisture on the cheese, especially when it's been vacuum packed like that. The only problem with vacuum packing is it makes these weird edges because the way the bag's been, well, the cheese has been, the air's been sucked out of the packaging. Right, that'll do. Well, let's go find a knife and get on with doing this cheese taste test. That's not a knife, this is a knife. Okay, so we're back with a lovely sharp knife, ready to cut the cheese open. I'll cut along the grain, for want of a better word. It's quite soft. Now this Tome wasn't ripened. Didn't have a natural rind, but that's not to worry about. It's got a bit of what's it look like in the middle. It's got a little bit of holes there, some mechanical holes, but they're fine. Same on that one. All right, so let's just put a paper towel. Hands are all sticky. Oh, smells nice. It's got a really creamy, sort of earthy smell to it, which is, I've never smelt like that on a cheese before. Anyway, so let's have a look. Cut it in quarters first, like I normally do. Pop that there. A little bit, it's very soft. Oops. It's all happening here today, isn't it? So, a fairly soft cheese. But it's not, I wouldn't say it's crumbly, it's just soft, it easily breaks apart. So let's have a try. I'm very excited. There's a nice mouthfeel. Slightly acidic. But a fairly pleasant cheese. No, that is nice. There we go. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Philly, of all things. But
it's kind of how it stacks up as far as I'm concerned. It's got that saltiness, it's got a little bit of acidity. Certainly very moreish. I'd eat a lot more of it. In fact, I will, just there. Bit tacky, just touch. Well, it seems okay. You don't go around touching people's cheese, do you? No, but that's very nice. Now, what I was trying to say before was that if this had developed a natural rind and I had let it mature properly, like a proper aged rind cheese for about 3 months, it would have had a whole bunch of funky bacteria over it. The flavour profile would probably be a lot different than what it is. This is quite a, like I said, a sharp, well, no, it's not sharp. It's a higher acidity level than would say a cheddar, or certainly any of the normal Swiss cheeses. It's a lot sharper in that way, but it's creamy on the tongue. Certainly slides down well. Sounds like a wine commercial, and it has a lovely earthy. Oops, I dropped that on my table. It has an earthy aroma to the cheese, which smells very similar to, say, Gruyere or that sort of style cheese. So I reckon it's definitely worth giving a go. I would certainly try this cheese again if I have a chance. Not that I probably will because I'm making so many cheeses. But we'll store a bit of that for prosperity and cook it up in one of the cheese making recipes. Anyway, don't forget there's a recipe. The original recipe for the Tom cheese is over here. Don't forget you can buy the kit and all the information on how to make this over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. You can also support the show by pledging over at Patreon. A little as $1 goes a long way to keeping the show on the air every month. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream.
This cheese making video is sponsored by Little Green Workshops. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're making triple cream cheese. Triple cream, it's a bit of a tongue twister, is just a style of cheese. It's usually a white, bloomy rind cheese. And I'll just take them out of the box just to show you. They're delicate little babies. There we go. We've got the right humidity going. We've got some nice little fuzzy cheeses going on here. The reason they're called triple cream cheese is because the amount of cream in this cheese are insane. So essentially you've got 3.5 litres of milk and 500 millilitres of cream. So the fat content of these cheeses are going to be very high. I've used Geo and I've used Penicillium candidum as the two white moulds for this cheese, and they are going to be absolutely delightful.
A little bit of a, not ammonia smell, a little bit of an earthy smell at the moment as they're starting to ripen. But anyway, we'll get onto that. Let me show you how I made the triple cream cheeses. So firstly, sanitize all of your equipment, all your stainless steel stuff I just boiled, and all the plastic stuff I just sprayed with white vinegar. So the ingredients for triple cream are 3.5 litres or 3.7 quarts of unhomogenised cow's milk, 500 millilitres or 17 fluid ounces of pure cream, 1/8 of a teaspoon of Floridana aromatic mesophilic culture, 1/16 of a teaspoon of Penicillium candidum, 1/64 of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum, 1.25 millilitres or quarter of a teaspoon of calcium chloride diluted in quarter of a cup of non-chlorinated water, 1.25 millilitres or quarter of a teaspoon of single strength rennet diluted in quarter of a cup of non-chlorinated water, and some cheese salt. So first of all, warm the cream in hot water for 10 minutes. I just put it in the water that I boiled all of the ingredients in. So 10 minutes later, I'm now pouring the milk into the stainless steel pot. I'm using an 8 litre or 2 gallon pot there. So then add the cream into the milk and whisk that in. Just get all the cream out of the jug that I used there using a silicone spatula. Then mix the milk and the cream together well. So we're going to heat the milk and cream to 31 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So I've just covered that so no dust gets into the milk while it's heating up. Now, as it continues to heat, I'm just going to add the calcium chloride nice and early in the process so I don't forget it. So give that a quick whisk. And then we're going to cover that and continue to wait for it to heat. So just give that a quick stir. I'm just checking the temperature now. And it is at 31, which is spot on. So just still mixing that cream and milk together. And now we're going to add the cultures and the moulds to the milk. So there's the Floridana there. Just going to sprinkle that over the surface of the milk. And now I'm adding the Penicillium candidum. Just sprinkle that over the surface there. And now the Geotrichum candidum. So allow those to rehydrate for 5 minutes. Then after 5 minutes, just stir in the cultures and moulds. Now the cream tends to float to the top, that's why I'm using a whisk to put it back in there. Now we're going to cover and allow to ripen for 60 minutes. So just giving that another whisk to make sure the cream doesn't keep floating to the top. Just one final check of the temperature, it's still at 31, which is great. And now we're ready to proceed with the next step. So we're going to add in the rennet solution. Just pour that in whilst we're stirring. And stir for no more than 1 minute. So cover that and allow the milk to set for 1 hour and 30 minutes. So we're going to check for a clean break to make sure that it has coagulated. And yep, that looks lovely and clean. Nice firm set there. So now I'm going to cut the curds vertically into 2.5 centimetre or 1 inch columns. Just using my thumb as a guide to the first knuckle is 1 inch. So I'm just cutting those in vertical columns, and I'm going to allow the curds now to heal for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, we're going to do the horizontal cuts. This is a little bit tricky. I'm doing in the 45-degree angle. Try and make them 2.5 centimetre or 1 inch, and they'll come out kind of cube shaped. We don't want the curds to be too small, so we're going to allow them to heal for another 5 minutes, just so they firm up. So 5 minutes later, we're just going to gently stir the curds without breaking them up too much, and we're going to do that for 10 minutes. So the heat stays at 31 degrees Celsius, 90 degrees Fahrenheit. I haven't changed the temperature at all. So as you can see, I'm gently lifting the curds. I don't want them to shrink too much, and we do that over the period of 10 minutes. So 10 minutes later, you can see that they have shrunk a fair bit, not too much. They're probably about 1 centimetre cubes now, and have released a little bit of whey, so that's good. You don't want this cheese to be too dry. So we're going to allow the curds to settle now for 5 minutes, just in the pot to make it easier to get them out in a minute. 5 minutes later, I'm just going to remove all of the heating equipment, so the precision cooker. Let's get that out the way. And we're going to drain all of the water out of the sink. So they haven't really shrunk too much because there's very high fat content, and they haven't settled to the bottom very much either over that period. They tend to float a little bit. So I'm getting a colander and a tight weave butter muslin or cheesecloth. Just putting that in there. And we're going to drain the curds through the tight weave cloth. Now I'm using a ladle. It's a little bit more gentle than just pouring them in there, because they are quite fragile, these curds. So just ladle the curds into the cloth. Ladling, ladling. There we go, all done. So I'm just gathering the cloth there a little bit, just to release a little bit more of the whey. I'm not squeezing or anything. So we're going to cover that now. And we're going to allow the curds to drain for 30 minutes in the cloth. So 30 minutes later, we remove the lid and we're going to ladle slices of the curd into the 4 small baskets. Now, how big are these baskets, I hear you say? Well, the dimensions are 8.5 centimetres across the top, and they are 8 centimetres high, or 3.5 by 3 inches. They're known as St. Marcellin baskets. So I managed to get all the curds in there. We're going to allow it to drain for 24 hours at room temperature or 21 Celsius or 70 Fahrenheit. You can see this is sped up footage. They're rapidly draining there, which is amazing. Now we don't flip the cheeses just yet. We wait until about 5 hours into the draining, and they're firm enough to be able to be flipped in their baskets. So they're not falling apart there. They're quite firm-ish. Just be gentle when you do this. There we go. So just flipping top to bottom and pop them back into the baskets. Nice one. Just give them a bit of a bang because they're not completely all towards the bottom, so that helps. Now we're going to drain those overnight, so this is the end of day 1.
Before I carry on with the video, allow me to introduce this week's sponsor, Little Green Workshops. Many of you have asked over the years where I get all of my ingredients for my cheese making recipes. Well, it just so happens that Kim, my lovely wife, and I started a business called Little Green Workshops just for that very reason. We supply cheese making equipment, kits, ingredients, and other supplies to the home cheesemaker. So because I use Little Green Workshop's cheese making supplies and ingredients, I know they're good. They work for me. The proof is in the videos that I release to you. We ship to many countries throughout the world, and the cheese making supplies get there in perfect condition, ready for you, the home cheesemaker, to make the myriad of cheeses that I show on the channel. So Little Green Workshops has a special deal for you, the curd nerds, who regularly watch the channel. So use the coupon code TRIPLECREAM to get 10% off your next cheese making order, and we will ship it out to you. So on with the cheese making video.
So at the start of day 2, we're going to flip the cheeses again in their baskets. And we've got quite a nice rind on top there, and they are firming up well. So the flipping helps expel more whey. So just turn them all over. A bit of a bang to help them settle down to the bottom. And then we're going to put the food umbrella back over the top of them to keep the beasties out. So that was about 8 hours to go. So with about 4 hours remaining, we're just going to flip the cheeses for the last time. And they've firmed up very well. So at the completion of the draining in the baskets, we're going to remove the cheeses from their baskets. Just put them on an extra mat I've got there. And we're going to do the first salting. So we're going to salt the cheese with 1/4 teaspoon for each cheese, just on the top. Just to sprinkle over the top, and we're going to do the sides just a little bit. It's very hard to do the sides, but I'll show you a trick near the end. So we're doing the top and the sides if we can. The salt doesn't really stick on the sides very well, but don't do the bottom just yet. So pop the food umbrella back on top again. And we're going to cover and allow the cheese to rest for 6 hours. That helps with the salt absorption. Okay, 6 hours later, we're going to flip each cheese over. And then we're going to salt the remaining side with another 1/4 teaspoon for each cheese, and I'm doing a little bit on the sides there where I can. It doesn't really stick on. So we're going to place the cheese just into a ripening box. Just helps it drain a little bit better. And Kim wanted to use the sink, so I had to vacate it. So don't put the lid on, we don't need them locked up just yet. So we're going to leave them overnight at room temperature for that salt to absorb in. Righto, so day 3 we're going to sprinkle 1 teaspoon of salt onto, I've got a clean baking tray there. So I'm just pouring on 4 1/4 of the salt, and then I'm going to roll the sides of the cheese in the salt. I didn't think I had got enough coverage on the sides, and it's really tricky to get the sides salted properly. So that's a good quick way. So I'm going to air dry at room temperature now for 24 hours until they're touch dry or feel like a clammy handshake. So I'm just going to remove the cheese from the ripening box. What I should have done is tested to see whether they'll dry or not. A little bit of moisture had got out. Now I'm placing a damp cloth in the bottom of the ripening box to help raise the humidity when I close the box up. So place the cheeses into the ripening box. I actually had to clean that mat that was in there, in the ripening box. That's why you can see the cheeses on a different mat, but you may not have to. They were not quite touch dry, so I had to wait for a further 4 hours. So once they were touch dry, just one final flip. Now it's ready, they're ready for maturation once I do this flip. We're going to mature in the ripening box at 13 Celsius or 55 Fahrenheit at 90 to 95% relative humidity for 4 days. Don't forget to turn them daily. Now triple cream can be eaten fresh at the 4 days or ripened further to 10 to 14 days for a stronger cheese. So over to Gav. So as you can see, I've got the humidity just right in the ripening box. It's about 90% humidity in there. The cheeses are indeed growing their mould very, very rapidly. This is day 6 of the make, and I've already got a white covering around them all. They do say we should ripen them to 10 days, so there's 4 more days left to go. And we will do a taste test on them then. So before we go much further though, what I do need to do is just give my hands a quick clean, and then I'll turn them over. So now that my hands are clean, we'll just give them a quick flip. So just gently, it's perfect. We've got my white mold growing on the bottom as well. Absolutely spot on. So I couldn't be more pleased with this cheese at the moment. But yeah, really good looking cheeses. We'll come back in a couple of days and do a taste test. So the triple cream has been maturing now for 14 days. Let's have a look at these, because they're ready to eat now. You don't mature them for any longer. Oh goodness me. They look really good. Oh, that smells like honey. Honey smell? Nice. I'll get them all out on their tray. There was a bit of moisture on the lid, you can see there. So I have been turning them every 2 days, which is, absolutely perfect. So they shouldn't, there you go, come off the bottom perfectly. And I'll tell you what, they've got a lovely coating of white mold around them now, all over, even where you can see I've been turning it, but definitely on the sides, so much so that you can actually pat it down a little bit. But yeah, so that's perfect. So we'll transfer one to the board for eating. There we go. I'll put the rest of these away. I'll wrap these up and then put them in the kitchen fridge from now. I wouldn't want them any
maturing any further. But yeah, it smells like honey. That's amazing. Put those over here. So here we have our triple cream. Perfect little thing. Lovely white coating. You can eat them fresh, as I mentioned before. But let's cut into one. Just do a little wedge. Well, the knife comes out fairly clean. Let's get a wedge. Come on, baby. Oh, nice. Oh. So this is going to have quite a high fat content. A bit fell out. Yeah, it's really creamy. So let's try. Still smells like honey. Oh, that's an amazing smell. Fragrance. What fragrance? Yeah, why not? Oh, goodness me. A little bit of, it's not sharpness. Yeah, mushroom, a little bit, tiny bit of mushroomy. Some great flavours in there. Certainly a creaminess that just melts in the mouth. Buttery, little bit acidic, just a tiny bit. But my goodness. Yeah, that was a bit without the rind. That was just a creamy, milky explosion with a little bit of maybe, but I can't really tell between a little bit acidic or sour, but mushroomy, and it's actually to my fingers, because of the heat of my fingers, it's starting to melt in my fingers. It's like a cream cheese on steroids. Oh, that is so good. Goodness me. Nothing like a camembert. The fat content really gives something to it. It's really good. But certainly it's got a unique maturity. I think if I had eaten it fresh, it just would have tasted like milky. But now that it like ripened for, 14 days, and it's got the white mold coating, and that's given some of the protein some time to break down a little bit in the milk and create some unique flavours. But that is delicious. Oh, the mouthfeel is just spectacular. A little bit goes a long way. So good. Nice on crackers too. It's not like totally runny. Still a little bit pasty, not chalky. A little bit crumbly, but you won't be disappointed. It's got a full flavour. It's not like a gooey camembert. It's more robust than that. I think if I aged it a little bit less, maybe around the 10, maybe even the 7-day mark, it certainly wouldn't have this robust flavour. So 14 days, I think, for me, for my personal taste, this is spot on. That's amazing flavour in a fresh cheese. So there you have it, curd nerds. That's triple cream, homemade, and ready to eat in about 14 days. You can obviously eat it a lot less, but that has an outstanding flavour. I would not mature it any longer than this. I wouldn't expect it to go gooey in the middle because it's got such a tall profile. But the flavours, they're outstanding. It's a really, really good cheese. So go and try triple cream. I can't say enough about this lovely little white mold cheese, except the buttery notes and the flavours are just out of this world. They're just amazing. So you can get all the ingredients over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. The moulds, I'm not sure where you'll be able to source those. I bought those moulds years ago and the manufacturer discontinued them. But a smaller mould. A camembert mould would be a bit wide, but and it'd have a taller cheese profile. But these are what are known as St. Marcelin moulds, and they're perfect size for this for the triple cream. Delicious little cheese. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're going to make a truffle cheese. I was kindly donated some truffles by Shane from Blackwood Park Truffles. Now, that is in Moles Creek in Tasmania. So those who are in Tassie, you can pop along to get some. However, Shane does ship all over the world. Now, he gave these to me for free. Here's a picture of the lovely truffles that I started out with before the cheese video. Okay, so the plan was that I make a stabilised paste mould ripened cheese, so like a fake camembert as I call it, and shave in some of the truffles and put them in layers as I go along. Now, I did that. However, the white mould did not grow on the outside of the cheese. Why did that happen? Well, either I forgot to put the Penicillium candidum in, which I think I did, or the cheeses are a little bit too large, or there's not enough moisture. Now, I'm pretty sure there's enough moisture. I've been turning them. However, the cheese is very soft, which is good. I've matured these for about 8 weeks, and they look okay. So let me just pull them out. I'll just show you one of them. As I said, very moist and stuck to the mat. There we go. So very creamy. So Penicillium candidum has grown on part of it on the outside, and so has a little bit of Penicillium roqueforti, which is the blue mould. So I got white mould and blue mould. The smells very earthy, which is good. Now, I did notice I had a little bit of truffle left, and I just checked that today, and it had gone all squishy. Because truffles don't last that long, and it had a coat of white mould on the outside. So this white mould that's on the outside, the Penicillium, it's either Geotrichum candidum or Penicillium candidum, was on the truffle itself. So it could be that. But before we go any further, let me show you how I made this stabilised paste truffle cheese, but without the white mould on it, of course. So the 3 truffles that were sent to me weighed in at about 90 grams. I'm not sure how much that costs, but it's a fair bit, I think. Anyway, I set out all my ingredients. I'm using Flora Danica, a thermophilic culture, and of course the truffle. And there's the star attraction of the cheese. Now, I made sure it was washed, and as you can see there, I'm just using a clean toothbrush. It's not been used before, got it straight out of a packet, and just gave it a wash under the water and a bit of a scrub to get any dirt out so it doesn't get infected. Now, don't forget to sanitize all the rest of your stainless steel equipment, and I did that in boiling water. And the milk I'm using today is from Inglenook Dairy, a great product.
Now, the ingredients I used was 7.6 litres or 1 gallon of whole cow's milk, 500 millilitres or 2 cups of pure heavy cream, 1/16 of a teaspoon of Floridanica or Sacco MO36R aromatic mesophilic, 1/16 of a teaspoon of thermophilic culture of your choice, 1/16 of a teaspoon of Penicillium candidum, 1/32 of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum, half a teaspoon or 2.5 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, 20 drops or 1 millilitre of single-strength liquid rennet in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, and 18% brine solution, and some truffles, either freshly grated, freeze-dried or powdered. So heat your milk up to 35 degrees Celsius or 95 degrees Fahrenheit. I did that directly on the stove and then put it into my water bath, which I've got my precision cooker heating up the milk for the duration of the cheese making process. So once it gets to the target temperature, which it has now, close enough, 35, yep, perfect. Just adjust the precision cooker there a little bit, just to bring it up a little bit further. There we go, 35. So I'm just skimming, there's some fat sitting on the top there, just skimming that off so it doesn't go into the final product. And now I'm preparing my starter cultures. Firstly, adding the thermophilic starter culture, just sprinkle that over the top of the milk. Now I'm adding the Floridanica, just sprinkle that over as well. And now I'm adding the 2 moulds. Firstly, the Penicillium candidum. And a smaller amount of the Geotrichum candidum. Now the Geo does actually prepare the surface of the cheese and makes it a little bit less acidic, but it may not have worked in this case. So cover that up and allow it to rehydrate for 5 minutes. Now after the 5 minutes, we're going to stir in the cultures and the moulds into the milk. There we go, stir it all in there so it's well mixed. Just checking the temperature, hasn't drifted up any. So cover that and we're going to allow the milk to ripen for 3 hours. Okay, so 3 hours later, just going to stir the cream that's floated to the top and stir that back into the milk again. Now I'm just going to check the pH of the milk to see if it's acidified enough. It should be between 6.2 and 6. Now if it isn't at that range, then you'll need to leave it for about another 20 minutes. Now I checked it and it's a 6.2, which is perfect. So we're going to add the calcium chloride now. Just stir that through. Now calcium chloride adds back soluble calcium after the milk's been heat treated to help it set a better curd, which is why we always add it before we add the rennet. Now that's all mixed through. And now we're going to add the rennet to the milk. Now stir that for no more than 1 minute. So we're going to cover that back up again. And we'll allow that to set for 45 minutes. Now I'm going to check for a clean break now to make sure that it's set okay. So just with a knife, just put it in there and then just twist it. And it should come apart cleanly. That's a little bit sloppy for my tastes. So I'm going to leave that to set further. So I'll just cover that back up again. And I'm going to wait another 10 minutes. Now that should firm up enough in that time. If it doesn't, then let it set until it needs to, until you get a clean break. So checking for a clean break again. Much better. Big thumbs up from Gav. Now we're going to cut the curds into 1.25 centimetre or half-inch cubes. Just doing that the horizontals with the curd harp and the verticals with the curd knife, trying to make it as accurate as I can. So cutting the curd expels more whey, so we're going to let the curds to heal for 10 minutes. This stops them from fracturing during the first stir. So we're just going to gently stir them now. Look for any pieces that we've missed during the cutting. Just gently lift the curds. There we go. So I'm going to pop the lid back on and then stir the curds every 10 minutes for 3 repetitions. So there's the first stir, or once, twice, and the third stir, or thrice. So we're going to allow the curds now to settle for 10 minutes. Meanwhile, heat up 3 litres of 3 quarts of water to 35 Celsius or 95 Fahrenheit. Then we're going to remove 3 litres or 3 quarts of whey. So I'm just measuring out 1.5 litres each time into my Pyrex jug. So just give it a gentle stir for about 10 seconds just to prevent it from matting together before we add the water into it. So we're going to add the warm water we previously heated. Now the reason we do this is to reduce the overall acidity of the curds. It doesn't give the lactic bacteria that you added into the milk at the start any food to develop any further acidification. So I'm going to stir for about 30 seconds just to make sure that the curds haven't matted. So we're washing the curds there. I'm going to cover it up again and let it rest for 10 minutes. Just give it a quick stir again for 30 seconds. Just a quick wash. Then cover again. And now rest this time for 30 minutes so it settles to the bottom. So we're going to remove it from the heat. So I'm taking away my precision cooker and taking the water out of the sink. Now we're going to remove the whey down to the level of the curds. Just makes it easier to ladle into the moulds. Now because that's diluted, it's going straight into the sink, down the drain. So just using a skimmer, I'm going to ladle the curds into 4 10cm or 4-inch moulds. These are typically used for camembert. Now I'm not going to fill these all the way up, but I am filling them evenly, so trying to get them mostly the same. So I'm filling them to about 1/3 full, and then I'm going to add a layer of truffles. So I'm going to use a microplaner and shave a bit of the truffles freshly onto that layer of the curds. Doesn't have to be a thick layer or anything like that. It's just a fine layer of grated truffles. Just to add a little bit of texture, a little bit of flavour into the final cheese, and to make it a little bit visually appealing. Okay, so fill the moulds with curds until they're 2/3 full this time. Try not to spill any. It's too precious. Now you'll notice from previous versions of the stabilised paste washed curd mould ripened cheese, which this is, I only used 4 litres of milk. This time I used 8, so I wanted to double it. I wanted to be a bit greedy and make 4 cheeses. Anyway, so we're up to 2/3 now, and I'm going to add another layer of shaven truffles over the top, or grated truffle. So a nice even layer. And it was smelling amazing about this time. Fresh truffles always smell fantastic. So now fill the moulds with the remaining curds. There should be enough in there to top up each of the moulds. Don't waste any. So you can see how much of the truffles I put into each of them in each layer there, just in that close-up. And as I said, just use up the remainder of the curds that you've got. Trying to make it, fairly level at the end. So I'm just going to add a little bit more truffle just for show, just a fine grating there. So it also helps me remember which surface is the top and the bottom, so when I flip it, it'll be fine. So just drain that for 1 hour. And they should be firm enough now. Just a quick wash of the hands before we proceed. So they should be firm enough to flip now out of the basket. You don't need a top and bottom mat and cheese board there. So they're firm enough in this method. Just flip them over into their moulds. That'll give a flat surface top and bottom to allow the white mould to grow on them. So we're going to do this 3 times over 5 hours. So this helps them drain more whey and to compact down in their moulds without using any form of weight or pressure. Now I have seen in some commercial facilities they add a little stainless steel disc and pop that on top, which provides a little bit of weight, and it also helps make a flat surface on the cheese as well. But I don't have anything like that, so this turning process seems to work okay for me. So after the final flipping, just drain for 12 hours or overnight. Don't have to wake up in the middle of the night to do anything here. So I'm just flipping them over just to make sure that they're flat on the bottom or the top, or whatever that was. Don't really have to do this step here. I'm just making sure they're okay. They haven't really shrunk too much more overnight, but I think they're okay in size. They're not too tall. I thought they were initially, but they're not too bad. They could be a bit smaller. Okay, so they're ready for brining now. Now instead of putting them in my normal round tub, I'm just going to pour the brine from my brining tub into the ripening box, just taking out the mat that it's normally sitting in. Gav, take the mat out. Okay, so pour the brine just into the ripening box there. We're going to brine it between 3 to 4 hours, depending on how salty you want them. Now, I want them on the saltier side, so I chose 4 hours. So we're just going to take each cheese out of the mould and just plonk it into the brine, and they float if you're using an 18% brine solution, which I am. And the ripening box is the perfect size to brine your 4 cheeses. Now you can dry salt them if you want, just cover them in salt, rub a little bit on. But because they're floating, we're just going to add a little bit of a layer of salt on the top. After 2 hours of brining time, flip them over and then just salt again on the top. Just cover them so no dust gets on them. So this is all at room temperature. So I chose 4 hours, as I mentioned. I wanted them on the saltier side. I would not go past 4 hours. They'll be way too salty. So I remove the cheese from the brine and place them on a mat. Now I'm just going to reserve that brine, strain that, get rid of any truffle that's in it. Use it in any future cheeses that I may brine. So once I've dried the box out, I'll just place them into the ripening box and allow them to air dry uncovered for 24 hours and turn them every 6 hours. So a bit of whey's been expelled, a bit of moisture on the top of the lid. There'll also be some in the ripening box itself. So they smell very earthy. Now I didn't see too much moisture in the bottom, so that's why I chose not to tip any out. Just giving them a bit of a flip there. So once after the air drying, then cover and then ripen in the cheese fridge 11 degrees Celsius or 52 Fahrenheit at 90% until it is coated with a white mould, and turn them every 2 days. Now, as you'll see in the final thoughts. These are too close. I should have had only two in a ripening box. Now it should take about 14 to 21 days to get a full cover of mould, but they need a bit more air than this. This is too crowded. So don't forget to turn regularly during that 14 to 21 days to prevent the cheese from sticking to the mat, which it will do as it gets softer. So pop it back in the cheese fridge after you've flipped them. So once they're fully covered in mould, which these are not, you would wrap them in micro-perforated cheese wrap, and then after you've done that, you would then pop them back into the kitchen fridge this time to slow down the ripening. So I'm just wiping out the ripening box there. I'm a bit perplexed as to why there isn't any mould growth. This is at about 14 days. There should have been some by now. So I was a bit surprised, but I kept going. As you do when you're making cheese, nothing's ever a failure. So once you've wrapped the cheeses in the micro-perforated cheese wrap, then pop them into the ripening box and mature them at 4 degrees Celsius or 39 Fahrenheit for 4 to 6 weeks until they're soft to press. And that way you'll know they're ripe. Anyway, back to Gav.
So that's how we make stabilised paste truffle cheese. So, very soft to touch. It has matured. So let me just cut into it. I can notice on the outside of the truffles that, the outside, you can see that there's little lines of blue. Now that's actually the truffles that are left behind. So, very soft to cut. Have a look. Bit sticky, but you can definitely see the truffle lines, and it's a bit of an oozy cheese, but that's okay. Don't mind oozy cheeses. You can see the line of the truffles through the cheese where I shaved it. Looks really nice. So I will see if I got a cracker somewhere. So I got these little seed crackers. They're just, all they are seed. There's no flowers in them. I don't know how it's joined together, but some sort of binder. Anyway, I think this will probably go well. The texture will be nice with this. So let's try the cheese and see what it tastes like, shall we? Like I said, very oozy, very creamy. Just put this bit out the way. It's kind of like sticking to the board. That's how oozy it is. We'll just cut a bit off. Oh, very creamy. So, maybe the Penicillium candidum wasn't there. It wouldn't be this creamy otherwise. Oh, bit of truffle, let's see. Oh, it smells earthy. It smells great. The inside of the cheese. Wish I didn't have to keep my apron clean or I'd just wipe my hands all over it. Anyway, it's really creamy, very spreadable. Let's just try it. Oh my God. That is so nice. I thought this was going to be a complete failure, but this is great. Oh, the truffle flavour. It's so earthy. It's just nothing like I've ever tasted before. This is amazing. Oh, this is so good. Kim's going to love this. Smooth and creamy. The right amount of salt and the truffle flavour through the cheese. It's all the way through. Oh, this is great. Looks can be deceiving, folks. Cut another bit off there. Big bit of truffle. Oh, so let's just taste it without. Oh, it's got lots and lots of truffle in there. Oh, that is beautiful. That flavour is just, it's a culinary delight, that's for sure. Well, thank you, Shane, so much for sending through those truffles. Hope you were a roaring success on your truffle business. So it's a Blackwood Park truffles in Mole Creek in Tasmania. And I'll put a link down to the website just as a kind gesture for Shane sending me the truffles. He didn't pay me for the video or anything like that. He just sent me the truffles to give a try, because we've been talking about via email back and forth on how we would best use truffles in a cheese. And I think this is perfect. This is absolutely amazing. As you notice, I never wrapped these because I never got to the stage of having a white mould coating all over. You can't taste any of the Penicillium roqueforti that's present, just lightly on the surface. Certainly didn't penetrate into the cheese because I didn't pierce it and put any eyes in it. But the overall paste, when I put it into the ripening box, the cheese itself was very, very firm. But I'm so pleased that these are softened, they're smooth, creamy, beautiful flavour on the tongue. You've got that cheese and then you've got the truffles as well that really do accentuate the flavour of this cheese. So if you can afford it, then pick yourself up some truffles wherever you are in the world. If you're in Australia, like I said, Blackwood Park truffles in Mole Creek in Tasmania is the place to go and get some. They are lovely. So I'm going to have to wrap these up now in some sort of, I'll have to get some cheese wrap and wrap them up, because I want to store them in the kitchen fridge a little bit longer at 4 degrees Celsius so they don't soften too much more, and we can eat them at our leisure over the next month or so, or even give some away.
Well, I've been waiting for a while to do this part of the video. I don't usually do an afterwards or a post-mortem, I suppose, on what the cheese was like. I ate it for about 2 weeks and then it became overripe, far too acidic for my liking, which then led me to believe that the white mould didn't grow because the surface was way too acidic. White mould doesn't like a really acidic rind and it won't grow properly. So therefore I think that was one of the main factors of why the white mould didn't grow. The other factor was there was not enough airflow in the ripening box, so that was a bit of an issue. I should have put 2 per ripening box, and possibly they were way too tall as well to make it look like even camembert. I should have cut them in half because the smaller the cheese, the quicker it ripens and the better it tastes. And the white mould coverage doesn't get inhibited by the height of the cheese. It works a lot better. So there's some limiting factors on why the white mould didn't grow. Way too acidic, as I mentioned, so probably ease off on the starter culture, but you can't do much about that. So that's what I would have done. I had to throw them away. In the end, I had to throw 2 of them. I ate 2 of them, or me and Kim did anyway, because I couldn't reprocess them using sodium citrate. They were way too runny and too overbearing in smell and taste. But well worth making if you can nail it, I reckon. You can not only use shaved truffles like I did, but you could use freeze-dried truffle. You could also use truffle powder. I wouldn't use truffle oil because that would inhibit the bacterial growth. So definitely try it and give it a go. I think it's well worth experimenting with truffles. And thanks again to Shane for providing me with those truffles.
Alrighty, thank you for watching the truffle cheese video. I hope you enjoyed it and hope you try making something like this. And if you have more success with the white mould than I did, then well done. You're a better cheese maker than me, which wouldn't be hard because I've had, a couple of, well, not failures, but a couple of mistakes along the way in the last few videos. But if you enjoyed the content, don't forget to give it a like. If you haven't already subscribed, please do so and ring that little bell so you get notified of more cheesy content. If you would like to support the show financially, there are links below for YouTube memberships and for Patreon. Well, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds. It's been a great cheese and great fun. We will see you next time. Well, bonjour, or as we say here in Australia, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today you're watching the How to Make French Cheeses live stream. During the stream you'll see many amazing French cheeses that I've made over the course of my cheese making journey. Thank you so much for watching today. As always, if you want to support the show, don't forget that you can hit the join button down below or sign up on Patreon. Every little bit helps keep the channel going and growing. Well, enjoy the rest of the stream. So g'day, Curd Nerds, and welcome to a cheese making video. This one is Boursin. Now you may remember back when I did my Cheese a Day challenge, I actually ate some Boursin and it was imported from France. Now I thought I'd give it a go and make some myself. So let me show you how to make this very tasty little cheese.
So the ingredients for this cheese is 2 litres or 2 quarts of whole cow's milk. I use pasteurised and unhomogenised. 1 cup of creme fraiche, which is 250 millilitres, 3 peeled garlic cloves, 1/3 of a cup or 80 millilitres of lemon juice, 1/4 teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of liquid rennet, that's single strength, diluted in 1/4 cup of cool non-chlorinated water, 1/2 cup of whipping cream, 1 teaspoon of salt, 1 tablespoon of garlic puree, 2 tablespoons of dried parsley, and 3 tablespoons of dried chives. So add in the creme fraiche into the milk, which is essentially a cultured cream. So give that a whisk. I should use a whisk, I think. There we go. So whisk that in. Now this takes a little bit of time. It took me about 2 or 3 minutes to whisk the cream into the milk. So we're going to add in the 3 garlic cloves. These have been peeled, a little bit chopped off the end so I could peel them properly. And we let them stay in there whilst we turn on the heat and heat the milk up. So I'm directly heating this up. There's no double boil or anything. So we heat the milk to 45 degrees Celsius or 113 Fahrenheit. So once it reaches temperature, just check that. Yep, that's close enough. That's spot on, actually. Pretty good. Now we're going to turn off the heat and we're going to remove the 3 garlic cloves. Make sure you get them all. There we go, just plonk them into the cup and I'm going to give them to my chooks. Chooks is a technical Australian word for chickens. Now we're going to add the lemon juice in to the milk and it will curdle slightly, ever so slightly. This is a fairly low temperature at the moment, so it won't split the milk in half into curds and whey. It'll just curdle it just a slight amount. Now we're going to add the rennet to do the proper job of turning it into curds and whey. So we stir it for no more than 1 minute, and we pop the lid on. So we're going to cover that and allow it to set for 30 minutes at the target temperature of 45 Celsius, 113 Fahrenheit. So meanwhile, get your other ingredients. You get your garlic, parsley, salt and chives. Get them all laid out, ready to go. So we can take the cover off. I've moved this over the sink area and I'm just scooping the curds into a colander lined with butter muslin. Now I found that if I used normal loose weave cheesecloth, that it would have gone straight through. It's fairly delicate stuff. So just ladle that in, and then just pour the rest in. There we go. Now we're going to tie that into a ball shape, and I'm just gently squeezing to get a little bit more of the whey out. And I'll just leave that there. So I'm going to let that sit there for 2 hours and drain. So after the 2 hours, I'm just waiting for that to finish off. I've got my whipping cream there. So I'll measure that out and we're going to whip that to form soft peaks. So there's my half a cup of whipping cream. So just using the hand mixer there to get it to stiff peaks, basically. Now I thought that if I whipped it any longer it may turn into butter, so I kind of left it there. So I'm going to take the curds and add that to the whipped cream. So the curds are fairly well drained. They formed a ball of curds, which look fairly crumbly, which is okay. That's fine. So just got those all out of the tight weave butter muslin. Now just with the spatula there, we're just stirring that through, mix that well so that the cream and the curds are combined. So adding in the salt and then mix that through as well. And that's salt to taste, so I just had a bit of a taste to make sure it wasn't undersalted or oversalted. So we're adding in the garlic puree now. Now you can find this in jars in most supermarkets, or you can just crush the garlic yourself. So give that a good stir through the cheese. And then add your dried parsley. Now using these dried ingredients actually helps to absorb some of the moisture and firm up the cheese later on. Now if you used fresh ingredients, which you can, I'm just adding the chives there, you would have to make sure that the curd was drained probably for another hour longer to get more moisture out of it, and possibly whip the cream a little bit stiffer. So mix all those ingredients all the way through your cheese. And at this stage you can taste it if you want. I tasted it off camera. Now we're going to spoon the cheese into baking paper lined moulds. And I've just got some steel, I think they're potato croquette molds. I'm not too sure. I found them in the cupboard somewhere. And the reason we line them with baking paper is not only does it help get them out of the molds easily, but it does absorb some of the moisture and firms up the cheese. So I've got baking paper on the plate underneath, and I've got a little round of baking paper that I pop on top. Also, the moulds are lined, as you can see there, with the baking paper. So just fill those both up. Press down where you need to get any air pockets out. And just level it off and pop the paper on top. There we go, pat that down. Now refrigerate that for 2 hours at 4 degrees Celsius or 39 Fahrenheit. So 2 hours later, just using a knife to get the paper off. I found it worked a little bit easier. Just peel it off gently. And where you need to use the knife to get the paper off, then you can do so. Okay, and then gently tap, and your cheese comes out, and then you've got to find where you started the paper, and we take it off once I find it out. I thought, well, I'll check out the other cheese first before I take the paper off. There we go, gentle tap. Okay, so where do we find the start of the paper? I'm using the knife to find the start, and that made it a lot easier, and just unwrap it. And I couldn't find the start of that one. There we go, found it. Okay. Looking lovely. So there's the finished cheese, looking quite nice, firm, standing up by itself, so I'm quite happy with that.
So now that we've made it and we've got it out in our form, my initial thoughts are it's a little bit too moist. I should have drained the cheese part of it a little bit more and maybe whipped the cream a little bit firmer. But it looks great and it certainly smells fantastic. I've got a bagel here, so let's put a little bit of Boursin on the bagel. Herb and garlic, smells fantastic. The good thing is it's holding its form mostly, so certainly not having issues with that. The texture is fairly the same as the Boursin that I bought. Let's try this, shall we? Oh, that is beautiful. Finger licking good. I think I've died and gone to heaven. That cheese is absolutely remarkable. Lots of garlic and taste of chives, a little bit of parsley, and certainly salted just to the right level. So, highly recommend giving Boursin a go. Try it out. So simple, it's criminal. You could even make the creme fraiche yourself if you so desired. I chose to buy some because I really didn't have the time to make it and put this all together. Anyway, really simple cheese to make. Give it a go, Boursin. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. If you like this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. If you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe to the channel so you get more interesting cheese making videos like this one. Don't forget to hit that little notification bell so you get notified when they come out. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream.
Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're making chartreuse. So chartreuse was originally made in France, as many good cheeses are. It's a white mould lactic set cheese, and it only takes 14 days for this little fuzzy coating to appear all over the cheese. It won't go soft in the centre like camembert does, because it's not really set with rennet like camembert is. This is meant to be eaten quite quickly and quite fresh. To store it, you would put it into a micro-perforated wrap, and it'll probably only last another couple of weeks after this. It wouldn't go too much further than that, because the white mould would start to create something called skin slip, where the white mould will start to slip off and it'll be just runny under the surface. But like I said, because it's lactic set, as in the curds were set using lactic acid created by starter cultures only and only a tiny bit of rennet, it doesn't go gooey in the middle. Anyway, let me show you how I made chartreuse.
So start off by sanitising your equipment. I'm just fluffing up the bag there to get rid of the cream. Mix it into the milk. The ingredients for chartreuse is 4 litres or 1 gallon of cow's milk that's been pasteurised and unhomogenised. 1/8 of a teaspoon of aromatic mesophilic culture. I used Mad Millie fresh culture. 1/32 of a teaspoon of Penicillium candidum. 1/32 of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum 15. 1/4 of a teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. And 2 drops of single strength liquid rennet. I'm using IMCU 200. Diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, and you'll need some non-iodized salt. So heat your milk to 25 degrees Celsius or 77 Fahrenheit. I'm using a precision cooker and a water bath there to heat my milk. Then we're going to add the aromatic mesophilic culture. I just got a single use sachet there, which inoculates 4 litres of milk. Then add the moulds. Firstly, Penicillium candidum. Just sprinkle that over the surface of the milk. And then the Geotrichum candidum. And do the same. So I'm just using level teaspoons there. Don't use heaped ones. Pop the lid on, and we're going to allow it to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, stir in the starter culture and the moulds. And then we're going to add the calcium chloride. So there's no ripening time for this cheese. Now we're going to add the rennet. Let's pour the rennet solution in and give it a stir. And stir for no more than 1 minute. So pop the lid back on, and we're going to allow the curds to set for 12 hours. Remembering the tiny amount of rennet that we put in there, it takes a long time to coagulate the milk. Now you can see that there's about 1 centimetre or ½ inch of whey on the surface of the curds, and that's perfect. And you'll see the curds have pulled away from the sides of the pot as well. So remove the heat. So I'm just turning off my precision cooker there and unplugging it, getting it out the way. So place 4 small baskets on a mat on a large board. More about the baskets later on. So ladle off the excess whey. Now you can't use it for ricotta because it's too acidic, so I'm just pouring it down the sink there. Once you've got rid of most of that whey, then we're going to take slices of the curd using a skimmer and transfer it to each basket evenly. Now you can see the whey is running fairly clear there, so we're doing a pretty good job. And transfer all the curds until they're used up. Don't be tempted to add any more baskets. 4 is enough, trust me. So keep topping it up until you've used all of the curds. So this may take about 1 hour, and it did for me. I just set a timer. Every 15 minutes I came back and I topped up the baskets with more curds. Now I've sped this footage up and you can see it draining quite well. So once all the curds have used up, then allow it to drain overnight. Don't forget to put an umbrella on top. So remove each cheese and flip them over and put them back into their baskets. This will create an even surface on the bit that's a bit rough. So drain for 24 hours so the cheese firms up and can hold its shape when it's out of the basket. So cover them up again. So 24 hours later, you can see they've shrunk even more. So flip each cheese over again and then put them back in their baskets. And now we're going to salt the cheese. So salt the top with 1/4 teaspoon of non-iodized salt. Allow 1 hour in between this and the next salting so that the salt can be absorbed into the cheese. There we go. Pop the brolly back on and come back in an hour. So an hour later, we've got a little brine on top. So we're just going to flip the cheeses over, put them back in their baskets again. And now we're going to sprinkle 1/4 teaspoon of salt on the other side of the cheese. And once again, we're going to allow another hour for the salt to be absorbed. You don't need to salt the sides. Top and bottom is sufficient. Pop the brolly back on again. So after that hour, it's now time to put them into a ripening box. I did this mainly because I wanted to use the kitchen sink area, so I wanted to be able to get them out of the way, out of the sink area. So clean off your mat, dry it off with some paper towel, and now we're going to put each cheese that it's been salted into the ripening box on the mat. Now just make sure that they are spaced apart, they're not touching each other. Now I'm going to put the umbrella back on top. I did move it later on over to the kitchen side, but allow these cheeses to drain overnight. So the next day, I'm just going to pour off any of the whey. There we go. There's a fair bit that has accumulated there. Just going to turn the cheeses over again, so flip them over on the mat, allowing enough space so they're not touching each other. And then put them back into the ripening box again. I'm just banging a little bit because there was some whey collected on the mat. There we go, back into the ripening box. So now we're going to cover with the lid and we're going to ripen at 10 to 13 Celsius or 50 to 55 Fahrenheit for 2 weeks. We're going to turn daily and remove any whey that accumulates in the bottom of the box. So 1 week later, you should have mould growth over most of the cheese. Just going to take it out of its box there. There was a little bit of whey on the bottom of the box. I tipped that out before. And just flip them over. So by turning them daily, you ensure that the mould doesn't stick to the mat when you turn them over. So daily turning is essential. So as you can see there, even after 1 day, the mould has stopped growing on the bottom. That's why you turn them over.
Well, that was fairly easy-ish. Probably more of an intermediate cheese than a beginner's cheese. I certainly wouldn't start off with this because you really got to know when the curds are ready to be scooped into the baskets. So I have a stock of these online. They're the small, soft cheese basket, as that's what I've called them anyway. And they're about 8 centimetres high, 8 centimetres across the top, and about 7 to 7.5 down the bottom. So they are stackable. I do have a swag of them here, which means a lot in Australia. So they are great little baskets. For this recipe, you'll need 4 of these baskets to get successful shroos. At a pinch, you could use camembert baskets, but they're a bit wide. They're more like, I think they're about 10 centimetres across, so a little bit wider than these. And you won't get these nice little tall, sort of narrowy sorts of cheese like Charus is. I'll take the rest out of the ripening box and then we'll have a taste test. So, just so you can see here. So there's the rest of them. One of them has started just at the back here. The skin has just come away a little bit. I must have flicked it with my finger or something. But they're very delicate little things. They've got a nice mold coverage all over, which is really good. They got some crinkles starting to go on, or some little brain-like patterns because of the geo that I put in there. So that's starting to happen. This one's a little bit wonky because that's how it came out of the basket. But they're all looking pretty good. I'll leave the rest of them on the mat. And I'll put it back in the box. But I won't ripen these any further because that'll be criminal and they'll start to get skin slip. But let's try them. Let's have a smell first. Smells a little bit like honey, the outside. They're firm to touch. They're not mushy or gooey on the inside. There's a really good mold coverage. A little bit less on the bottom. I only turned this a day ago. It takes a little while for the mold to grow back over again. But yeah, great looking little cheese. Very presentable, that's for sure. And I do like the little brain-like squiggly lines that are starting to happen with the geo. So that's very impressive. Anyway, let's cut into it. All you need is a sharp knife. With this sort of cheese, we just cut a wedge into it. And hopefully it comes out. There we go. Look at that. So it kind of looks like a cream cheese on the inside. And essentially, if you look at the recipe, it kind of is. It's like cream cheese that's been put into a basket. But yeah, a very interesting looking texture. The white mold on the outside hasn't created any runniness at all. These are 2 weeks old. But the paste is soft. So, interested in what it tastes like, are you? Oh, goodness me. Let's have a look. Let's have a taste. So like I said, it smells a little bit like honey, which is fabulous. I like good honey. This would be good if you could actually drizzle honey on top when you serve it up. But let's try some, shall we? The creaminess and the slight tartness, just slight. Little bit of mushroomy sort of flavours coming in from the Penicillium candidum and the geo on the outside. That hasn't really moved too much into the inside of the cheese.
Really nice. Very good cheese. Very spreadable too. This is quite soft. So you could spread some of this on toast or little crackers. This is lovely. Perfectly salted too, if I do say so myself. You can see the inside there. It's the same texture all the way through. So I'll cut off just a little bit more, probably because it's very tasty. Oh, so good. And you can see the inside there. The paste doesn't discolour from the edge to the centre. It's the same all the way through, and great. And the skin's not slipping, so yeah, absolutely perfect. Well done, Gav. You'll be able to make this, no problems at all. Great little cheese. Now, you could make this is typically a cow's milk cheese. You could make it with goat's milk. It'll have a little tarty flavour like goat's milk cheeses tend to do. But as a milk, a cow's milk cheese, this is subtle, creamy, some great little mushroomy sort of flavours on the edge. But overall, it's like something, it's like nothing I've had before in the cheese world. So I can't even compare it to, say, the Bloomy Goat Blue, which is a lactic set goat's cheese that I made that had ash as well. But yeah, that flavour was totally different because of the goat's milk. This is a great little mould ripened cheese, so perfect for a platter. You'd have to be pretty quick though, because I dare say, like I said, they're only going to last about another 2 weeks. Not because I'm going to eat them all quickly, but because, like I said, they will ripen to a point where they'll start to go gooey under the rind of the cheese. Anyway, that's how you make charus. So thanks for watching. Now, like I said, don't forget, we've got lots of these baskets over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. It's the small, soft cheese basket, perfect for charus and other small lactic set cheeses. Lots of holes, good drainage, and I didn't have too many problems with them, as you saw in the video. And if you liked the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and tell me what you would use your charus for if you made it. How would you cook with it? How would you eat it? Let me know in the comments below. That would be absolutely fantastic. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. This is a bit of a community announcement. I recently signed up for Cameo, and for those who don't know, Cameo is a service where you can, for a small fee, ask me to do things like shout outs for birthdays, for Father's Day, Mother's Day, Christmas, bar mitzvahs, you name it. Also, I've lately given a couple of pep talks. I've also even done a sleep story. Somebody says they watch my videos to fall asleep, so I did a little, not a lullaby, but a little story to help them go to sleep. So these shout outs are in the form of a video message. There are also chat options if you want to ask me a question and you don't want to wait until Ask the Cheese Man. And it's a burning question, then you can pay a small, very small fee for a chat and I'll give you an answer, obviously. So yeah, any words of encouragement that you would like me to impart on either yourself or one of your loved ones, I'd love to help out. The link for my Cameo page is in the description below. Like I said, only a quick one, a short community service, and hopefully, and like some people have already done, have taken up the service. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
G'day curd nerds. Today we're making a bloomy goat sherv blue. It's a twist on the traditional sherv and kind of a little bit like Valence. So this is, I got part of the recipe from one book, part of the recipe from another book. So I'm going to call it my, my bloomy goat blue. There you go, there for want of another word. So we'll see how it turns out. It has the addition of aromatic mesophilic, it has Penicillium candidum, it has Geotrichum candidum, and it also has Penicillium roqueforti. So quite a combination of molds, and we'll see what happens to the cheese. Anyway, so let's get on with the video.
So the ingredients are 4 litres of goat's milk, 1/4 teaspoon of aromatic mesophilic culture, 1/8 teaspoon of Penicillium candidum, 1/64 teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum, and 1/64 teaspoon of Penicillium roqueforti. Also, you'll need 1/4 teaspoon of calcium chloride, 1/4 teaspoon of liquid rennet, maybe a little bit more depending on the IMCU of your rennet. French ash, you'll need some French cheese ash, and some non-iodized fine salt. So we're going to bring the milk up to 22 degrees Celsius, which is 72 Fahrenheit. So this is a fairly low temperature for cheese making. I think there we go, there's our blue mold culture. So I'm using a Mad Millie sachet there. That's actually got a combination of aromatic and the Penicillium roqueforti. So I'm just sprinkling that all over the top there. I opened up the packet as well just to make sure I got all the bits out. Now that only has 1/8 teaspoon of aromatic mixed with a small amount of blue mold. So what I had to do was add an additional sachet of aromatic mesophilic, which is another 1/8 teaspoon. So I had my 1/4 teaspoon of aromatic mesophilic. So for the other molds, I just used the straight mold powder, and you'll see that in a second. Just getting the last of that aromatic out. So the next mold is the Penicillium candidum. So this is 1/4 teaspoon. And then the last but not least, the Geotrichum candidum, which is 1/64 teaspoon. There we go, there it is, Geotrichum. So this actually adds this helps prepare the surface for the for the Penicillium candidum, as well as the addition of the ash, as we'll see later on. Okay, so we let that rehydrate for 5 minutes. So after the 5 minutes has elapsed, we're going to give it a good stir, mix all those molds and starter cultures into the goat's milk. So give it a good stir for about a minute or so, trying to stir mainly top to bottom. So after we've given it a good stir, we add the next ingredient in. So make sure the milk's moving when we add the other liquid ingredients. So we're going to add the calcium chloride now, and this will help with the curd set. So just give that a good stir as well for about a minute, making sure that's mixed thoroughly through the milk. And then the final ingredient, which is the rennet. So we're just going to add in the diluted rennet there. That's been diluted in a quarter of a cup of non-chlorinated water. If you use chlorinated tap water, you will find it inhibits the renneting action. So the temperature has crept up just a little bit there, 1 degree, 1.5 degrees higher than it should be, but that's okay. This next step is very easy, very low maintenance at this stage. So give the rennet a good stir, no more than 1 minute, because it'll start coagulating otherwise and you'll start splitting up the milk. So we're going to let that rest now off the heat at room temperature for 18 to 24 hours. So that's at 22 to 72 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's 22 Celsius. So after a day, mine took 24 hours. So you can see little pools of whey on the top. I did a clean break. It was fairly sloppy, but I really couldn't wait much longer. You'll see at the end of the video some tips on where I think I went wrong. Anyway, so we're going to take slivers or slices of the curd and place them into our two 7 centimeter camembert molds, which is 3 inches, I think. Now you can see I thought at this stage I was heading for disaster. A fair bit of the curd was quite runny. You can see that leaking out of the bottom of the molds. It's not a good look. Now, the good thing was there was some solid curd underneath that little top layer, but I did lose a fair bit down the sink, as you can see there. Reason for this is I didn't use enough rennet. I should have checked how much IMCU. So I'm only using 200 IMCU rennet. The recipe, or one of the recipes that I cobbled together for this, used 300 IMCU. Or 280 IMCU, so it needed to be a little bit stronger. So instead of the quarter of a teaspoon, I should have added 3/8, so that's another 1/8 of a teaspoon more. Now what you do here is you keep going. Keep calm and make cheese, as I'm title of my cheese making book. So yeah, I just let that shrink down a little bit, and then we just put some more on top. So the curd was fairly tight and a lot stronger near the bottom, so it didn't leak out and run everywhere. So as it shrunk down, about every 30 minutes I did this, and put a few more slices on top to help it shrink down. So goat's milk it's very, well, I won't say difficult to work with, but if I had added a bit more rennet, it probably wouldn't have been so difficult. So this is another 30 minutes later, and you can see it shrunk down a bit, so adding a couple more slices on top. And you keep doing this until you have no more curds left in the bottom. So another 30 minutes later, shrunk down a bit more, add some more slices on top. I didn't want to speed this part up for you curd nerds, because I really wanted to just see how long it actually takes to make this cheese. Didn't want to skip any bits. So this was over the course of about, I would say about 6 hours. Okay, so I got it all in there, and once the molds were filled, don't add any extra molds, and then we're going to leave it to drain overnight. So this is the next day, and you can see it's shrunk down a fair bit. It's become slightly firm on top, still quite runny. Well, not runny. It's not as firm as it should be. So we're just going to clean off the cheese board there that I'm using, just with hot tap water. Just getting all that excess cheese off, because we're going to use this now to flip the molds over every couple of hours, just to start with. So just making sure the area is clean again. That was a clean sponge. It wasn't from the last night's dishes or anything like that. So I'm just going to place the board down there, Now, I ummed and ahed, or hemmed and hawed, or whatever you want to call it, couldn't quite work out how I was going to flip these little babies over. So first of all, I thought, well, I'll be clever and grab them by the top, and I'm flipping. I thought, no, they're too delicate, so that just won't work. Then I thought, I'll grab the board and I'll flip it over, and I thought, normally I have two boards the same, but Kim was using the other board for something at the time, so I couldn't use it. Anyway, so what I decided to do was just take those off, put the bamboo mat on, and just slap them on top. Just lift it up a bit so there wasn't too much pressure. And then for this next one, just flip it over. So you do this every 12 hours for the next 4 to 5 days. Mine took about 4 days to drain enough. They're probably about half the size, as you can see there. This is 4 days later. So now we're going to salt the cheese. So we're going to use a teaspoon on the top and bottom. So that's 2 teaspoons of fine salt over the entire surface. So I just did top and bottom and then rubbed it with my hands for the rest. So that's 1 teaspoon on the top of that one, and then another teaspoon on top of the second one, and I give it a bit of a rub. They're still fairly moist at this time, and they do absorb the salt very readily. So we're just going to flip them over now. Very delicate, so just be careful. Not like that. Yes, I wasn't. Slippery little suckers. Remind me of escargot. Anyway, so then we put another teaspoon on the bottom, which is now the top, if that makes sense. And then on the second one. So that's 2 teaspoons of fine salt all over the cheese, so the top, and then out of shot I actually rubbed the sides as well with the salt that was left in my hands. And that seemed to be enough, no problems at all. So you let those sit for 10 minutes just for the salt to absorb. So once the 10 minutes is over, I just transferred them to the draining mat that I'm going to use in the cheese box now. Notice in a small ramekin I've just added another teaspoon of fine salt, and then I've got this French ash, which is a vegetable ash, and I'm using 1.5 tablespoons of the French ash, putting that into the ramekin with the 1 teaspoon of salt that I put in there. Plop that in. So that's a level tablespoon, and then I've got a 1/2 tablespoon on this ring here somewhere. Just gonna find it. There we go. So 1/2 tablespoon, and we put that into the ramekin as well. Now, ash is very messy stuff, as you can see. Now don't forget to seal it straight away in case you knock it over and all the ash goes flying everywhere. So I've just sealed the top of that again. So I'm using gloves. So I give that a bit of a stir. So I'm stirring the ash and the salt together. Very important for the next step. And try not to spill it on your cheese at this stage. Anyway, that's what it looks like. It's just looks like activated charcoal. Okay, so I've got a tea ball here, which you normally put tea leaves in. But scoop some of the ash into the tea ball, and then let it close. And then we're going to use that to sprinkle ash all over the top of the cheese. Now what the ash does, it actually lowers the pH of the surface of the cheese. Ash is an alkaline, so it's alkaline in nature, so it lowers the overall acidity of the cheese. Now this is good because the Geotrichum candidum and the Penicillium candidum need a less acidic surface to grow on properly. So that's why we're using ash, and a little bit of salt just helps with the flavour and preserving and that sort of stuff. So once you've done the top, you can just simply pat down the ash. Just gently. You can see it puffing up there. Anyway, so just gently pat it. Now I thought this was a bit of a disaster, but it seemed to work out in the end. You get black ash all over you. Anyway, so we pick it up and hold it as best we can. You can see how moist these cheeses still are. And this is after 4.5 days of draining. Anyway, the ash kind of took some of the moisture out of it. So just give that a bit of a pat and then roll it over somehow, and then sprinkle some more ash and salt mixture onto the cheese. Now the ash doesn't add any flavour or anything like that. It just, as I said, it lowers the pH of the surface of the cheese. Okay, this is a pretty good coating. Don't worry about if you've got too many gaps there. Just sprinkle a bit more ash. Oops, I run out. And dip some more in there. There we go. A bit more over the surface. Whatever you do, don't squeeze the cheese ball because all the ash will go flying everywhere. Anyway, so I seem to have done the top and the sides, or the circumference, and I've got stuff, so I'll give it a quick wash. Anyway, so do the bottom, which is now the top of this one. Now you won't need much, you won't need any more ash than I prescribed in the recipe there, but so just sprinkle so there's an even layer over the top. Give it a pat. There we go, beautiful. That one's done, finally. So just swing them around, and then we're going to do exactly the same thing with the other one. So just give it a pat down once it's done, and give it another sprinkle. I'm sure there's an easier way, but this is the easiest way I could figure it out. There were no instructions in any of the recipes that I had. They just said sprinkle with ash. So I think this is quite ingenious. The little tea ball seems to work all right. You wouldn't do too many at once. If you had a whole plate or tray of these, I don't quite know how you'd do it. Anyway, the ash is fairly inexpensive and you don't use very much anyway. Anyway, there we are, patting it down and it's fluffing up everywhere. Had to wash my hands again. Alright, so then we place, once they're fully covered in ash, try and separate them as much as you can. And we're going to place them in the ripening box and mature at 10 degrees Celsius or 50 Fahrenheit at 90% relative humidity. And we're going to turn the cheeses every 2 days. So we don't put the lid on tightly, just have it loose. Anyway, so this was day 5 of the cheese making process. At day 9, you can see a little bit of bloom there, just on the sides. It's just starting to get there and it's starting to dry out. Make sure that you check how much moisture is in the ripening box. So this is at day 11, so wipe out any moisture that collects down the bottom. So this is day 11, after flipping every 2 days. You can see one's nearly totally covered. And then at day 15, you can see they're totally covered with the white bloom from both the Geotrichum and the Penicillium candidum. So that's just the simple procedure of flipping them over. So as I mentioned before, try and keep them apart as much as you can. So day 21, they're ready. This is what it looks like. So here's one of my little beauties. And they're ready to eat. So I don't want them maturing as long as normal Camembert or Brie. This is perfect.
Right, so as you can see, very mouldy, and you can see the ash coming through just there, and same on this side. But let me just touch it. I've got ash on my fingers already. Doesn't take much, but you can see just by patting it down, you can see the ash. Anyway, so let's cut it open. I would expect it to be a little bit gooey or creamy on the outside, which it is, and that's perfect. So let's get down a little bit lower and have a look at that.
So as you can see, there's a little bit of oozing on the sides, and that's great.
So let's see how it tastes. I've got some crackers here and we're going to cut into the cheese and see how it goes. Oh, it cuts very nice. It's very smooth paste. A little bit oozy around the outside, but that's okay. Now these are just normal water crackers. There's no flavouring on them whatsoever. Oh, that is absolutely delicious. So you've got the flavour of the sherbet. So you've got the goat's cheese, a little bit of sharpness there. You can taste a little hint of the blue cheese, the Penicillium Roqueforti that's gone into it. And you can taste the silky smoothness of the outer rind. I'll tell you what's a flavour sensation. You can't taste the ash. So contrary to popular belief, you can't taste the ash. You don't need to cut it off. And where it's gone oozy, it's a little bit saltier than the inside part of the cheese. Oh, this is exceptional. I could win a contest with this. This is so nice. And the great thing is, I made it myself. How good's that? Oh, I'm going to have a bit more. Oh. Oh, look at that. That is absolutely delicious. That is an amazing cheese. So good. I could eat this whole thing if you let me, but I'm not gonna. Oh, this is so good. So smooth, creamy paste, a little bit of sharpness, but the two different molds, so there's no blue development in the cheese. You won't get that after. So this is the 21st day of this cheese's life. So 21 days old, and this is exactly when I would cut it. I wouldn't let it develop anymore because you'll get too much ooziness in the rind itself, in between the rind and the surface of the cheese. But this is perfect. This is what I was after. I was after a bloomy goat's cheese with a little bit of blue cheese flavour and the sharpness of the sherbet. So, and it certainly has done that, and it's come out in spades, so that's fantastic. It really is a delightful cheese. What would I do differently? I think that during the draining, let's go back to the start. I would have added probably another 1/8 of a teaspoon of rennet. So I added 1/4 teaspoon of rennet. I would do that. That way it wouldn't all run. The softer part of the curd, when I was putting it into the molds, it wouldn't run. Like you saw, I thought it was going to be a disaster at that stage, but I persevered. Make sure you let them sit for at least 5 days in the camembert molds. Otherwise, they'll go flat when you take them out. They have to drain excessively. There's a lot of moisture in this cheese because of the way we let it set, and we didn't cut it or anything like that. So do that. And I think the saltiness is right, so I got the salt right. So it was a teaspoon top and bottom, and I just rubbed that all over the cheese before I added the ash. And another thing with ash, it's messy stuff. So I found that little tea bag ball that I had, that worked really well on distributing the ash all over the cheese consistently and getting a proper layer. So I think that worked very well as well. And I was so impressed with the mold growth. What I did with the box was, instead of putting the lid on properly, all I did in the cheese cave, and this is what I'm going to do now for all bloomy cheeses, put the lid like that. Okay, so that prevents any of the moisture from dripping on the top. If there's any condensation, it was humid enough. This cheese was certainly moist enough, so I didn't have to worry about it too much. So I just kept the lid on it like that. I didn't seal it like I normally would. Would have been too humid. just like that, and the mould grew perfectly, so there was no issue whatsoever. So that's how I managed the ripening box. Anyway, if you want to make this cheese, pop over to littlegreenworkshops.com.au and you can see all the supplies there. I even got a whole bunch of French ash in, just in case anybody wanted to make this one. Also, don't forget that you can subscribe to the channel and be notified of all these cheesy videos that I make. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we will see you next time.
Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers, and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive, and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States, and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print-on-demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print-on-demand services. So, because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream.
G'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be making chèvre. Well, as you can see, I'm all set up. I've sanitised my gear. I'm ready to pour my milk in, and I'm ready to get going. So let's get on with it, shall we? So I've got my Caprolac milk. This is the goat's milk that I found that was just pasteurised, and it wasn't ultra pasteurised. So I've got 4 litres of milk here.
So the ingredients are 4 litres or 4 quarts of goat's milk, 1/4 teaspoon of mesophilic culture, 2 drops of calcium chloride, 2 drops of liquid rennet, and 1% of salt by weight of the final cheese.
Basically, we bring the milk up to temperature and we add the starter culture. We add just a tiniest little bit of rennet, and I'm going to add a tiny little bit of calcium chloride as well, just to help it set, just in case the pasteurisation was a little bit higher in temperature than it should have been. But anyway, we'll see how that goes. And hopefully in about 24 hours time it should set. So just to get that out the way. Don't know what happened there. Alright, so I'll bring it up to temperature now. Clip on my trusty thermometer. So we're looking for 25 degrees Celsius. Currently it's at 12, so this will take some time. So it needs to come up to 25 degrees Celsius. The Thermopan is just showing 25 there, which is spot on, which is fantastic. I've turned the heat off. I directly heated this milk. There's no issue doing that with such low temperatures, so we don't have to worry about it too much. Now the sides of the pot are just warm, so we don't have to go overboard there, and the clip-on thermometer on the side just says 25 as well. The 25 degrees Celsius is 77 Fahrenheit for those who are wondering. Okay, so I'm going to put my starter culture. I'm using the Mad Millie Mesophilic here. You can use MO30 or MA11 for chèvre. Now it says use, the recipe I'm using is out of the I haven't modified it at all. This is out of the 200 Easy Homemade Cheese Recipes by Deborah Amrain Boys. Sorry, Deborah, if I mispronounced your name. Second edition. Great little book. It's got a lot of great recipes in it, including some cooking recipes. So now it says use 1/4 teaspoon of mesophilic culture, which means in this case 2 sachets. So let's get the things open here. That one's no good. That one's gone off. The reason I can tell it's gone off is because all of the culture has stuck to the inside of the packet. And that's a good sign that it's no good. And same has happened for this one. Alright, so back again. I got some good starter cultures this time. These ones are dry, they're not stuck to the inside of the packet, so you know they're okay. So they're free flowing and they're in date. The other ones were in date as well, but obviously no good. So that's a 1/8 teaspoon. And here's another one. And let's have a look at this one. Yep, that one's okay as well. So that's another 1/8 teaspoon. So that's a full 1/4 teaspoon of mesophilic starter culture. So I'm just gonna just slowly take my spoon out there. Should have done that beforehand. And I should have taken that out beforehand. Put the lid on and we'll let that rehydrate for 5 minutes. Where's Siri? Where are you, Siri? Bit disorganised today. Set timer for 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes and counting.
Thanks, Siri. So there we go, the 5 minutes is up, so let's get rid of that. I don't know what that is. Something not quite right. Righto, so we'll give that a stir just to rehydrate it now. And somehow there's a bit of fluff that's got in there. I don't want that in my cheese. See, beauty of cheese making outside on the patio. Right, there we go. Give it a stir. Just check the temperature again. It's 24.9, that'll do. Okay, so it's ready for the next stage. Just stir that in. There's no ripening period. Well, there's one big ripening period for this cheese, and that's the 24 hours. So just basically stirring. Let's get all that culture mixed through. Alright, simple as that. Now for the tricky part. So I'm going to take a tablespoon of water, and before I do that I'll just unscrew the dripper part of my rennet. Before I do that I'll do my calcium chloride first. So I'm going to take a tablespoon of water and I'm going to put 2 drops of calcium chloride. And I'm going to pop my teaspoon of water into my milk. Give that a quick stir. Lovely day for cheese making. It's a balmy 17 degrees Celsius here. Got all the lights on outside because it's so dark. Right. So now we do the same with the rennet. Now in the recipe in the book I'm using, it says 1 drop of rennet. Now that her book refers to a IMCU of 280 to 300. Now my rennet is only 200, so I'll have to compensate, so I'll add an extra drop. 1, 2. Oop. Knew that was going to happen. There we go. As you can see, not a lot of rennet for 4 litres of milk. What will happen is that the milk will curdle mainly because of the starter culture reacting on the lactose within the...
Well, g'day curd nerds. I'm afraid we're going to have to end it there because we're getting very close to the 12-hour mark. The video was on a loop anyway, so you'll be able to catch that, and it's already on the channel, so it's no big deal. Thank you so much for watching the How to Make French Cheeses today. It's been a pleasure bringing it to you. Next Friday, we're going to do a tips and tricks video. I don't think it'll go that long, probably about 2-3 hours, but it'll be a live stream nonetheless, so I'll put that together over the week and we'll stream that. Now, don't forget that there will be a goat milk cheddar taste test coming up, which has been pre-recorded, and that will go live in the next 12 hours. And then on Sunday morning, the regular Ask the Cheese Man will be live streamed as well, and you can ask me all your cheesy questions. Well, thank you for watching today, curd nerds, and I'll see you next time.